You fool! Warren is dead.
Dark Tales of Mystery and Suspense, Volume 2. The Look by Maurice Lavelle. The log fire was dying in the grate. About the whole room, lighted by a too heavily shaded lamp, there was something vaguely menacing that chilled my blood the moment I entered it. My friend came forward. "I'm glad to see you. Very glad," he said, holding out his hand. He had aged and altered so that I should hardly have recognized him. Extending his hand in the direction of the fireplace, he said in a low voice, "My friend Yanville, my wife." I discerned a very pale face and a slender form that bowed slightly, while a subdued voice, a melancholy, weary voice, murmured, "We are pleased to see you here, monsieur." My friend offered me a chair. The white form relapsed into immobility, and silence, a deadened silence through which flitted indefinable thoughts, fell upon us. I could think of nothing to say. These two had been man and wife for some months. They had been in love for years before they were free to marry, and this was how I found them now. My friend broke the silence with a hesitating inquiry as to my health, and his thought seemed far from the words that fell from his lips. "Fine," I replied, and speaking lower, I added, "You are happy?" "Yes," he muttered. His wife coughed slightly and rose. "Forgive me, monsieur, but I am a little tired. You will excuse me, I am sure. Please do not go." She crossed the dining room, presented her forehead to her husband, and left us. My friend got up and paced the floor with long strides, gnawing his moustache. Then, stopping abruptly before me, put his hand on my shoulder. I said I was happy. "That's a lie." I looked at him in mute astonishment. "No doubt you think I am out of my mind," he continued. "Not yet, but I'm likely to be before long. Don't you feel some sinister influence brooding over this house? Your wife and you appear to be under some cloud, certainly. Some worry, no doubt, the importance of which you exaggerate." No. There's a horror hanging to these walls. There's a terror creeping about these floors. Between my wife and me, there's the shadow of crime. As you know, she who today is my wife was for long months my mistress. You know how desperately I loved her. Or rather, you do not know. No one can know. I worshipped her, that creature, worshipped her to the point of devotion, of frenzy. From the day she came into my life, there was no other life for me. She became a need in my nature, a flaw in my sanity, a vice in my blood. I thought of running away with her, of challenging the voice of scandal. But neither of us had any means. I had only my profession to support me, and our being together openly in Paris was not to be thought of. So I put aside honor, every moral scruple. To see her more frequently, I obtained an introduction to the husband. I cultivated his acquaintance. I came to be his constant guest, his intimate friend. I made that despicable third in a household who, under the shelter of its welcome, steals in cold blood from its master his peace and happiness. I spent my holidays with them. He was a great sportsman. While he was out in the woods and fields, I passed my time with her. One day we too were startled by loud cries. I ran downstairs and found the terrified servants gathered around the husband. Stretched upon a couch, he was fighting for breath with quick, short gasps as he clutched at a wound in his abdomen. "Ah, monsieur," faltered the man who carried his game bag, "how suddenly it happened. Monsieur had just shot a woodcock. It fell in the rushes. He ran toward the spot, and all in a moment. I don't know how it happened, but I heard a report, a cry, and I saw monsieur fall forward. I brought him here." I cut away the clothes and examined his injuries. The charge had ploughed through his side. Blood flowed in jets from a terrible wound extending from above the hip to the thigh. Years of training made me regard him solely as a patient. I examined him as if it had been a hospital case. I even gave a sigh of satisfaction as I learned that his injuries were really superficial. The intestines did not appear to be involved, but on the wound's internal surface a small artery was spurting freely. Hearing footsteps, I looked up and saw her standing in the doorway. A strange and unaccountable agony gripped my heart. It was with a great effort that I said, "Don't come here. Go away." "No," she said, and drew nearer. I could not take my eyes from hers. She had fascinated them. My finger still pressing upon the artery, the sufferer full in her view. I watched that look of hers as a man watches a dagger pointed at his throat, a wavering dagger, the gleam of which hypnotizes him. She drew still nearer, and a cloudy impotence fell upon my will. That look spoke things of terrible import. It seized upon my soul, that look. It spoke. No need of words to make me understand what it asked of me. It said, "You can have me for your own. You can take me and keep me. I shall thrill to no other joy, faint under no other fondness, if only you will—" Once more I faltered. "You must not stay here. Go away." But the look spoke again. Soul without resolution, heart that dares not, what have you always longed for? Look! Chance changes your dream to reality. The artery pulsed under my finger, and, little by little, strive as I would to maintain it, the pressure diminished. She was close to me. She bent above me. Her breath played in my hair. The emanation from her body stole into every fibre of my being, impregnated my hands, my lips, that exhalation of love which was madness to me. All conception of time, of danger, of duty, fled from my mind. Suddenly, the door opened, and a servant appeared with my surgical case. The stupor was dispelled. "Quick! Give it to me!" I shouted, rather than called. But then I saw that my finger had deserted its post, that there was now no pulsation under it, that the stricken man's lip was drawn upward into the mocking semblance of a smile, and that it was all over. Our eyes met, and in that moment a shadow fell between us, a shadow with a mocking smile, the shadow of the dead man. I thought at first that this nightmare would fade away. I strove to assure myself that the fatal issue was an accident, unavoidable. But since she became my wife, that shadow was between us, always, everywhere. Neither speaks of it, but it comes between our meeting eyes. I see once more her eyes, the look, saying, "Take me, let us be free." She sees once more my hand, as by slow degrees it lets the life of her husband ebb away. And hatred has come, a silent hatred, the hatred of two murderers who are in the bonds of a mutual fear. We remain for hours as you have seen us tonight, Words rush up within us, smite asunder the clenched teeth, half open the lips, and we keep silence. He took a dagger from the table, tried the edge with his finger. Cowards! Both of us! He flung the weapon, clanging to the table, and burying his face in his hands, burst into tears. Guarded by Mearle Prout. The sound of a shot suddenly broke the stillness of the May morning and echoed back from across the valley. A puff of blue smoke arose from a clump of green briars and drifted away downwind. Out in the road, Abner Simmons dropped the bag of grain he was carrying and, with a look of dumb surprise, sank in a quivering heap to the ground. Half his side had been shot away. The green briars parted with a sudden life, and Jed Tolliver emerged, straightening his long form as he shambled toward the road. As he walked, he broke his double-barreled shotgun, flicked out the empty cartridge, and blew through the barrel, sending a thin stream of acrid smoke out of the chamber. He stooped over his fallen enemy. "Said I'd get you," he reminded the other brutally. He inserted a fresh cartridge and closed the gun with a snap. The man in the road rolled over with a convulsive movement and stared up at him. "That kid brother of yours is next, and last," Jed continued, "and I'll be through with a lot of you." Abner grinned. It is an awful thing to see a dying man grin. Jed shuddered in spite of himself. "You can't, Jed. Not Ezekiel." It was not a pleading. Rather, it was calm, assured, as though the other was stating a known fact. Jed shuddered again, before he felt quick anger rising. "I got you, didn't I?" he said, ejecting a thick stream of tobacco juice. "What makes you think I won't get Ezekiel the same way?" "You won't, Jed. You can't. Because I won't let you." He was fast weakening from the frightful flow of blood. Overcome from the effort of speaking, Abner closed his eyes and lay still. A second later, a sudden convulsive movement shook his body, and his eyes opened again. This time, they were fixed and staring. With a grunt of satisfaction, Jed shouldered his gun and started back up the mountain, moving with the long, effortless stride of the Tennessee mountaineer. He did not fear punishment for his crime. Here, in the Tennessee mountains, the long arm of the law seldom reached. The only thing to fear in a case of this kind was the dead man's relatives, and now there was only one, Ezekiel, a slim lad of 20, who could not even shoot expertly. Yes, Jed reflected, as his long strides carried him through the sparse growth of cedar and blackjack, this part of Tennessee would soon again be a decent, God-fearing community. Foreigners, the Simmonses had been, from somewhere back east, Carolina or Virginia maybe. They hadn't been like the mountain folk. And what was that crazy talk Abner had made? He'd stop Jed from getting Ezekiel? How could he if he was dead? Jed chuckled to himself. Here in Tennessee, folk didn't believe. More than a week passed before Jed again took his well-oiled shotgun from its place on the wall and started over the mountain. He was in no great hurry about Ezekiel. Instead, he rather enjoyed waiting. Ezekiel was the last of the three Simmons brothers, and knowing that the foreigner was over there and that he was going to kill him gave life a curious sort of zest. Likely the kid didn't even know who shot his brother. Jed laughed silently at the thought, adding to himself that the boy probably wouldn't do anything about it if he did know. He wasn't like the mountain people. But this morning all of Jed's impatience had returned. The sun shone hotly on the Tennessee hills and raised an almost visible veil of vapor from the tiny branch which flowed through the hollow. Well, he'd waited long enough. With a grimace of distaste at the 3-mile traipse across 2 mountains, Jed swung his gun over his shoulder and started down the slope. When, an hour and a half later, he arrived at the small clearing which was the Simmons place, he was not as tired as he had expected to be. The nervous exhilaration of the manhunt buoyed him up, made him tensely aware of things around him. He paused only a moment at the fringe of scrub oak that bordered the clearing. Then, bending almost double, he sprinted 100 feet to the grape arbor. Safe inside the leafy bower, Jed leaned his gun against a supporting post and looked about. Here the vines had been trained over a rude wooden lattice, so that a thick wall and roof of leaves now effectively hid him from anyone outside. Jed parted the leaves carefully and peered out. 100 feet behind him was the low wall of forest he had just left. 200 feet in front of him was the house, a rude 2-room shack. 200 feet beyond that, the wall of the forest began again. Jed looked at the house more closely. There was no sign of movement, but the thin line of smoke which curled from the chimney told him that Ezekiel was inside, probably preparing his midday meal. With a sigh of contentment, he sat down and leaned back closer to his gun, idly listening to the chatter of birds in the forest and the rustling of the leaves in the arbor. How long Jed sat there, he did not know. He was suddenly aroused from a semi-stupor by the sound of a banging door. Startled into instant activity, he swung around to peer through the leaves. Ezekiel was leaving the house, swinging in his hand an empty water bucket. Going to the spring, Jed reckoned. If so, his path would take him within 50 feet of the arbor. Jed gloated. With hands suddenly unsteady, the man in the arbor laid his gun on the ground, the muzzle barely extending through the leaves. Why take a chance? He would wait. At 50 feet, he couldn't miss. Unmindful of his danger, Ezekiel came slowly down the path, bearing diagonally nearer to the arbor. Jed suddenly wondered why he no longer heard the aimless chatter of birds in the forest, why the light wind no longer stirred the broad leaves above him. It was uncanny, this noonday quiet. Impatiently, he shook off the feeling. "So I can't do it, Abner?" he whispered to the empty air. But somehow the words clutched at his throat, and he wished he hadn't said it. No matter, a few seconds now. Jed cursed the trembling of his hands as he aimed. What was the matter with him? He could see Ezekiel's slender form now above the barrel of his gun. He nerved himself to pull the trigger. The top of his head suddenly gone cold. Jed dropped the gun and looked quickly around him. No, the day was bright as ever. Yet he could have sworn... Half-heartedly now, he picked up the gun to sight at the form which had already passed the nearest point. He had not been wrong. A black, nebulous cloud hovered over the barrel of his gun and created the illusion of darkest night. Shrieking a curse, Jed Tolliver leapt upright and pointed, not aimed, the gun at where Ezekiel should be. He snapped both triggers simultaneously, but as he fired, something clutched at his arm, and the hot lead sizzled harmlessly through the air. Shaking as with a chill, blind rage within him struggling with black fear, the mountaineer stood irresolutely within his leafy ambush. He was quickly aroused to activity by a loud report and the crash of lead against the wooden lattice. A sharp pain burned his left arm where one of the pellets had found its mark. Ezekiel had fled to the house and opened fire. Without waiting to reload his gun, Jed crashed through the side of the bower and fled to the safety of the trees. As he entered, buckshot spattered harmlessly around him. Safe within the sheltering growth, Jed halted to reload his gun. "Damn you, Abner!" he shouted to the stunted oaks. "I'll get him yet!" As he turned to go, he thought he heard a low, mocking laugh, but reasoned later that it was only a squirrel chattering a protest at the sound of his voice. Jed reached home in a blue funk. The long tramp across the mountains in the early summer heat had melted away most of his fears, but his nerves were still badly shaken. Now that he could look at the incident in a sober light, he refused to credit his senses. As the distance between himself and the scene increased, he had come more and more to believe the occurrence an hallucination, brought on by the long walk through the heat. After all, he recalled, he had almost fallen asleep in the arbor while waiting for Ezekiel to appear. Perhaps he had dreamed part of it. However logical Jed believed his explanation, he did not again go near the Simmons place. Weeks passed. Always he promised himself that he would soon finish the task so ingloriously begun. But day by day he waited until nearly 3 months had gone. At first he had feared Ezekiel had recognized him in those few seconds it had taken to sprint from the grape arbor to the cover of the woods. Later, as he heard nothing of it, he decided he was safe from that side. The end came in an unexpected manner. One afternoon, early in August, Jed had walked to the village. He stayed longer than he had intended, and shadows were already growing long when he started home. Not wishing to be out later than necessary, he took a shortcut through the woods, which would take him within a half-mile of the Simmons place. The sun was setting as he entered the Simmons hollow, a half-mile below the house. He felt vaguely uneasy. Though he told himself he was not frightened, he found himself wishing for the protection of his gun. Nervously, his hand strayed to the hunting knife stuck in his belt and tested the keen edge. Walking diagonally across the hollow, which was largely devoid of trees, he turned aside to go around a cluster of young cedars, which was directly in his path. Suddenly he drew back sharply. Again his hand tested the keen edge of that knife, but not this time from nervousness. Jed was not thinking now of defense. 200 feet beyond the cedars, on the smooth, unbroken grass floor of the hollow, was a man milking. His back was turned to the cedars, but Jed thought he recognized that slim, youthful form. He believed it was Ezekiel. Stepping lightly, one hand on his belt where he could immediately grasp the knife, Jed moved into the open. Halfway across the level space, his hand moved yet closer to the knife, while the ghost of a grin curved his lips. Without a doubt it was Ezekiel Simmons. The man milking did not look up. The milk jetted into the half-filled bucket with a low murmur, just loud enough to mask Jed's guarded footsteps. Step by step, Jed advanced. If only Ezekiel did not see him. If only the cow did not sense his presence and turn unexpectedly. Step by step further, Jed was tense with excitement. There was no midday sun this time to blind his eyes and fill his soul with a nameless fear. Nor would he be unnerved by the twilight stillness. It was always still at sunset, here in these mountains. 10 feet now. The milk still swished into the pail uninterruptedly. The steady grinding of the cow's molars never ceased. Suddenly Jed tugged at his belt and leapt forward. "Got you!" he shouted aloud. But the exultant cry died suddenly into a moan of horror. The arm bearing the knife poised high for the blow, Jed felt something like an electric shock course through its length. Instead of swinging forward to strike the man in front of him, the knife turned in his hand. His wrist and elbow bent at a crazy angle, and the razor-edged steel ripped through the cords of his neck. Staggered more by his realization of the awful consequences than by present pain, Jed sank to the grass, while gouts of blood spurted from a torn jugular. His first mad terror past, he became aware that Ezekiel was standing over him, scorn darkening his features. "So it was you, Tolliver. Abner warned me about you." "I'd have got you, too. Oh, only Abner." "Abner was a good brother. He told me, weeks before he died, that if anything happened, he'd guard me." Jed felt himself weaker. His head was strangely without weight, and objects around swam lazily in the pale twilight. He lay back on the grass. "Should have got you, Ezekiel. Shouldn't have missed," he murmured sleepily as the shadows gathered. He raised his head slightly to listen. Was that a light, mocking laugh he heard in the grass beside him? He listened again, before the darkness came down. No, he could not be sure. The Gong Ringers by Hasan Vokine. It was in August 1913 that I was connected with the Russo-Asian Trading Company and found it necessary to take a tiresome journey into southern Mongolia. After crossing the Siberian border, we travelled not by camel but by horse, camping in the open and dining on canned foods and tea. Just as bored, if not more so than I, were my travelling companions, Mr. Paul Carrican, also a member of the trading company, Mr. Jim Howell, an American journalist, and the two guides. But when we arranged a stop at Korban Ling, the seat of a rich Mongolian monastery, we were unconsciously preparing for one of those weird experiences which can happen only in the East. With the sunset behind us, on the third evening we came in sight of the city of monks. The low walls appearing dark red in the fading light, the two ancient towers pointing silently into the sky, it seemed to vibrate a silence which put a death-like spell over the whole surrounding desert. We felt its silence as something real, something hanging over it. Our party stopped, and the guides spoke wonderingly to each other. Why were the gates still closed? It was the custom when travellers approached the city to open the gates and send out an escort to meet them at a point exactly 50 tashur from the walls. Gobel Dun, our translator, turned to us. His Mongolian mask bore an expression half of wonder, half of fear. "This very bad thing. Always see us when we cross that hill," he said, pointing to the slope back of us, where the sun was now disappearing. "Also time for sunset gong. Maybe better go back." "Perhaps they are having a festival and have not seen us," suggested the American. No. Always have sunset gong. Always. If sunset gong not ring, city be destroyed by 37 demons. If no sunset gong, everybody dead." Again we turned to the silent city. Its walls now dim and black, its gates still mockingly closed. It struck the same note in our souls as does the sight of a skull uncovered in a field. The guide's suggestion was possible in the East, where diseases are fought with painted dragons and the chanting of rituals. But at that moment our bodies grew tense, and even our horses seemed to withhold their movements. There had come to us the faint tap of a bell from one of those towers. Then again it sounded, hesitantly, as if the hammer were but laid on its edge. No one breathed as we waited for the third stroke, expecting it to be louder. But what we heard was not the deep call of a gong. It was a wail and screaming cries of pain echoing over the desert, and again from the city all was silence. Our two guides turned their horses around. Their faces were a sickly oriental yellow. Their eyes stared toward the west, where there were still a few streaks of light. "We no go farther," said Gobel Dun. "Return, quick." Carrican and I looked questioningly at each other. The American laughed. "Why go back just because you hear somebody yelling? Let's go see what it's all about." But the Mongolians were already mounting the hill in back of us. Carrican spoke to me in Russian. "What do you think, friend?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Ni shever." And we both found ourselves headed for the gate of the monastery, following the American. In front of the gate there was a great pile of white objects, which appeared at first to be stones, but as we neared them we saw clearly that they were the bleached bones of human beings left there for the vultures. A heavy wooden box braced with iron bands and fastened by an iron chain stood in their midst. Suddenly, a hand thrust from a hole in the side shook the chain, and words were cried out in Mongolian. It was a llama, condemned to die of starvation. The walls of the city were made of logs, and appeared much like the barricades made by the colonists in settling America. Behind and above them we could see the towers and buildings, made of mud at the base, and topped with gaily painted wooden cupolas. Howell had dismounted, and finding the gates unfastened, pushed them open. We slipped in noiselessly, and stood against the wall. It was not a dead city that we found. Until we grew accustomed to the place, our impressions were of torches, strange smells, and a weird chant. Then, grouped at the foot of one of the towers, we saw a motionless crowd of yellow-robed llamas. 3 carried torches, the red lights of which fell on faces awestruck, terrorized, as ghastly Mongol masks as the Orient knows. In the center of the crowd stood a tall man, the chief lama, with a brass hat and a red silk robe, the sleeves each a foot too long. From him came the chanting. We wondered if we dared make our presence known. Then Karakan, who had picked up a few words of Mongolian from the guides, spoke. Mendu, Isunogoi? Greetings, we are friends. Instantly, every face was turned in our direction, some glowering, some fearful, some expressionless. The silk-robed Lama stepped up to us and bowed. Kubu Wui, So Lupan? Mukai? Karakan shook his head and tried Chinese. The Lama grinned. In a few minutes, Karakan turned to us. Fen Shou Tai, Chief Lama, wishes to say that he is the most unhappy man in the world to think that we were not welcomed to his humble monastery. But, he says, this is the most unfortunate temple in all Mongolia, and if we had not entered the gates he would have advised us to pass on. Follow him. The Chief Lama had motioned the gaping group aside and led the way to the foot of the tower. Then we saw what had caused the alarm. At our feet the lights of the torches fell upon a ghastly figure. It lay in a dark red pool, the yellow robe streaked with blood, the arms stretched out, the fingers clutching a small iron hammer, the face so disfigured and blood-stained as to be unrecognizable. Through Karakan, the Lama spoke again. Since the day of the fire dragon 4 weeks ago, what you see here has happened at every ringing of the sunset gong. Priest Yu Yang was the first, and since then 26 others have been sacrificed to save our weak city from the vengeance of the 37 devil gods. Only 2 strokes of the bell are given, and the trembling ringer is thrown from the balcony, his face and hands mysteriously torn and bleeding to be crushed to death at the bottom of the tower. Tomorrow, lots will be drawn to choose a new ringer, and since you have entered our gates, you'll be asked to join in the drawing. The most worthy fire dragon has been angered, and his humble servants must appease him. Fen Shou cracked his fan on the palm of his hand. 2 lamas stepped up to him. Naom Chu Yong. They picked up their dead comrade and carried him through the gate. He would be laid on the pile of bones outside, and by sunrise his would be picked as clean as the others. The harsh call of a bird floated down to us from above. It was a vulture, already impatient for the feast. The other lamas filed out of the court, 3 taking our horses and our guns. Our party followed the swishing silk robes of the chief as he led us to a dark, bad-smelling compartment for sleeping, next to his own. There we threw ourselves on the straw-covered floor, and so exhausted were we that even the thought of the ghastly lottery plan for tomorrow could not keep us awake. In the morning, we were conducted to a larger compartment, where the whole lamasery was assembled to eat. There had already been some religious ceremony, accompanied by the blowing of long-horn trumpets. It was this which had awakened us. The meal consisted solely of mutton stew served on large brass platters. The method of eating it was to hold a large piece in the mouth with the left hand, and with a knife in the right hand cut it off close to the lips. It was washed down with draughts of arak and kumis. After the meal was over, Fen Shou spoke again to Karakan in Chinese. He says that if we do not attempt to leave the inner court, we will be left free to do as we please. Karakan told us, if there is anything among our luggage that we would like to have, they will be glad to get it for us. I've ordered my cigarettes. Do you want anything? Ask them for my pipe and plenty of tobacco, said Howell. But it was not with free hearts that we spent that day, knowing that at sunset one of us or one of our captors would be sent to that sacrifice, whose result we had seen last night. Even if it were not one of our own party, we had no desire to see another man climb that dark tower, to hear again those screams of horror, or to see that bleeding figure come tumbling down to crush itself on the floor. The worst of it, said Howell, is not knowing what's really up there. It may be sheer fright that has killed them all. Karakan lit a cigarette. Sheer fright, Howell, will not tear a man's eyes out. There was no luncheon, and the second meal of the day, which was served about 5 o'clock, was eaten very sparingly. The vultures could already be seen collecting on the cupolas and peaks of the buildings. One giant one, almost the size of a man, had been preening himself on the peak of the gong tower all the afternoon and eyeing us mockingly. With his bald head and neck showing the discoloured flesh, he was hideous, and had also attracted the attention of the Mongols, who called him Shabu Khan, the Bald King. As the sun began to get low, the Chief Lama majestically entered the court. He was followed by 2 of his satellites, one carrying a small-mouthed brass jar, the other holding a tray of smooth white pebbles. These stones, one of which had been painted red, were counted into the jar to equal the number of men present, and vigorously shaken up by each llama. Then the drawing began. The llamas drew first, some with fear in their eyes, some with no more expression than if the stones had been sunflower seeds or sweetmeats. Our party was at first uninterested. Out of 87 llamas, it was most probable that one of their party would get the red stone. But more than half of them had drawn, yet the red stone had not appeared. Caracan's expression began to grow worried, and he puffed harder at his cigarettes. The drawing went on. We eyed each llama as if we willed with all the power of our minds that he draw out that fatal painted stone. Now there were but 3, and Fen Sho left to draw. We began to suspect a trick, but even the llamas were anxious now. A big fat one, who had been continually fumbling with the blue cord which belted him around the waist, put his hand into the jar, and beads of perspiration showed all over his face. Fearfully, he looked at his drawer. White. He sank back thankfully among his comrades. Another white one came out. A third. Fen Sho was bowing and motioning to us. Caracan spoke to him in Chinese. He smiled maliciously and shook his head. He says the chief lama never draws, gasped Caracan harshly. Now it was clear why the old devil submitted so placidly to the outrages of an angry fire dragon. For every lama who disappeared into that tower, his coffers were so much the richer. Fen Sho was beating his fan nervously against his palm, but it would not be a lama this time. There were 3 stones left in that jar, and one of them was red. Shabu Khan looked pleased in contemplation of a change in diet. Fen Sho was bowing again and motioning to the jar. Howl stepped up to the jar, all on tiptoe. His eyes were haggard as he felt in the bottom for one of the 3 remaining stones. He drew it out. It was red. He tottered against the wall, but when we reached him to support him, there was a grim smile on his lips. Fen Sho nervously upturned the jar. 2 small round white stones dropped out. He nodded wisely and motioned with his fan that we might see them. It was not a trick, perhaps, but it was ghastly luck. Howl, his mouth still firm, asked through Caracan if he might take with him his pistol and his flashlight. Fen Sho frowned, then bowing with another grin, "You may have them," he said, "but they will be useless." A llama was dispatched for them. Evidently Fen Sho really believed in the fire dragon, which was so obligingly filling his coffers with the gold of his followers. The whole party filed into the outer court, the llamas, at their chief's order, lining themselves against the gate to prevent our escape. Caracan and I stood in the middle of the court. Fen Sho, with 2 torch-bearers, waited at the foot of the tower. Howl shook hands with us and stepped over to them. He was brave enough to laugh at his costume, which consisted of a yellow robe, a small red hat, and the hammer, which was fastened about his neck by a red cord. These were put on him by 2 of the llamas, while Fen Sho chanted some ritual. Then, with his flashlight in one hand and his pistol in the other, he entered the tower. How soon, I wondered, will that yellow Mongol robe be streaked with Aryan blood? The sky was black, but there were still some red streaks in the west, and the red torches of the Mongols lit up the court. I looked up at the gong tower. It seemed to be dripping with blood. Shabu Khan, the giant vulture, had disappeared. Going up the center of the tower was a rough wooden ladder. Howl grasped this and began to climb, gripping his pistol and flashlight tightly. Even Fen Sho's face was worn and anxious as he saw him vanish into that black hole. It was another sacrifice to the fire dragon, but it would mean nothing to Fen Sho. The wily chief would get nothing from Howl's luggage to equal the gold of his rich followers. Partway up the mud base of the tower there was an opening. We saw him slowly pass it. When he reached the top, it would be necessary for him to balance himself on an upper rung of the ladder and reach up with the hammer to the gongs, which were in the very peak of the tower. The whole court held its breath as one body. We could not see, but we would hear what happened. As yet, there had been no sound. What was happening in the tower? Howl was approaching the top. With his flashlight, he was searching the dark corners of the cupola. It revealed nothing, yet he had an uncanny sense that he was not alone there. He had almost reached the top of the ladder. Was it safe to try to stand on the topmost rung? It would be an uncertain foothold. He braced himself firmly between the ladder and the wall, and determined to go no farther until he was sure of himself. Then suddenly there was a wild, weird scream, and with a furious beating and flapping and tearing of claws, the thing, he knew not what it was, had pounced upon him. He covered his face with his arms, and the creature tore at them and made shreds of the Mongol cloak. In another minute he would have lost his hold and have gone the way of the llamas before him. Frantically he pulled the trigger of his gun. Something fell the length of the tower and beat itself on the ground at our feet. It was Shabu Khan, a red hole in his breast, his great wings spread wide on the ground, his malicious, hating eyes now lifeless. What must have been Chinese jazz was being played on the gongs, and in a minute Howl had slipped down the ladder and stood before us. One hand was bleeding where the vulture had torn it, and his robe was in shreds. "There's your fire dragon," he said, as Fen Shou stupidly examined the vulture. "And now you can tell your 37 devil gods to chase themselves." The angry god who had killed so many llamas was only a crafty vulture. An Unnatural Feud by Norman Douglas. 1. Far away, among desolate peaks, in that voiceless wilderness of stone and ice where the clouds linger, a horde of rivulets, bursting from patches of eternal snow, joined their waters and sped away. And the stream leaped downward through groves of bearded fir, or glided in a smiling flood over smooth meadows of foxglove and tiger-lily and marigolds, caressing their roots with its eddies. To the country folk who lived in the valley below, the stream was a living and a spiteful thing. They called it elf water. Its waves were dull, bluish, insipid to the taste, and fraught with unhealthy chills from the snows above. None cared to drink of them, and its shores were encrusted with fanciful stone shapes of grass and moss elves' work like the ice crystals on the window panes in December. And none cared to build houses near the water, or to own the fields on either side, for sometimes, in the bluest days of midsummer, the stream suddenly swelled to a furious torrent and overleaped its flowery banks, drowning the lush meadows far and near. The elves, the old folks would then whisper, shaking their heads. They knew its elfish and wayward tricks, and some of them, maybe, still believed in such creatures. And the young men would come out to view the mischief, and gaze into the sunny sky and up at the hills, and talk together and look wise, secretly wondering. Only one man could foretell the floods. He had lived on the elf water all his life, but he is dead long ago. His cottage is deserted, the roof has fallen in, the wooden beams are decayed, and green moss sprouts between the planks of his floor. He used to look up at the hills and see a small vapory cloud anchored against one snowy peak, and say nothing. Whenever they asked him to explain, he merely smiled, as if the elf water kept no secrets from him. Meanwhile, the fair meadows were flooded, and the crops buried till only a few bright green tips showed above the seething foam. And up in the forest, where all should be still, the shriek of the torrent could be heard from afar. It thundered among the ravines and roared for freedom in its narrow prison, churning the boulders with hideous din and tumbling the tall pines, whose painted boles, loosened at the root, shivered and rocked like the limbs of some convulsed giant. The pale woodflowers nodded helplessly in the tawny spray. The stream was unearthly in its rage. And then, with as little show of reason, its elfin wrath melted to a smile, and it shrunk back into a silvery thread of water, hushed and clear. It was ashamed of its freak and weary. But the harm was done, and only this one man's meadows were spared, for they lay out of reach of the wildest floods. They were remote from the valley by a many hours' climb, damp sloping meads fringed by dark firs, on the shady side of the stream that rushed in a deep strid below the cottage. The people called them elf meadows, perhaps because, in times of flood, 2 or 3 tall columns of spray could be seen rising up from the gulf below and bearing some fancied resemblance to white elves or fairies. The man had often watched these misty pillars swaying gracefully. He loved the elf water. He had learned to identify himself with all its moods. The ripple of its grey wavelets was the voice of an old friend, a friend of his boyhood, the sound that met his ears in the earliest morning and that charmed him to sleep at night. And he often thought of the days when, as a child, he used to hang over the dim forest pools and watch the bubbles and hearken to rare music streaming upward from the depths. It was the pebbles dancing in the current, but to his childish ears it sounded like the faint songs of the water fairies, disporting themselves on the crystal floor. And, if by chance he dropped anything into the stream, the elves were sure to bring it to the surface again. Everyone, indeed, was agreed upon that point. Scythes and axes and sickles that had fallen into the deep pools were always churned up again and found lying on the banks, sharper than before, the owners said. And once, a heavy cart loaded with hay was overtaken by a sudden flood and borne away. Next day, wonderful to relate, they found it standing upright and unharmed on the bank. If there are no elves, who had done it? Even the man's old mother was sometimes amazed at these things, although she generally scoffed at the mountaineer's beliefs. For she came from the green plains, far beyond the hills, where the folk are quite different. She laughed at the dull peasants and their ways. She was no dreamer. She knew about everything and believed in nothing. They feared her, but she feared none. She was calm and upright and even-tempered and prodigiously old, 90 years maybe, or even 100. But she was lithe and strong, and her back was straight as a lance. Her husband had died long ago. She had lived in that lonely cottage with her son all his life. 2. Will she live forever? He often wondered. He hoped she would die, and that soon. For these two hated each other, and yet, strangely enough, both were just and honest and even kind, according to their lights, and they lived together, thinking that they were fulfilling a duty. In that low-ceilinged room, with its wooden wainscoting stained and blackened by age, they often sat and looked at each other for many hours without speaking a word. "You're your father's child," she would at last say, regretfully. She never reproached him with aught else, for he was a good son, and he never dreamed of vexing her, for she was his mother. And then she would look at him again, and he would look back and say nothing. What should he say? It was true enough. He was like his father in all things, short and heavy-chested, indifferent to cold and heat, with dark eyes and crafty features that reflected in their harshness the crags and chasms of his home. Slow to laugh, slow to speak, slow to decide, superstitious, gentle but pitiless in resolve, a peculiar compound of strength and weakness. She would have wished to herself another son, tall, gay, ambitious, instead of this contented and crooked creature of the mountains. And perhaps she thought of her own home in the rich plains, with their white-domed cities and laughing merchant folk. Did she regret having exchanged it for a hard life among the mountains? Doubtless, but she was never heard to complain of her lot, and, much as people disliked her, none could find an evil word to say of her. She had a sense of duty, and an unbending will such as would have driven her, in other times and places, to seek a martyr's death rather than yield in her conviction. She had served her husband faithfully up to the day of his death, and, although she had exacted blind obedience from the child, she never treated him with harshness. But from his earliest youth he had never understood his mother, and after his father's death he smiled seldom. He soon learned to close the channels of his heart, to retire within himself, wondering and dismayed, and leaving unspoken many thoughts. Even in the olden days it had been a strange love that they bore each other. There was little charity in that house. The old woman, accustomed to have her own way, treated him like a child long after he was grown to manhood, and such was his piety that he seldom ventured to cross her wishes. Her mind was stronger than his, but he was warmer of heart. "Why, then, do you not leave me and return to your own home?" he would sometimes ask. He longed for her to take him at his word, but she never left him. She evidently thought this a passing whim on his part. Indeed, what vexed him most of all, she seldom entered seriously into any of his ideas, regarding him rather as an idle visionary whose fancies must be humoured or, if mischievous, repressed. Leave you? Leave you, my son? And why leave you? My people are all dead, and what would befall you without me? She seemed to doubt whether the man of 50 could provide for himself, and yet she was not wholly insincere. There was something of pity mingled with her contempt. He was her son, her weak son, indeed. How else could he suggest such a thing? You drove her away, he once dared to reply, trembling with rage. If she were here, there would be no need for you to stay. Since that day I have suffered. He spoke of his lifelong grief, and wondered at his own boldness in thus reproaching his mother. These are foolish words, my son. She looked bravely into his eyes. Foolish words. But she feared inwardly, for he spoke the truth. The matter of the man's wife was the only one she dreaded to discuss with him. The old woman knew that she had made a mistake, but it was against her nature ever to acknowledge a fault, and she therefore affected to ignore his grief. And, in truth, she could not easily bring herself to comprehend such an enduring affection. 20 years have passed since then, she mused. Why does he not forget? In this one thing, the man had thwarted his mother. He had brought home a bride who was not to her liking, but the victory had sapped his energy, and he was too weak, or maybe too pious, a common enough story, to profit by it, and bid the old woman begone. There followed a few short years during which the mother regained her power over her son, and tormented in 1,000 ways the young wife, who finally fled in despair, never to return. The cottage remained the same, with its cool meadows and dark belt of forest, but the light of love was gone out, and an undying hatred kindled. That terrible morning when he found himself deserted, the Elfwater was in flood, convulsed in its deep bed and howling in the hollow caverns that it had torn into the mountainside. The man climbed up to a certain little knoll, there where the earth slopes away in a steep ledge above the thundering cataract, and where he had often sat with her who was now departed. The current below this point was so fast that it might well have carried away the strongest man. Had she perished in the water? Surely not. The water was his friend. It restored to him all that he ever lost. He looked down the stream. There was sunshine and peace in the valley below, but here all was grey desolation and loneliness. The torn clouds stuck among the pines, and ever and anon a ghost-like pillar of spray rose up from the noisy depths and drenched the meadows. Sometimes one remained upright, swaying in the wind like a shrouded human form. She cannot be dead, he thought. She will return. In the course of time, disquieting rumours of her, the absent one, had reached the valley. It was said that she well deserved all that she may have suffered, since she deserted a good husband for no cause. But the man cared nothing for evil report. He knew the truth, and that the trouble had been all his mother's work. And each time he looked upon his mother's face, 100 times daily, he was reminded of that other one who had suffered through her. But the old woman always knew the direction of his thoughts, and stared back at him fearlessly, though without unkindness. She knew her power over him, and exerted it freely, returning his looks so steadfastly that he often felt the strength oozing out of his bones, as after a long illness. Often they sat thus in that dark room, confronting each other. They stared for long, long hours, striving for the mastery, and never a word was spoken. He longed for her to yield, to confess with her eyes at least, but she never admitted any fault, and there was nothing to be read out of her eyes, pale blue, cold and lively as the ripples of a mountain river, and fringed with bristly white lashes. Her long curls dropped over them, for her oval forehead was overhung down to the nose with thick locks white as driven snow, and stiff hairs curled over her lips and out of her nostrils. She had a strange, deep voice, gruff as a cracked bell, and a complexion clearer than a child's. Under its transparent skin could be seen the veins wandering about like little red rivers, and even in her old age she was taller than her son. Likely enough, she had been comely in her youth, but now she was grown monstrous. She used to say, "Look you, what could you do without me? I must care for you like a little child. Do not I work for you, make your food and clothing?" It was true enough, like everything that she said. He had grown idle and listless in latter years, but he thought how different it might have been, how happy I was, and how little would have contented me. Then he would sigh to himself, grief-laden, and the customary look of reproach which he was awaiting did not come, for he left the room silently with bowed head, and as often as he returned he found her sitting upright on her bench beside the stove, with her long fingers working at her wool, ever ready to take up the mute challenge. To the man, thus peering into her glassy eyes, they seemed to swell till they dominated his whole being. He clenched his fists and looked away. Sometimes, after such a struggle, a strange feeling of rage and power entered into him. It made his whole body tremble. He thought it was an evil spirit tempting him. It used to whisper in his ear, but he could not understand the words. And as the years went on, mother and son spoke less with each other. Silence and hatred lay heavy upon that home. The man's black, curly hair was already streaked with grey. The woman grew old, but she never changed. 3. Will she live forever? He wondered. Aye, we are a long-lived race, she said aloud, for even when he was yet a child, she always guessed his thoughts as correctly as if he had spoken them out. I am old. I have lost count of the time, but I shall live yet many years and work for you. Be thankful. We're a strong race. Our blood is good. We live long. Too long, he thought, and would have told her so, but the impious word stuck in his throat and choked him. The old woman, meanwhile, fixed her eyes upon him, knowing his thoughts. Surely, she said, trying to sweeten the gruff tones of her voice into persuasive pleading, surely you would not drive your mother out in her old age to die by the roadside? Surely not, he replied, moved by a return of his natural piety. But how different it might have been. As he stepped out of the doorway, he found lying upon the threshold a log of wood with some bloodstains upon it, and a bunch of gaudy feathers. They were those of a jay, doubtless the old familiar bird that visited the cottage at times. His mother must have killed it, after waiting for her opportunity all these many years. She hated it on account of its history, for it was the young woman, the absent one, who had caught and tamed it during her short life at the elf meadow. The man, although generally callous to the sufferings of the wild things of nature, was strangely affected in his present exasperation by the sight of these poor remains. His mother had chosen an evil moment. He carried in the feathers and held them before her eyes. Look, I see. Why have you killed it? Because it was thievish, and because I disliked it, she added truthfully. She was never so sure as now of her ascendancy over him. But he was enraged at the hard words. He thought of the absent one. It was as if a link between himself and her had been cruelly severed. He said fiercely, You killed it, even as you killed her. This cannot endure. All this is foolish talk. Will you never be reasonable? Even as you killed her, he repeated hoarsely. There was a tingling in his ears, and the veins in his forehead suddenly swelled. Then the evil spirit came. It had come so often of late, and spoke to him. He understood what it said. It said, Now. You killed her. This cannot endure. One of us two shall die, even as she died. Do you understand? You confess you killed her, and I will kill you. And for the first time in his life he seized her in a grip of steel and shook her till the white curls danced over her face. A rain of fiery sparks was falling before his eyes, and still he shook her, regardless of her shrieks. How light she was! She reeled under his arm, and he would assuredly have shaken the last breath out of her old body. but that something in the touch of her cold, dry skin brought him abruptly to his senses again. "Let me go!" she growled as boldly as she could, gasping with rage and breathlessness. "Would you raise your hand against your mother? You are no man." But he was inwardly glad, for the spell, he thought, was broken. He used to fear her, but now he had seen her weakness. "She is only a woman, only a weak woman," he said. Nevertheless, his energy soon melted away, and, as after his marriage, he lacked courage to bid her be gone. He had felt his strength, but he feared to use it. And the woman had felt her weakness, but she sought to hide it. She would show no signs of defeat. Yet whenever she spoke to him, she was sensible of a strange twitching in her jaw and a new tone in her voice, the sound of fear which she tried to conceal, but could not. Therefore she wisely ceased to speak altogether, and the man likewise preferred silence, since he foresaw that he could no longer reckon upon his self-control in the event of a dispute. Thus, neither daring to address the other, many days and many months would pass without a word being said, although they looked at each other from time to time in a way that left little to be misinterpreted. In his dumb contest with those relentless eyes, the man was worsted. The old woman, without a word, gradually cowed him into submission and re-established her empire, and the man now only clung with luxurious self-torture to the bittersweet remembrance of other days. The absent one, at that distance of time, had become invested with a sacred and well-nigh supernatural character. He would not believe in her death. Surely she would return to him. His superstitious mind would have deemed it little of a miracle to have encountered her in saintly guise during his wanderings in the forest or on the banks of the stream where they had often lingered together. She was no longer a human creature, but a shadowy being crowned with a halo of immortality. As for the old woman, she lived on for many years. Will she live forever? Aye, she was clearly fated to live forever, and he no longer cherished any hope. He would repeat, "This cannot endure. One of us two must die." But it endured. "You are no man." It was true enough, like everything that she said. "You are no man." He laughed at his own weakness, a bitter laugh. Should he kill her? He shuddered at the idea. Besides, he dared not. Once, indeed, after an unhappy day and many hours of sleepless torment, the evil spirit came again and spoke to him in the same manner as before, and he crept up to where she slept, hardly knowing what he was about to do. It was midnight. She lay with folded palms, half reclining in her accustomed attitude, on the bench beside the stove. She breathed softly, but her eyes were not shut. They were open and glowed like lamps in the dark. The man stepped back, awe-stricken. "I see you," she said calmly, without moving so much as a finger. Hated words that haunted him ever afterward. She was satisfied with her triumph, and said nothing, but the man's last spark of courage was crushed out of him. Thenceforth he walked with downcast head and averted look. Never again would he raise his hand or even his voice against her. At times, to escape from his care, he descended into the valley and drank fiercely. But more often he wandered through the lonely forests, loudly praying for forgiveness, for guidance, and for release from those awful eyes that, vampire-like, sucked out the strength of his body. His soul was humbled to the dust. The trees, the rocks, and the wild waters were witnesses of his heartfelt supplications. He prayed thus for many years, and in the end his prayer was heard. 4. For the old woman grew blind. The blue fire faded out of her eyes. They became milky, as it were two white opals, though the flame still burned dimly within. For a long time she hid the change from her son, but he found out in the end, and thanked the great being who had heard his prayer. "You wax blind, mother. Your eyes are filmy." "Nay, you mistake. I see well," she answered, looking boldly toward him, for she knew that he was watching her. She struggled on with an iron will. Whenever his glance fell upon her, she must have felt it, for she at once stared back into his face, and so steadily that he often wondered whether he was indeed not mistaken. But her task became harder every day, and she began to fear mightily, for although her old body was healthy and tough as an oak, she foresaw that, with the darkening of her sight, her power over him would wane. "The film grows upon you, mother." "I think not. I see my wool," she croaked back. But slowly the crystal of her eye clouded to dull horn. Again he insisted, "You see me less plainly than before," strangling as best he could the joy that quivered in his voice. "I see you well enough." But she saw him not at all. She was stone blind, and when her son spoke there resounded a horrible note of triumph and menace in his voice. She thought, "He will kill me if he discovers the truth," for thus she interpreted his crooked peasant nature. Yet she still contrived to hide her fear, even as he hid his joy, casting about meanwhile for some new device to overawe him. At last she hit upon a cunning and bold deceit worthy of her fearless mind. "I am not blind. I see you. I see every hair on your head, and I look into your eyes. I pierce them through." He turned aside from her fixed stare. "Is it possible?" he wondered. "I see. This film of which you speak is in your own eyes. I can see into your very heart and read your evil thoughts and wishes. Are you not ashamed?" Such words she often repeated, and each time the man heard them it was as though a lash had struck him. And he looked at her, endeavoring to read the truth out of her calm face, and his superstitious mind grew afraid. "I see you," she repeated, and she dissembled so well that he began to believe. His blood curdled with fear. Was it possible? He took to prowling stealthily as a lynx, hoping to avoid her glance and, by taking her unawares, to satisfy himself of her blindness. But she was too quick for him. Her pearly eyes always discovered his whereabouts, and her words sank into his heart. "I see you. I see everything," she growled. She had duped him, but an aimless dread fell upon the man. He went out of the door and passed through the forest, and did not return for many weeks. 5. One sunless morning in the early spring, he staggered home from the village. His gait was unsteady, but there was a steady purpose in his heart. The old woman lay in her accustomed attitude on the broad bench beside the stove. She never moved. She slept. She slept much in these latter days. The man crept nearer, craving to look into her face. She slept on, and her sharp ears never heard his approach, for the Elf-water was in flood, writhing and screeching in its narrow channel, till the cottage trembled with the fury of the water. As he bent down to look at her, the door was burst open by a sudden gust of wind, but she slept on. He turned back to shut it, and as he did so, he looked out upon the landscape. There was sunshine and peace in the valley below, but here all was grey desolation and loneliness. The torn clouds stuck among the pines, and ever and anon a ghost-like pillar of spray rose up from the noisy depths and drenched the meadows. It was on such a morning he remembered how long he had waited. Surely she, the absent one, would come soon. And he returned to look down upon the old woman, the cause of all. She slept on. Then the evil spirit drew near and spoke to him. It said, "Now," and already his teeth were set to the work. But at that moment she awoke of her own accord and opened her eyes. They were like discs of polished lead. And when she had done so, and never so much as took notice of him, he knew the truth. She was blind, blind as a stone. He stepped back a pace, breathing heavily with a weight of unexpected joy. And then an immense wave of love and compassion swept over him, submerging every other thought or feeling. He pitied her misfortune, and would fain have forgiven her all. He would love her doubly. He would humble himself in ministering to all the wants of her old age. But the woman soon felt the human presence, and, in mingled fear and defiance, shrieked aloud. little dreaming what effect the words would have. "I see you. I see everything." Hated words that turned his love to very madness. It was as if a crimson flame leaped up before him, burning away the remembrance of all that was or had been. And he held her gently, and said, his words sounded like a lesson learned beforehand, "Enough. Come. Begone, fool. Will you raise your hand against your mother? Leave me." But he only drew her nearer to him. Then the truth flashed upon her, and her voice broke from its troubled depths to a scream that drowned the howl of the wild waters. "Out upon you, monster! You wish to kill me, but I wish to live. Are you not satisfied with my blindness?" She thought by this confession to appease his wrath, but it was too late. Her words were lost. Perhaps he would have obeyed if he had heard, for his piety was fervent, but he saw and heard nothing. There was a din in his ears as of crashing thunders, and a mighty curtain of blood swayed heavily to and fro before his eyes. He merely uttered that one word, "Come." It sounded dreamlike and distant, as though another man, not himself, was speaking. The woman, undeceived as to his intent, struck out bravely with her arms, fighting like a mounting cat, but he gathered energy from her resistance and picked her up as he would a child, for though tall, she was thin and light, and carried her out of the cottage and across the damp meadow. The elf-water shouted for gladness. He returned alone, and sat still a while, pondering painfully. Slowly, reluctantly, one by one, the memories crept back, building themselves up into the hideous fabric of his crime. Ah! He remembered it all, but a pallid fear shook him. What if she had not died? And if the elf-water yielded her up again, even as it yielded up all else? If she were still alive, she was strong and active. His teeth chattered, and his eyes remained fixed upon the half-open door, for he dreaded every minute to see her return with dripping garments to the accustomed seat, and then, turning, to confront him with that leaden stare. But as she did not return, he finally crept across the meadows to the water's edge, peering into the misty depths below. Then he looked down the stream. There was nothing in sight. And then, suddenly, he saw, or thought he saw, a pale grey shape moving in the water far away. Soon it reached the shore and disengaged itself from among the boulders. It stood upright. How tall it was! Its garments were long and clinging, and it climbed slowly toward him, stumbling often among the stones. It seemed to be weak, for it paused at times to gather strength or to bethink itself. Was it a spectre? Surely not. Surely it was his mother, escaped alive from the elf-water. The man raised his hand to his head, where the moist perspiration had gathered. He was unnerved with fear, but the shape had reached the narrow path and, after resting a while, suddenly stretched out its arms as though feeling the way, and seemed to drift straight toward him at a rapid pace. It had evidently decided. It came nearer. He waited no longer. He was seized with a blind, unreasoning panic and fled upward, past the cottage, into the deepest shades of the dripping forest. And there, sheltered under a huge fir, he remained many hours, terror-stricken. Evening closed in upon him. At last he reasoned away his fear and turned his steps homeward in a quieter frame of mind. And yet he could not rid himself of the notion that the horror was somewhere near at hand, lurking in the darkling shades. And, as he silently walked on, his alarms grew apace. Like a startled child, he dared not turn his head, but walked faster and faster through the dark trees, till, on the meadows, his pace increased to a run, a horrible, breathless race. He entered his home and looked around him, fearful of some unspeakable calamity. The shape had arrived before him. It sat, upright and stern, on the accustomed bench, and its eyes, those awful eyes, stared at him with fixed determination across the darkened room. They seemed to say, "One of us two shall die." He felt his hair raise itself under his thick fur cap. He would have fled, but his feet refused to move, and there began a strange throbbing in his head. He was constrained to stand still and gaze. Aye, it was his own corporeal mother. Her clothes were dripping, and a little pool of water had collected on the floor. She remained immovable as a rock, save for an occasional spasm of shivering. She had apparently not yet heard him. There was a line of human suffering about the mouth, as of one who would weep but cannot, and the man saw a small stream of blood oozing from a wound on her head. It trickled slowly and stained her white locks with crimson. At that sight there fled across his disordered mind a shadow, a fleeting mockery of the former feeling of love and contrition. But the old woman made a slight movement. She must have become aware of the human presence. Then the man, by a last effort of will, tottered forth, vanquished. His temples ached fiercely. Bereft of reason, he strayed into the grey twilight, to the water's edge. And lo, not far away from a certain little knoll, there where the earth slopes away in a steep ledge above the thundering cataract, another frail white shape floated lovingly toward him. It enveloped him in its dewy shroud. The spray fell in showers upon his burning head, but his arms sought the yielding form, and he fell prone into the void, meeting its chill caresses with a responsive kiss. The Boarded Window by Ambrose Bierce. In 1830, only a few miles away from what is now the great city of Cincinnati, lay an immense and almost unbroken forest. The whole region was sparsely settled by people of the frontier, restless souls who no sooner had hewn fairly habitable homes out of the wilderness and attained to that degree of prosperity which today we should call indigence, then impelled by some mysterious impulse of their nature, they abandoned all and pushed farther westward to encounter new perils and privations in the effort to regain the meagre comforts which they had voluntarily renounced. Many of them had already forsaken that region for the remoter settlements, but among those remaining was one who had been of those first arriving. He lived alone in a house of logs, surrounded on all sides by the great forest, of whose gloom and silence he seemed a part, for no one had ever known him to smile nor speak a needless word. His simple wants were supplied by the sale or barter of skins of wild animals in the river town, for not a thing did he grow upon the land which, if needful, he might have claimed by right of undisturbed possession. There were evidences of improvement. A few acres of ground immediately about the house had once been cleared of its trees, the decayed stumps of which were half concealed by the new growth that had been suffered to repair the ravage wrought by the axe. Apparently, the man's zeal for agriculture had burned with a failing flame, expiring in penitential ashes. The little log house, with its chimney of sticks, its roof of warping clapboards weighted with traversing poles, and its chinking of clay, had a single door, and, directly opposite, a window. The latter, however, was boarded up. Nobody could remember a time when it was not, and none knew why it was so closed. Certainly not because of the occupant's dislike of light and air, for on those rare occasions when a hunter had passed that lonely spot, the recluse had commonly been seen sunning himself on his doorstep, if heaven had provided sunshine for his need. I fancy there are few persons living today who ever knew the secret of that window, but I am one, as you shall see. The man's name was said to be Mearle. He was apparently 70 years old, actually about 50. Something besides years had had a hand in his aging. His hair and long, full beard were white, his grey, lustreless eyes sunken. His face singularly seamed with wrinkles which appeared to belong to two intersecting systems. In figure, he was tall and spare, with a stoop of the shoulders, a burden-bearer. I never saw him. These particulars I learned from my grandfather, from whom also I got the man's story when I was a lad. He had known him when living nearby in that early day. One day, Murlock was found in his cabin, dead. It was not a time and place for coroners and newspapers, and I suppose it was agreed that he had died from natural causes, or I should have been told, and should remember. I know only that with what was probably a sense of the fitness of things, the body was buried near the cabin, alongside the grave of his wife, who had preceded him by so many years that local tradition had retained hardly a hint of her existence. That closes the final chapter of this true story, excepting, indeed, the circumstance that many years afterward, in company with an equally intrepid spirit, I penetrated to the place and ventured near enough to the ruined cabin to throw a stone against it, and ran away to avoid the ghost which every well-informed boy thereabout knew haunted the spot. But there is an earlier chapter, that supplied by my grandfather. When Murlock built his cabin and began laying sturdily about with his axe to hew out a farm, the rifle, meanwhile, his means of support, he was young, strong, and full of hope. In that eastern country whence he came, he had married, as was the fashion, a young woman in all ways worthy of his honest devotion, who shared the dangers and privations of his lot with a willing spirit and light heart. There is no known record of her name. Of her charms of mind and person tradition is silent, and the doubter is at liberty to entertain his doubt. But God forbid that I should share it. Of their affection and happiness there is abundant assurance in every added day of the man's widowed life. For what but the magnetism of a blessed memory could have chained that venturesome spirit to a lot like that? One day, Murlock returned from gunning in a distant part of the forest, to find his wife prostrate with fever and delirious. There was no physician within miles, no neighbor, nor was she in a condition to be left to summon help, so he set about the task of nursing her back to health. But at the end of the third day, she fell into unconsciousness, and so passed away, apparently with never a gleam of returning reason. From what we know of a nature like his, we may venture to sketch in some of the details of the outline picture drawn by my grandfather. When convinced that she was dead, Murlock had sense enough to remember that the dead must be prepared for burial. In performance of this sacred duty, he blundered now and again, did certain things incorrectly, and others which he did correctly were done over and over. His occasional failures to accomplish some simple and ordinary act filled him with astonishment, like that of a drunken man who wonders at the suspension of familiar natural laws. He was surprised, too, that he did not weep, surprised and a little ashamed. Surely it is unkind not to weep for the dead. "Tomorrow," he said aloud, "I shall have to make the coffin and dig the grave, and then I shall miss her when she is no longer in sight. But now she is dead, of course, but it is all right. It must be all right. Somehow, things cannot be so bad as they seem." He stood over the body in the fading light, adjusting the hair and putting the finishing touches to the simple toilet, doing all mechanically, with soulless care. And still, through his consciousness ran an under sense of conviction that all was right, that he should have her again as before, and everything explained. He had had no experience in grief. His capacity had not been enlarged by use. His heart could not contain it all, nor his imagination rightly conceive it. He did not know he was so hard struck. That knowledge would come later, and never go. Grief is an artist of powers as various as the instruments upon which he plays his dirges for the dead, evoking from some the sharpest, shrillest notes, from others the low, grave chords that throb recurrent like the slow beating of a distant drum. Some natures it startles, some it stupefies. To one, it comes like the stroke of an arrow, stinging all the sensibilities to a keener life. To another, as the blow of a bludgeon, which in crushing benumbs. We may conceive Murlock to have been that way affected, for, and here we are upon surer ground than that of conjecture, no sooner had he finished his pious work than, sinking into a chair by the side of the table upon which the body lay, and noting how white the profile showed in the deepening gloom, he laid his arms upon the table's edge and dropped his face into them, tearless yet and unutterably weary. At that moment came in through the open window a long, wailing sound, like the cry of a lost child in the far deeps of the darkening wood. But the man did not move. Again, and nearer than before, sounded that unearthly cry upon his failing sense. Perhaps it was a wild beast. Perhaps it was a dream, for Murlock was asleep. Some hours later, as it afterward appeared, this unfaithful watcher awoke, and, lifting his head from his arms, intently listened, he knew not why. There in the black darkness by the side of the dead, recalling all without a shock, he strained his eyes to see, he knew not what. His senses were all alert. His breath was suspended. His blood had stilled its tides, as if to assist the silence. Who, what had waked him, and where was it? Suddenly, the table shook beneath his arms, and at the same moment he heard, or fancied that he heard, a light, soft step. Another, sounds as of bare feet upon the floor. He was terrified beyond the power to cry out or move. Perforce he waited there in the darkness, through seeming centuries of such dread as one may know, yet live to tell. He tried vainly to speak the dead woman's name, vainly to stretch forth his hand across the table, to learn if she were there. His throat was powerless, his arms and hands were like lead. Then occurred something most frightful. Some heavy body seemed hurled against the table with an impetus that pushed it against his breast so sharply as nearly to overthrow him, and at the same instant he heard and felt the fall of something upon the floor with so violent a thump that the whole house was shaken by the impact. A scuffling ensued, and a confusion of sounds impossible to describe. Murlock had risen to his feet. Fear had by excess forfeited control of his faculties. He flung his hands upon the table. Nothing was there. There is a point at which terror may turn to madness, and madness incites to action, with no definite intent, from no motive but the wayward impulse of a madman. Murlock sprang to the wall, with a little groping seized his loaded rifle, and without aim discharged it. By the flash which lit up the room with a vivid illumination, he saw an enormous panther dragging the dead woman toward the window, its teeth fixed in her throat. Then there were darkness blacker than before, and silence, and when he returned to consciousness, the sun was high, and the wood vocal with songs of birds. The body lay near the window, where the beast had left it when frightened away by the flash and report of the rifle. The clothing was deranged, the long hair in disorder, the limbs lay anyhow. From the throat, dreadfully lacerated, had issued a pool of blood, not yet entirely coagulated. The ribbon with which he had bound the wrists was broken. The hands were tightly clenched. Between the teeth was a fragment of the animal's ear. A Terribly Strange Bed by Wilkie Collins. Shortly after my education at college was finished, I happened to be staying at Paris with an English friend. We were both young men then, and lived, I am afraid, rather a wild life in the delightful city of our sojourn. One night we were idling about the neighborhood of the Palais Royal, doubtful to what amusement we should next betake ourselves. My friend proposed a visit to Frascati's, but his suggestion was not to my taste. I knew Frascati's, as the French saying is, by heart, had lost and won plenty of 5-franc pieces there, merely for amusement's sake, until it was amusement no longer, and was thoroughly tired, in fact, of all the ghastly respectabilities of such a social anomaly as a respectable gambling house. "For heaven's sake," said I to my friend, "let us go somewhere where we can see a little genuine blackguard poverty-stricken gaming with no false gingerbread glitter thrown over it all. Let us get away from fashionable Frascatis to a house where they don't mind letting in a man with a ragged coat, or a man with no coat, ragged or otherwise." "Very well," said my friend. "We needn't go out of the Palais Royal to find the sort of company you want. Here's the place just before us, as blackguard a place by all report as you could possibly wish to see." In another minute we arrived at the door, and entered the house. When we got upstairs and had left our hats and sticks with the doorkeeper, we were admitted into the chief gambling room. We did not find many people assembled there, but few as the men were who looked up at us on our entrance, they were all types, lamentably true types, of their respective classes. We had come to see blackguards, but these men were something worse. There is a comic side, more or less appreciable, in all blackguardism. Here there was nothing but tragedy, mute, weird tragedy. The quiet in the room was horrible. The thin, haggard, long-haired young man whose sunken eyes fiercely watched the turning up of the cards never spoke. The flabby, fat-faced, pimply player who pricked his piece of pasteboard perseveringly to register how often black won and how often red never spoke. The dirty, wrinkled old man with the vulture eyes and the darned great coat who had lost his last sou and still looked on desperately after he could play no longer never spoke. Even the voice of the croupier sounded as if it were strangely dulled and thickened in the atmosphere of the room. I had entered the place to laugh, but the spectacle before me was something to weep over. I soon found it necessary to take refuge in excitement from the depression of spirits which was fast stealing on me. Unfortunately, I sought the nearest excitement by going to the table and beginning to play. Still more unfortunately, as the event will show, I won prodigiously, won incredibly, won at such a rate that the regular players at the table crowded round me, and staring at my stakes with hungry, superstitious eyes, whispered to one another that the English stranger was going to break the bank. The game was rouge et noir. I had played at it in every city in Europe, without, however, the care or the wish to study the theory of chances, that philosopher's stone of all gamblers, and a gambler in the strict sense of the word I had never been. I was heart-whole from the corroding passion for play. My gaming was a mere idle amusement. I never resorted to it by necessity, because I never knew what it was to want money. I never practiced it so incessantly as to lose more than I could afford, or to gain more than I could coolly pocket without being thrown off my balance by my good luck. In short, I had hitherto frequented gambling tables just as I frequented ballrooms and opera houses, because they amused me, and because I had nothing better to do with my leisure hours. But on this occasion it was very different. Now, for the first time in my life, I felt what the passion for play really was. My success first bewildered, and then, in the most literal meaning of the word, intoxicated me. Incredible as it may appear, it is nevertheless true that I only lost when I attempted to estimate chances and played according to previous calculation. If I left everything to luck and staked without any care or consideration, I was sure to win in the face of every recognized probability in favor of the bank. At first, some of the men present ventured their money safely enough on my color, but I speedily increased my stakes to sums which they dared not risk. One after another they left off playing and breathlessly looked on at my game. Still, time after time, I staked higher and higher, and still won. The excitement in the room rose to fever pitch. The silence was interrupted by a deep, muttered chorus of oaths and exclamations in different languages every time the gold was shovelled across to my side of the table. Even the imperturbable croupier dashed his rake on the floor in a French fury of astonishment at my success. But one man present preserved his self-possession, and that man was my friend. He came to my side and, whispering in English, begged me to leave the place, satisfied with what I had already gained. I must do him the justice to say that he repeated his warnings and entreaties several times, and only left me and went away after I had rejected his advice. I was to all intents and purposes gambling drunk, in terms which rendered it impossible for him to address me again that night. Shortly after he had gone, a hoarse voice behind me cried, "Permit me, my dear sir, permit me to restore to their proper place 2 Napoleons which you have dropped. Wonderful luck, sir. I pledge you my word of honour, as an old soldier, in the course of my long experience in this sort of thing, I never saw such luck as yours, never. Go on, sir, sacre mille boum, go on boldly and break the bank." I turned round and saw, nodding and smiling at me with inveterate civility, a tall man, dressed in a frogged and braided surtout. If I had been in my senses, I should have considered him, personally, as being rather a suspicious specimen of an old soldier. He had goggling, bloodshot eyes, mangy moustache, and a broken nose. His voice betrayed a barrack-room intonation of the worst order, and he had the dirtiest pair of hands I ever saw, even in France. These little personal peculiarities exercised, however, no repelling influence on me. In the mad excitement, the reckless triumph of that moment, I was ready to fraternize with anybody who encouraged me in my game. I accepted the old soldier's offered pinch of snuff, clapped him on the back, and swore he was the honestest fellow in the world, the most glorious relic of the Grand Army that I had ever met with. "Go on," cried my military friend, snapping his fingers in ecstasy. "Go on and win. Break the bank. Mille tonnerres, my gallant English comrade. Break the bank." And I did go on. Went on at such a rate that in another quarter of an hour the croupier called out, "Gentlemen, the bank is discontinued for tonight." All the notes, and all the gold in that bank, now lay in a heap under my hands. The whole floating capital of the gambling house was waiting to pour into my pockets. "Tie up the money in your pocket handkerchief, my worthy sir," said the old soldier, as I wildly plunged my hands into my heap of gold. "Tie it up, as we used to tie up a bit of dinner in the Grand Army. Your winnings are too heavy for any breeches pockets that ever were sewed. There, that's it, shovel them in, notes and all. Credi, what luck! Stop! Another Napoleon on the floor. Ah, sacre petit polisson de Napoleon! Have I found thee at last? Now then, sir, 2 tight double knots each way with your honourable permission, and the money's safe. Feel it, fortunate sir, hard and round as a cannonball. Ah, bah! If they had only fired such cannonballs at us at Austerlitz. Nom d'un pip! If only they had. And now, as an ancient grenadier, as an ex-brave of the French army, what remains for me to do? I ask what? Simply this, to entreat my valued English friend to drink a bottle of champagne with me, and toast the goddess Fortune in foaming goblets before we part. Excellent ex-brave, convivial ancient grenadier, champagne by all means, an English cheer for an old soldier, hurrah, hurrah! Another English cheer for the goddess Fortune, hurrah, hurrah, hurrah! Bravo, the Englishman, the amiable, gracious Englishman, in whose veins circulates the vivacious blood of France. Another glass? Ah, bah! The bottle is empty. Never mind. Vive le vent! Aye, the old soldier order another bottle, and 1/2 pound of bonbons with it. No, no, ex-brave, never, ancient grenadier. Your bottle last time, my bottle this. Behold it, toast away, the French army, the great Napoleon, the present company, the croupier, the honest croupier's wife and daughters, if he has any, the ladies generally, everybody in the world. By the time the second bottle of champagne was emptied, I felt as if I had been drinking liquid fire. My brain seemed all aflame. No excess in wine had ever had this effect on me before in my life. Was it the result of a stimulant acting upon my system when I was in a highly excited state? Was my stomach in a particularly disordered condition, or was the champagne amazingly strong? "Ex-brave of the French army," cried I in a mad state of exhilaration, "I am on fire. How are you? You have set me on fire. Do you hear, my hero of Austerlitz? Let us have a 3rd bottle of champagne to put the flame out." The old soldier wagged his head, rolled his goggle eyes until I expected to see them slip out of their sockets, placed his dirty forefinger by the side of his broken nose, solemnly ejaculated, "Coffee," and immediately ran off into an inner room. The word pronounced by the eccentric veteran seemed to have a magical effect on the rest of the company present. With one accord, they all rose to depart. Probably they had expected to profit by my intoxication, but finding that my new friend was benevolently bent on preventing me from getting dead drunk, had now abandoned all hope of thriving pleasantly on my winnings. Whatever their motive might be, at any rate they went away in a body. When the old soldier returned and sat down again opposite to me at the table, we had the room to ourselves. I could see the croupier, in a sort of vestibule which opened out of it, eating his supper in solitude. The silence was now deeper than ever. A sudden change, too, had come over the ex-brave. He assumed a portentously solemn look, and when he spoke to me again, his speech was ornamented by no oaths, enforced by no finger-snapping, enlivened by no apostrophes or exclamations. "Listen, my dear sir," said he, in mysteriously confidential tones. "Listen to an old soldier's advice. I have been to the mistress of the house, a very charming woman with a genius for cookery, to impress on her the necessity of making us some particularly strong and good coffee. You must drink this coffee in order to get rid of your little amiable exaltation of spirits before you think of going home. You must, my good and gracious friend. With all that money to take home tonight, it is a sacred duty to yourself to have your wits about you. You are known to be a winner to an enormous extent by several gentlemen present tonight, who, in a certain point of view, are very worthy and excellent fellows, but they are mortal men, my dear sir, and they have their amiable weaknesses. Need I say more? No. You understand me. Now, this is what you must do. Send for a cabriolet when you feel quite well again. Draw up all the windows when you get into it, and tell the driver to take you home only through the large and well-lighted thoroughfares. Do this, and you and your money will be safe. Do this, and tomorrow you will thank an old soldier for giving you a word of honest advice." Just as the ex-brave ended his oration in very lachrymose tones, the coffee came in, ready poured out in 2 cups. My attentive friend handed me one of the cups with a bow. I was parched with thirst, and drank it off at a draught. Almost instantly afterwards, I was seized with a fit of giddiness, and felt more completely intoxicated than ever. The room whirled round and round furiously. The old soldier seemed to be regularly bobbing up and down before me, like the piston of a steam engine. I was half deafened by a violent singing in my ears. A feeling of utter bewilderment, helplessness, idiocy overcame me. I rose from my chair, holding on by the table to keep my balance, and stammered out that I felt dreadfully unwell, so unwell that I did not know how I was to get home. "My dear friend," answered the old soldier, and even his voice seemed to be bobbing up and down as he spoke. "My dear friend, it would be madness to go home in your state. You would be sure to lose your money. You might be robbed and murdered with the greatest ease. I am going to sleep here. Do you sleep here too? They make up capital beds in this house. Take one, sleep off the effects of the wine, and go home safely with your winnings tomorrow in broad daylight." I had but 2 ideas left. One, that I must never let go hold of my handkerchief full of money. The other, that I must lie down somewhere immediately and fall off into a comfortable sleep. So I agreed to the proposal about the bed, and took the offered arm of the old soldier, carrying my money with my disengaged hand. Preceded by the croupier, we passed along some passages and up a flight of stairs into the bedroom which I was to occupy. The ex-brave shook me warmly by the hand, proposed that we should breakfast together, and then, followed by the croupier, left me for the night. I ran to the wash-hand stand, drank some of the water in my jug, poured the rest out, and plunged my face into it, then sat down in a chair and tried to compose myself. I soon felt better. The change for my lungs from the fetid atmosphere of the gambling room to the cool air of the apartment I now occupied, the almost equally refreshing change for my eyes from the glaring gaslights of the salon to the dim, quiet flicker of one bedroom candle, aided wonderfully the restorative effects of cold water. The giddiness left me, and I began to feel a little like a reasonable being again. My first thought was of the risk of sleeping all night in a gambling house. My second, of the still greater risk of trying to get out after the house was closed, and of going home alone at night through the streets of Paris with a large sum of money about me. I had slept in worse places than this on my travels, so I determined to lock, bolt, and barricade my door, and take my chance till the next morning. Accordingly, I secured myself against all intrusion, looked under the bed and into the cupboard, tried the fastening of the window, and then, satisfied that I had taken every proper precaution, pulled off my upper clothing, put my light, which was a dim one, on the hearth among a feathery litter of wood ashes, and got into bed with a handkerchief full of money under my pillow. I soon felt not only that I could not go to sleep, but that I could not even close my eyes. I was wide awake, and in a high fever. Every nerve in my body trembled. Every one of my senses seemed to be preternaturally sharpened. I tossed and rolled, and tried every kind of position, and perseveringly sought out the cold corners of the bed, and all to no purpose. Now I thrust my arms over the clothes, now I poked them under the clothes, now I violently shot my legs straight out down to the bottom of the bed, now I convulsively coiled them up as near my chin as they would go, now I shook out my crumpled pillow, changed it to the cool side, patted it flat, and laid down quietly on my back. Now I fiercely doubled it in two, set it up on end, thrust it against the board of the bed, and tried a sitting posture. Every effort was in vain. I groaned with vexation as I felt that I was in for a sleepless night. What could I do? I had no book to read. And yet, unless I found out some method of diverting my mind, I felt certain that I was in the condition to imagine all sorts of horrors, to rack my brain with forebodings of every possible and impossible danger. In short, to pass the night in suffering all conceivable varieties of nervous terror. I raised myself on my elbow and looked about the room, which was brightened by a lovely moonlight pouring straight through the window, to see if it contained any pictures or ornaments that I could at all clearly distinguish. While my eyes wandered from wall to wall, a remembrance of Le Maistre's delightful little book, Voyage autour de ma chambre, occurred to me. I resolved to imitate the French author, and find occupation and amusement enough to relieve the tedium of my wakefulness by making a mental inventory of every article of furniture I could see, and by following up to their sources the multitude of associations which even a chair, a table, or a wash-hand stand may be made to call forth. In the nervous, unsettled state of my mind at that moment, I found it much easier to make my inventory than to make my reflections, and thereupon soon gave up all hope of thinking in Le Maistre's fanciful track, or indeed of thinking at all. I looked about the room at the different articles of furniture, and did nothing more. There was, first, the bed I was lying in, a 4-post bed, of all things in the world to meet with in Paris. Yes, a thorough, clumsy British 4-poster, with the regular top lined with chintz, the regular fringed valance all around, the regular stifling, unwholesome curtains, which I remembered having mechanically drawn back against the posts without particularly noticing the bed when I first got into the room. Then there was the marble-topped wash-hand stand, from which the water I had spilled, in my hurry to pour it out, was still dripping, slowly and more slowly, onto the brick floor. Then 2 small chairs, with my coat, waistcoat, and trousers flung on them. Then a large elbow chair covered with dirty white dimity, with my cravat and shirt collar thrown over the back. Then a chest of drawers, with 2 of the brass handles off, and a tawdry, broken china inkstand placed on it by way of ornament for the top. Then the dressing-table, adorned by a very small looking-glass, and a very large pincushion. Then the window, an unusually large window. Then a dark, old picture, which the feeble candle dimly showed me. It was a picture of a fellow in a high Spanish hat, crowned with a plume of towering feathers. A swarthy, sinister ruffian looking upward, shading his eyes with his hand, and looking intently upward. It might be at some tall gallows at which he was going to be hanged. At any rate, he had the appearance of thoroughly deserving it. This picture put a kind of constraint upon me to look upward, too, at the top of the bed. It was a gloomy and not an interesting object, and I looked back at the picture. I counted the feathers in the man's hat. They stood out in relief, 3 white, 2 green. I observed the crown of his hat, which was of conical shape, according to the fashion supposed to have been favoured by Guido Fawkes. I wondered what he was looking up at. It couldn't be at the stars. Such a desperado was neither astrologer nor astronomer. It must be at the high gallows, and he was going to be hanged presently. Would the executioner come into possession of his conical-crowned hat and plume of feathers? I counted the feathers again, 3 white, 2 green. While I still lingered over this very improving and intellectual employment, my thoughts insensibly began to wander. The moonlight shining into the room reminded me of a certain moonlight night in England, the night after a picnic party in a Welsh valley. Every incident of the drive homeward, through lovely scenery which the moonlight made lovelier than ever, came back to my remembrance, though I had never given the picnic a thought for years, though if I had tried to recollect it, I could certainly have recalled little or nothing of that scene long past. Of all the wonderful faculties that help to tell us we are immortal, which speaks the sublime truth more eloquently than memory? Here was I, in a strange house of the most suspicious character, in a situation of uncertainty and even of peril, which might seem to make the cool exercise of my recollection almost out of the question, nevertheless, remembering quite involuntarily places, people, conversations, minute circumstances of every kind, which I had thought forgotten forever, which I could not possibly have recalled at will, even under the most favourable auspices. And what cause had produced in a moment the whole of this strange, complicated, mysterious effect? Nothing but some rays of moonlight shining in at my bedroom window. I was still thinking of the picnic, of our merriment on the drive home, of the sentimental young lady who would quote Childe Harold because it was moonlight. I was absorbed by these past scenes and past amusements, when, in an instant, the thread on which my memories hung snapped asunder. My attention immediately came back to present things more vividly than ever, and I found myself, I neither knew why nor wherefore, looking hard at the picture again. Looking for what? Good God! The man had pulled his hat down on his brows. No, the hat itself was gone. Where was the conical crown? Where the feathers, 3 white, 2 green? Not there. In place of the hat and feathers, what dusky object was it that now hid his forehead, his eyes, his shading hand? Was the bed moving? I turned on my back and looked up. Was I mad, drunk, dreaming, giddy again? Or was the top of the bed really moving down, sinking slowly, regularly, silently, horribly, right down throughout the whole of its length and breadth, right down upon me as I lay underneath? My blood seemed to stand still. A deadly, paralyzing coldness stole all over me as I turned my head round on the pillow and determined to test whether the bed top was really moving or not, by keeping my eye on the man in the picture. The next look in that direction was enough. The dull, black, frowsy outline of the valance above me was within an inch of being parallel with his waist. I still looked breathlessly, and steadily and slowly, very slowly, I saw the figure and the line of frame below the figure vanish as the valance moved down before it. I am, constitutionally, anything but timid. I have been on more than one occasion in peril of my life, and have not lost my self-possession for an instant. But when the conviction first settled on my mind that the bed-top was really moving, was steadily and continuously sinking down upon me, I looked up, shuddering, helpless, panic-stricken, beneath the hideous machinery for murder, which was advancing closer and closer to suffocate me where I lay. I looked up, motionless, speechless, breathless. The candle, fully spent, went out, but the moonlight still brightened the room. Down and down, without pausing and without sounding, came the bed-top, and still my panic terror seemed to bind me faster and faster to the mattress on which I lay. Down and down it sank, till the dusty odor from the lining of the canopy came stealing into my nostrils. At that final moment, the instinct of self-preservation startled me out of my trance, and I moved at last. There was just room for me to roll myself sidewise off the bed. As I dropped noiselessly to the floor, the edge of the murderous canopy touched me on the shoulder. Without stopping to draw my breath, without wiping the cold sweat from my face, I rose instantly on my knees to watch the bed-top. I was literally spellbound by it. If I had heard footsteps behind me, I could not have turned round. If a means of escape had been miraculously provided for me, I could not have moved to take advantage of it. The whole life in me was, at that moment, concentrated in my eyes. It descended. The whole canopy, with the fringe round it, came down, close down. So close that there was not room now to squeeze my finger between the bed-top and the bed. I felt at the sides, and discovered that what had appeared to me from beneath to be the ordinary light canopy of a four-post bed was in reality a thick, broad mattress, the substance of which was concealed by the valance and its fringe. I looked up and saw the four posts rising hideously bare. In the middle of the bed-top was a huge wooden screw that had evidently worked it down through a hole in the ceiling, just as ordinary presses are worked down on the substance selected for compression. The frightful apparatus moved without making the faintest noise. There had been no creaking as it came down. There was now not the faintest sound from the room above. Amid a dead and awful silence I beheld before me, in the 19th century, and in the civilized capital of France, such a machine for secret murder by suffocation as might have existed in the worst days of the Inquisition, in the lonely inns among the Harz mountains, in the mysterious tribunals of Westphalia. Still, as I looked on it, I could not move. I could hardly breathe. But I began to recover the power of thinking, and in a moment I discovered the murderous conspiracy framed against me in all its horror. My cup of coffee had been drugged, and drugged too strongly. I had been saved from being smothered by having taken an overdose of some narcotic. How I had chafed and fretted at the fever fit which had preserved my life by keeping me awake! How recklessly I had confided myself to the two wretches who had led me into this room, determined, for the sake of my winnings, to kill me in my sleep by the surest and most horrible contrivance for secretly accomplishing my destruction. How many men, winners like me, had slept as I had proposed to sleep, in that bed, and had never been seen or heard of more. I shuddered at the bare idea of it. But, ere long, all thought was again suspended by the sight of the murderous canopy moving once more. After it had remained on the bed, as nearly as I could guess, about 10 minutes, it began to move up again. The villains who worked it from above evidently believed that their purpose was now accomplished. Slowly and silently as it had descended, that horrible bed-top rose towards its former place. When it reached the upper extremities of the four posts, it reached the ceiling too. Neither hole nor screw could be seen. The bed became in appearance an ordinary bed again, the canopy an ordinary canopy, even to the most suspicious eyes. Now, for the first time, I was able to move, to rise from my knees, to dress myself in my upper clothing, and to consider of how I should escape. If I betrayed by the smallest noise that the attempt to suffocate me had failed, I was certain to be murdered. Had I made any noise already? I listened intently, looking towards the door. No footsteps in the passage outside, no sound of a tread, light or heavy, in the room above. Absolute silence everywhere. Besides locking and bolting my door, I had moved an old wooden chest against it, which I had found under the bed. To remove this chest, my blood ran cold as I thought of what its contents might be, without making some disturbance, was impossible. And moreover, to think of escaping through the house, now barred up for the night, was sheer insanity. Only one chance was left me: the window. I stole to it on tiptoe. My bedroom was on the first floor, above an entresol, and looked into a back street. I raised my hand to open the window, knowing that on that action hung, by the merest hairbreadth, my chance of safety. They keep vigilant watch in a house of murder. If any part of the frame cracked, if the hinge creaked, I was a lost man. It must have occupied me at least 5 minutes, reckoning by time, 5 hours reckoning by suspense, to open that window. I succeeded in doing it silently, in doing it with all the dexterity of a housebreaker, and then looked down into the street. To leap the distance beneath me would be almost certain destruction. Next, I looked round at the sides of the house. Down the left side ran a thick water pipe. It passed close by the outer edge of the window. The moment I saw the pipe, I knew I was saved. My breath came and went freely for the first time since I had seen the canopy of the bed moving down upon me. To some men, the means of escape which I had discovered might have seemed difficult and dangerous enough. To me, the prospect of slipping down the pipe into the street did not suggest even a thought of peril. I had always been accustomed, by the practice of gymnastics, to keep up my schoolboy powers as a daring and expert climber, and knew that my head, hands, and feet would serve me faithfully in any hazards of ascent or descent. I had already got one leg over the window-sill when I remembered the handkerchief filled with money under my pillow. I could well have afforded to leave it behind me, but I was revengefully determined that the miscreants of the gambling house should miss their plunder as well as their victim. So I went back to the bed and tied the heavy handkerchief at my back by my cravat. Just as I had made it tight and fixed it in a comfortable place, I thought I heard a sound of breathing outside the door. The chill feeling of horror ran through me again as I listened. No, dead silence still in the passage. I had only heard the night air blowing softly into the room. The next moment I was on the window-sill, and the next I had a firm grip on the water pipe with my hands and knees. I slid down into the street easily and quietly, as I thought I should, and immediately set off at the top of my speed to a branch prefecture of police, which I knew was situated in the immediate neighborhood. A sub-prefect and several picked men among his subordinates happened to be up, maturing, I believe, some scheme for discovering the perpetrator of a mysterious murder which all Paris was talking of just then. When I began my story, in a breathless hurry and in very bad French, I could see that the sub-prefect suspected me of being a drunken Englishman who had robbed somebody, but he soon altered his opinion as I went on, and before I had anything like concluded, he shoved all the papers before him into a drawer, put on his hat, supplied me with another, for I was bareheaded, ordered a file of soldiers, desired his expert followers to get ready all sorts of tools for breaking open doors and ripping up brick flooring, and took my arm, in the most friendly and familiar manner possible, to lead me with him out of the house. I will venture to say that when the sub-prefect was a little boy, and was taken for the first time to the play, he was not half as much pleased as he was now at the job in prospect for him at the gambling house. Away we went through the streets, the sub-prefect cross-examining and congratulating me in the same breath as we marched at the head of our formidable posse comitatus. Sentinels were placed at the back and front of the house the moment we got to it, A tremendous battery of knocks was directed against the door. A light appeared at a window. I was told to conceal myself behind the police. Then came more knocks, and a cry of, "Open in the name of the law!" At that terrible summons, bolts and locks gave way before an invisible hand, and the moment after the sub-prefect was in the passage, confronting a waiter half-dressed and ghastly pale. This was the short dialogue which immediately took place. "We want to see the Englishman who is sleeping in this house. He went away hours ago. He did no such thing. His friend went away. He remained. Show us to his bedroom. I swear to you, Monsieur le Sous-Prefect, he is not here. I swear to you, Monsieur le Garçon, he is. He slept here. He didn't find your bed comfortable. He came to us to complain of it. Here he is among my men, and here am I ready to look for a flea or two in his bedstead. Renaudin," calling to one of the subordinates and pointing to the waiter, "collar that man and tie his hands behind him. Now then, gentlemen, let us walk upstairs." Every man and woman in the house was secured, the old soldier the first. Then I identified the bed in which I had slept, and then we went into the room above. No object that was at all extraordinary appeared in any part of it. The sub-prefect looked round the place, commanded everybody to be silent, stamped twice on the floor, called for a candle, looked attentively at the spot he had stamped on, and ordered the flooring there to be carefully taken up. This was done in no time. Lights were produced, and we saw a deep raftered cavity between the floor of this room and the ceiling of the room beneath. Through this cavity there ran perpendicularly a sort of case of iron thickly greased, and inside the case appeared the screw, which communicated with the bed top below. Extra lengths of screw, freshly oiled, levers covered with felt, all the complete upper works of a heavy press, constructed with infernal ingenuity so as to join the fixtures below, and when taken to pieces again to go into the smallest possible compass, were next discovered and pulled out on the floor. After some little difficulty, the sub-prefect succeeded in putting the machinery together, and, leaving his men to work it, descended with me to the bedroom. The smothering canopy was then lowered, but not so noiselessly as I had seen it lowered. When I mentioned this to the sub-prefect, his answer, simple as it was, had a terrible significance. "My men," said he, "are working down the bed-top for the first time. The men whose money you won were in better practice." We left the house in the sole possession of 2 police agents, every one of the inmates being removed to prison on the spot. The sub-prefect, after taking down my procès-verbal in his office, returned with me to my hotel to get my passport. "Do you think," I asked, as I gave it to him, "that any men have really been smothered in that bed as they tried to smother me?" "I have seen dozens of drowned men laid out at the morgue," answered the sub-prefect, "in whose pocketbooks were found letters stating that they had committed suicide in the Seine because they had lost everything at the gaming table. Do I know how many of those men entered the same gambling house that you entered, won as you won, took that bed as you took it, slept in it, were smothered in it, and were privately thrown into the river with a letter of explanation written by the murderers and placed in their pocketbooks? No man can say how many or how few have suffered the fate from which you have escaped. The people of the gambling house kept their bedstead machinery a secret from us, even from the police. The dead kept the rest of the secret for them. Good night, or rather good morning, Monsieur Faulkner. Be at my office again at 9 o'clock. In the meantime, au revoir." The rest of my story is soon told. I was examined and re-examined. The gambling house was strictly searched all through from top to bottom. The prisoners were separately interrogated, and 2 of the less guilty among them made a confession. I discovered that the old soldier was the master of the gambling house. Justice discovered that he had been drummed out of the army as a vagabond years ago, that he had been guilty of all sorts of villainies since, that he was in possession of stolen property, which the owners identified, and that he, the croupier, another accomplice, and the woman who had made my cup of coffee were all in the secret of the bedstead. There appeared some reason to doubt whether the inferior persons attached to the house knew anything of the suffocating machinery, and they received the benefit of that doubt by being treated simply as thieves and vagabonds. As for the old soldier and his 2 head myrmidons, they went to the galleys. The woman who had drugged my coffee was imprisoned for I forget how many years. The regular attendants at the gambling house were considered suspicious and placed under surveillance, and I became, for 1 whole week, which is a long time, the head lion in Parisian society. My adventure was dramatized by 3 illustrious playmakers, but never saw theatrical daylight, for the censorship forbade the introduction on the stage of a correct copy of the gambling house bedstead. One good result was produced by my adventure, which any censorship must have approved. It cured me of ever again trying rouge et noir as an amusement. The sight of a green cloth with packs of cards and heaps of money on it will henceforth be forever associated in my mind with the sight of a bed canopy descending to suffocate me in the silence and darkness of the night. The Furnished Room by O. Henry. Restless, shifting, fugacious as time itself, is a certain vast bulk of the population of the red brick district of the Lower West Side. Homeless, they have 100 homes. They flit from furnished room to furnished room, transients forever, transients in abode, transients in heart and mind. They sing Home Sweet Home in ragtime. They carry their Larrys and Penates in a bandbox. Their vine is entwined about a pitcher hat. A rubber plant is their fig tree. Hence the houses of this district, having had 1,000 dwellers, should have 1,000 tales to tell. Mostly dull ones, no doubt. But it would be strange if there could not be found a ghost or two in the wake of all these vagrant guests. One evening after dark, a young man prowled among these crumbling red mansions, ringing their bells. At the 12th, he rested his lean hand baggage upon the step and wiped the dust from his hatband and forehead. The bell sounded faint and far away in some remote, hollow depths. To the door of this, the 12th house whose bell he had rung, came a housekeeper who made him think of an unwholesome, surfeited worm that had eaten its nut to a hollow shell, and now sought to fill the vacancy with edible lodgers. He asked if there was a room to let. "Come in," said the housekeeper. Her voice came from her throat. Her throat seemed lined with fur. "I have the 3rd floor back, vacant since a week back, should you wish to look at it." The young man followed her up the stairs. A faint light from no particular source mitigated the shadows of the halls. They trod noiselessly upon a stair carpet that its own loom would have forsworn. It seemed to have become vegetable, to have degenerated in that rank, sunless air to lush lichen or spreading moss that grew in patches to the staircase and was viscid under the foot like organic matter. At each turn of the stairs were vacant niches in the wall. Perhaps plants had once been set within them. If so, they had died in that foul and tainted air. It may be that statues of the saints had stood there, but it was not difficult to conceive that imps and devils had dragged them forth in the darkness and down to the unholy depths of some furnished pit below. "This is the room," said the housekeeper from her furry throat. "It's a nice room. It ain't often vacant. I had some most elegant people in it last summer. No trouble at all, and paid in advance to the minute. The water's at the end of the hole. Sprowls and Mooney kept it 3 months. They done a vaudeville sketch. Miss Bretta Sprowls, you may have heard of her. Oh, that was just the stage names. Right there over the dresser is where the marriage certificate hung, framed. The gas is here. And you see there is plenty of closet room. It's a room everybody likes. It never stays idle long." "Do you have many theatrical people rooming here?" asked the young man. "They comes and goes. A good proportion of my lodges is connected with the theatres. Yes, sir, this is the theatrical district. Actor people never stays long anywhere. I get my share. Yes, they comes and they goes." He engaged the room, paying for a week in advance. He was tired, he said, and would take possession at once. He counted out the money. The room had been made ready, she said, even to towels and water. As the housekeeper moved away, he put, for the 1000th time, the question that he carried at the end of his tongue. "A young girl, Miss Vashner, Miss Eloise Vashner. Do you remember such a one among your lodgers? She would be singing on the stage, most likely. A fair girl of medium height and slender, with reddish gold hair and a dark mole near her left eyebrow." "No, I don't remember the name. Them stage people has names they change as often as their rooms. They comes and they goes. No, I don't call that one to mind." No. Always no. 5 months of ceaseless interrogation, and the inevitable negative. So much time spent by day in questioning managers, agents, schools, and choruses, by night among the audiences of theatres from all-star casts down to music halls so low that he dreaded to find what he most hoped for. He who had loved her best had tried to find her. He was sure that since her disappearance from home, this great, water-girt city held her somewhere, but it was like a monstrous quicksand, shifting its particles constantly, with no foundation, its upper granules of today buried tomorrow in ooze and slime. The furnished room received its latest guest with a first glow of pseudo-hospitality, a hectic, haggard, perfunctory welcome like the specious smile of a demi-rep. The sophistical comfort came in reflected gleams from the decayed furniture, the ragged brocade upholstery of a couch and 2 chairs, a foot-wide cheap pier glass between the 2 windows, from 1 or 2 gilt picture frames, and a brass bedstead in a corner. The guest reclined, inert, upon a chair, while the room, confused in speech as though it were an apartment in Babel, tried to discourse to him of its divers tenantry. A polychromatic rug, like some brilliant flowered rectangular, tropical islet, lay surrounded by a billowy sea of soiled matting. Upon the gay papered wall were those pictures that pursue the homeless one from house to house, the Huguenot lovers, the first quarrel, the wedding breakfast, Psyche at the fountain. The mantel's chastely severe outline was ingloriously veiled behind some pert drapery drawn rakishly askew like the sashes of the Amazonian ballet. Upon it was some desolate flotsam, cast aside by the rooms marooned, when a lucky sail had borne them to a fresh port, a trifling vase or 2, pictures of actresses, a medicine bottle, some stray cards out of a deck. One by one, as the characters of a cryptograph become explicit, the little signs left by the furnished room's procession of guests developed a significance. The threadbare space in the rug in front of the dresser told that lovely woman had marched in the throng. Tiny fingerprints on the wall spoke of little prisoners trying to feel their way to sun and air. A splattered stain, raying like the shadow of a bursting bomb, witnessed where a hurled glass or bottle had splintered with its contents against the wall. Across the pier glass had been scrawled with a diamond in staggering letters the name Marie. It seemed that the succession of dwellers in the furnished room had turned in fury, perhaps tempted beyond forbearance by its garish coldness, and wreaked upon it their passions. The furniture was chipped and bruised. The couch, distorted by bursting springs, seemed a horrible monster that had been slain during the stress of some grotesque convulsion. Some more potent upheaval had cloven a great slice from the marble mantel. Each plank in the floor earned its particular cant and shriek as from a separate and individual agony. It seemed incredible that all this malice and injury had been wrought upon the room by those who had called it for a time their home, and yet it may have been the cheated home instinct surviving blindly, the resentful rage at false household gods that had kindled their wrath. A hut that is our own we can sweep and adorn and cherish. The young tenant in the chair allowed these thoughts to file soft-shod through his mind, while there drifted into the room furnished sounds and furnished scents. He heard in one room a tittering and incontinent, slack laughter, in others the monologue of a scold, the rattling of dice, a lullaby, and one crying dully. Above him a banjo tinkled with spirit. Doors banged somewhere, the elevated trains roared intermittently, a cat yowled miserably upon a back fence, and he breathed the breath of the house, a dank savour rather than a smell, a cold, musty effluvium, as from underground vaults mingled with the reeking exhalations of linoleum and mildewed and rotten woodwork. Then, suddenly, as he rested there, the room was filled with a strong, sweet odour of mignonette. It came as upon a single buffet of wind, with such sureness and fragrance and emphasis that it almost seemed a living visitant. And the man cried aloud, "What, dear?" as if he had been called, and sprang up and faced about. The rich odour clung to him and wrapped him around. He reached out his arms for it, all his senses for the time confused and commingled. How could one be peremptorily called by an odour? Surely it must have been a sound. But was it not the sound that had touched, that had caressed him? "She has been in this room," he cried, and he sprang to wrest from it a token, for he knew he would recognize the smallest thing that had belonged to her, or that she had touched. This enveloping scent of mignonette, the odour that she had loved and made her own, whence came it? The room had been but carelessly set in order. Scattered upon the flimsy dresser scarf were half a dozen hairpins, those discreet, indistinguishable friends of womankind, feminine of gender, infinite of mood, and uncommunicative of tense. These he ignored, conscious of their triumphant lack of identity. Ransacking the drawers of the dresser, he came upon a discarded, tiny, ragged handkerchief. He pressed it to his face. It was racy and insolent with heliotrope. He hurled it to the floor. In another drawer he found odd buttons, a theatre program, a pawnbroker's card, 2 lost marshmallows, a book on the divination of dreams, and the last was a woman's black satin hairbow, which halted him, poised between ice and fire. But the black satin hairbow also is femininity's demure, impersonal, common ornament, and tells no tales. And then he traversed the room like a hound on the scent, skimming the walls, considering the corners of the bulging matting on his hands and knees, rummaging mantel and tables, the curtains and hangings, the drunken cabinet in the corner, for a visible sign, unable to perceive that she was there beside, around, against, within, above him, clinging to him, wooing him, calling him so poignantly through the finer senses that even his grosser ones became cognizant of the call. Once again he answered loudly, "Yes, dear," and turned, wild-eyed, to gaze on vacancy, for he could not yet discern form and colour and love, and outstretched arms and the odour of mignonette. O God, whence that odour, and since when have odours had a voice to call? Thus he groped. He burrowed in crevices and corners, and found corks and cigarettes. These he passed in passive contempt. But once he found in a fold of the matting a half-smoked cigar, and this he ground beneath his heel with a green and trenchant oath. He sifted the room from end to end. He found dreary and ignoble small records of many a peripatetic tenant, but of her whom he sought, and who may have lodged there, and whose spirit seemed to hover there, he found no trace. And then he thought of the housekeeper. He ran from the haunted room downstairs and to a door that showed a crack of light. She came out to his knock. He smothered his excitement as best he could. "Will you tell me, madame," he besought her, "who occupied the room I have before I came?" "Yes, sir, I can tell you again. 'Twas Sprowls and Mooney, as I said. Miss Bretta Sprowls it was in the theatres, but Mrs. Mooney she was. My house is well known for respectability. The marriage certificate hung, framed, on a nail over—" "What kind of a lady was Miss Sprowls? In looks, I mean." "Why, black-haired, sir, short and stout, with a comical face. They left a week ago Tuesday." "And before they occupied it?" "Why, there was a single gentleman connected with the draying business. He left owing me a week. Before him was Mrs. Crowder and her 2 children that stayed 4 months. And back of them was old Mr. Doyle, whose sons paid for him. He kept the room 6 months. That goes back a year, sir. And further I do not remember." He thanked her and crept back to his room. The room was dead. The essence that had vivified it was gone. The perfume of mignonette had departed. In its place was the old, stale odour of mouldy house furniture, of atmosphere in storage. The ebbing of his hope drained his faith. He sat staring at the yellow, singing gaslight. Soon he walked to the bed and began to tear the sheets into strips. With the blade of his knife he drove them tightly into every crevice around windows and door. When all was snug and taut, he turned out the light, turned the gas full on again, and laid himself gratefully upon the bed. It was Mrs. McCool's night to go with the can for beer. So she fetched it and sat with Mrs. Purdy in one of those subterranean retreats where housekeepers foregather and the worm dieth seldom. "I rented out my 3rd floor back this evening," said Mrs. Purdy across a fine circle of foam. "A young man took it. He went up to bed 2 hours ago." "Now did you, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am?" said Mrs. McCool with intense admiration. "You do be a wonder for renting rooms of that kind. And did you tell him then?" she concluded in a husky whisper laden with mystery. "Rooms," said Mrs. Purdy in her furriest tones, "are furnished for to rent. I did not tell him, Mrs. McCool." "'Tis right you are, ma'am. 'Tis by renting rooms we keep alive. You have the real sense for business, ma'am. There be many people will reject the renting of a room if they be told a suicide has been after dying in the bed of it." "As you say, we has our living to be making," remarked Mrs. Purdy. "Yes, ma'am, 'tis true. 'Tis just 1 week ago this day I helped you lay out the 3rd floor back. A pretty slip of a colleen she was to be killing herself with the gas. A sweet little face she had, Mrs. Purdy, ma'am." "She'd have been called handsome, as you say," said Mrs. Purdy, assenting but critical, "but for that mole she had a-growing by her left eyebrow. Do fill up your glass again, Mrs. McCool." The Night They Crashed the Party by Robert Bloch. The whole thing came as a surprise. Nobody expected anything like it. But then, that's the way it was at Rudy's parties. You never could tell what might happen next. It started just the way those things always did. Rudy called me up and said, "You'd better drop over, having a gang in just for laughs." "For laughs? Count me in," I told him. "But remember, I'm on the wagon. Ever since that last brawl of yours when somebody socked that senator." "Forget it," laughed Rudy. "In our business, you gotta drink. And once in a while, you gotta sock a senator or 2. A Navy contract is a Navy contract. Which reminds me, put on a clean shirt when you come. We're having Admiral Cribber and a lot of brass. Also some models." "Models? For them I'll find a clean shirt," I promised. "See you later." I found my clean shirt and got started for Rudy's place along about 9. 9 o'clock of a summer Saturday night. I'm not likely to forget it. Walking down the street and watching the new cars go by. Station wagons, town and country models, convertibles from Chevy Chase. Cars threading between tall buildings, neon signs stabbing red fingernails at the sky, and people crowding, jostling, pushing, hustling along. No, I won't forget it. Most particularly, I remember the people. It seemed to me at the time that they looked different, changed somehow, from the way they looked a year or so before. I kept thinking back to the time when Rudy and I had been broke. I wasn't on my way to any penthouse parties in those days because Rudy didn't have a penthouse, and I didn't often have a clean shirt to wear either. It hadn't been easy, breaking into this manufacturing agent's racket. We'd hawked everything just to keep going. Then along came the war scare, and Rudy and I nosed into these Navy purchasing deals. All at once we were signing orders, taking on new accounts, playing around with high brass and big-shot scientists and people from show business. Rudy did the fronting, I did the estimating, and we both made money. It was all right, of course. It was what we had been looking for. But sometimes I wondered what it all stacked up to in the end. Because, like I say, people seem to have changed. A year ago they would have been strolling along this street on a balmy summer night. There would have been a lot of couples holding hands, a lot of families out with the kids running circles around their legs. There'd have been girls in slacks giggling along to the movies and young fellows whistling after them. It was always that way on a warm Saturday night, but not anymore. Tonight I could feel it as I moved along. I could feel the difference, see the difference. The change had come all right, not only with Rudy and myself, but with everybody. Maybe it was all this war talk and the stuff about secret weapons. Maybe that's what got people down. That's what wiped the smiles off their faces, wound them up and set them off to brush, shove, elbow, bump, and march along. Anyhow, they were rushing, and the cars were whizzing, and even the neon sign seemed to flicker faster. Everything jerked and speeded up, like an old silent movie film. Somehow it got to me, bothered me. I was glad to get off the street, glad to turn into the big apartment hotel, glad to take the elevator up to Rudy's penthouse. Rudy met me at the door. The party was already going strong. I could see it, hear it, smell it. "Here you are at last," Rudy said. "Come in and meet the gang." And he winked and whispered, "Cribber's been here for an hour, and he's loaded. I'm going to brace him for that radar contract later." He didn't have to tell me. I knew the routine by heart, and I could see for myself what he'd done to the Admiral. The big front room was filled with people, and the people were filled with liquor and conversation to the point where both frequently spilled over. Cribber was standing in front of the fireplace with a model named Kitty. He was a handsome, distinguished-looking old gent in a beautifully tailored uniform, and she was a gorgeous brunette. But somehow, together, they didn't make a very pretty picture tonight. "Don't give me any of that high brass stuff," the Admiral was saying. He poked Kitty right in the V of her dress. "I'm just telling you the straight scoop." His finger left a red mark on her neck, and he tried to focus both eyes on it as he swayed back on his heels. "I'm just telling you they're ready to attack." Blah. That was Chester Garland, the news commentator, horning in. "Can't you guys ever stop talking business? Every time I take a story off the wire, it's one of you monkeys making a statement. I go to the movies to relax with Danny Kaye, and I get a newsreel with somebody in uniform making another statement. I come up here to relax, and you're on hand, sounding off. I'm telling you." Blah. "You and the whole gang's been telling me for years now. But nothing ever happens. Nothing's gonna happen. So forget it. Here, have another drink." Rudy came up and pulled Chester away. "Lay off," he said. "Pass around these martinis like a little man, will you?" He handed Chester a tray. I went up to Kitty. "What's the good word?" I said. "Don't know any good words," she pouted. "One of those lousy Treasury Department snoops showed up today. Hit me with a bill for a G in back taxes. How he ever found out about those stocks, I don't know. And with this inflation and all." She grabbed a drink, clung to it desperately. I wandered around this gay, pleasure-seeking, carefree crowd of very important persons, celebrities, and leading intellectuals, and drank in their words of wisdom. I tell you, we've consistently underestimated the possibilities of chain reaction. That was old Professor McKittredge. If the average citizen knew the potentialities of fissionable materials, we wouldn't be so smug. I disagree. Dr. Sandbrenner always disagreed, no matter how drunk he got. In fact, the drunker he was, the more disagreeable he became. It's biological warfare that will turn the trick. The next war will be won or lost within 24 hours. The proper use of chemical bombs planted over a widespread area in 100 leading cities could wipe out 25% of our population in a day, and another 25% would probably die as a result of the universal panic. Now, if we can only get to them first and do the same thing. Damned government controls, said another voice at my elbow. Ruining free enterprise? What's the man in the street need control for? Wait until next election's over. We're introducing some bills that will fix all that. I felt the words bounce off my eardrums. All the gay, carefree words of wisdom, so typical of the conversation of very important persons, celebrities, and leading intellectuals everywhere today. Oh, it was a lovely party, thank you. So I tried not to hear what they were saying, and gradually I succeeded. The only trouble was I could still see them, watch what they were doing. During the next half hour or so, I saw Kitty slap Dr. Sandbrenner in the face and break his glasses. I saw old Professor McKittredge shake his fist at Chester Garland. I saw Chester's wife get sick, and I saw the lady who couldn't sleep pass out on the sofa near the fireplace. I saw Rudy steer Admiral Cribber into the back room. I saw everything, including my own puzzled, frightened face in the mirror. I wondered why my face was puzzled, frightened. I also wondered just what it was doing here at all. The room got hot and stuffy. Reek of smoke, reek of liquor, reek of breath and perspiration and talcum powder and perfume and cologne and depilatory and running mascara. I passed another tray of drinks for Rudy and then wandered over to the window, staring out at the sky. Somewhere off in the distance, over the Potomac, a storm was gathering. I tried to imagine what it was like up there in the coolness of the clouds. There'd be wind and rain, and the eternal movement of the night. Yes, night after night everything was the same up there. And night after night everything was the same down here. Down here, where I was. Where the taxes keep going up year after year. Honestly, there's no place for children to play anymore, if you insist on having the little beasts. But what will it matter if only we can drop the bombs first? Yes, night after night, that's the way it went down here. And let's all have another drink. It was Rudy, the life of the party, pumping alcohol into the veins of the corpse, trying to make it get up and dance. Tonight, it wasn't working so well. Too many quarrels, too many complaints, too many drinks. Rudy must have sensed that, and he was anxious to make the evening a success. He had to, if he wanted that Navy contract. I was still watching the storm clouds gather when I heard Chester Garland talking to Kitty. What say we all go down there? We'd still be in time for the main event. Go where? Nobody's going anywhere. Rudy's voice, genial but with an undercurrent of dismay. Sure, let's get up a gang and go. Chester again. Where? To the wrestling matches, that's where. I'm tired of all this fighting. Let's go watch somebody else fight for a change. Kitty chimed in. Sure, why not? Come on, everybody, let's see the wrestling. There was a general babble and flurry. I could see the idea was catching on. Rudy saw it too, because he stepped in front of the fireplace and raised his hands and voice. I have a better plan, he shouted. We'll bring the wrestlers here. Here? You mean real live wrestlers in our very own front room? Hooray! It was Chester's wife. She'd come to at the mention of strange men. Oh, those big hairy brutes. Shut up, Rudy suggested, with the savoir-faire of a true host. I mean we can bring them here with television. That's right, Chester agreed. "The bouts are being televised tonight. But I didn't know you had a set, Rudy." "I haven't," Rudy improvised. "But we can get a TV set up here in 20 minutes. There's an ad in tonight's paper. They'll deliver and install a TV set. No aerial needed the minute you call the store." "Call 'em." That was Admiral Cribber. "Your wish is my command," said Rudy. "It shall be done." And it was done. We all settled back. Most everybody had a drink, and Rudy made his phone arrangements in the other room. In order to pass the time of waiting, Kitty took off her shoes and did a dance, although it wasn't the sort of dance where taking off her shoes made any difference. Professor McKittredge shook his fist at Admiral Cribber. The lady who had passed out on the sofa sat up and slapped Dr. Sandburner, breaking his extra pair of glasses. Rudy steered Chester Garland into the back room. Chester's wife, quite recovered, had 2 more martinis and then got sick again. Oh, they managed to pass the time all right. I watched the freak storm. More clouds had gathered, and there were a number of isolated lightning flashes still off in the distance. Once or twice, I could even hear thunder above the braying of the crowd, but there was no sign of rain in Washington proper, or improper, as the case might be. Nobody else paid any attention to what was going on outside. The men with the television set must have knocked about 5 minutes before Rudy went to the door. Finally, he let them in. The crowd let up a yelp of simulated delight as the 2 came in, carrying a heavy 16-inch console model. "Right in here," Rudy said, indicating the dining room. "It'll be easier to set up chairs. How about the corner?" He went in there with the men and closed the door. The rest of the crowd got busy on a fresh tray of drinks. "He'd better hurry." Chester Garland glanced at his watch. "It's almost 11. We'll miss the main bout." "I just love wrestling," said the woman who slapped faces. "Last time George and I went, there was one of them, some Indian I think it was, named Chief Thundercloud or something. And he had one of those brown torsos that was out of this world. Well, anyway, he broke this man's arm, and you could just hear the bone go crunch. I thought I'd pass out. It was so exciting. Really it was." "Did you ever see the lions at work on a bunch of Christians?" I murmured, but she didn't seem to hear me. Maybe it was just as well. By this time, everybody was herding towards the dining room. The 2 workmen seemed to have slipped away, and Rudy was stooping and fiddling with the controls as we came in. The light snapped out, and in the darkness I could hear the thunder of the distant storm. "Nice-looking set. What did they charge you? What make is it? Didn't they tell you how to work it? Having trouble getting the channel? Here, let me show you." Rudy ignored the queries. He stooped and fiddled, grinned drunkenly, stooped and fiddled some more. Then there came an incandescent glare from the screen, and a blast of sound from the speaker. Everybody scrambled for seats facing the screen. "Here we go," whispered Kitty. A face filled the screen. A voice filled the room. For some reason, we all seemed to hear the voice before we saw the face. It was a sing-song voice, droning but penetrating. "Landing at 11 p.m. Earth time." "Blah, Mr. Wrestling." That was Chester interrupting. Somebody said, "Quiet there," and the voice came through again. Over what is regarded as the western hemisphere of the planet. I guess that's what the voice said. I can't be sure, for most of the words were drowned out by shouts and conversation from Rudy's guests. They were seeing the face for the first time. The face on the screen was like a metal mask. It showed up as grey and might have been almost any color which would reproduce that way on television. It was an oval and contained the usual features, although the nose seemed flat. There was nothing too grotesque about it, except its absolute hairlessness. The head was round and bald, and the face itself lacked eyebrows, eyelashes, or hint of beard. The result was a grey, metallic, sexless countenance that might have been utterly unremarkable as a mask, except for the fact that the lips moved. And the lips of Rudy's guests moved now, shouting in incomprehension. Suddenly something blocked the screen. It was Admiral Cribber getting to his feet. "Where's the phone?" he bellowed. "We're being attacked." "Nonsense," Rudy shouted. "It's a program. Sit down." "But they're attacking us." "Wait a minute." He waited. The face flickered out. Now the screen showed the sky. It was pinpointed, but not with stars. Moving patterns of light skyrocketed across the horizon. The voice sing-songed through. "Landings will be made shortly. There is no organized opposition. Complete control will be established immediately upon landing." "Look!" Kitty was squealing and pointing at the screen. "Flying saucers!" "The sky gives it away," Chester Garland told her. "No clouds moving. It's a studio backdrop." "But what's it all about?" his wife wailed. "Just one of those invasion shows. Remember Orson Welles on the radio?" The screen showed a metropolitan skyline, pinpoints of light flickering like glowworms over the enormous concrete stalks of skyscrapers. Lightning crackled and part of the skyline disappeared. "Proceeding according to plan. Landings will be effected immediately." "That's no play," Kitty exclaimed. "Listen, you can hear the explosions." "Thunder," Rudy howled. "Can't you see there's a storm coming up? The reception is bad." Reception was bad. The screen flickered again, and we caught a glimpse of the metallic mask, then of another. Thunder boomed louder, and Admiral Cribber lurched to his feet once more. "Gotta put through a call," he said. "I still think they're attacking." He stumbled out of the room. There was another flurry of conversation, all jumbled together, and I caught only fragments. Norman Corwin, documentary, lot of science fiction, another station, need a drink. Then the roaring from the television set drowned out all other sound, and the images came up. In one monstrous visual upheaval they spewed forth. The thunder rose. We saw a horde of metal faces moving down an enclosed ramp that led to a city street. We saw something flicker and explode in mid-air. We saw a shot of what was obviously a tabletop miniature of the city of Washington, dominated by the monument. Lights played upon it momentarily, and it broke in half like a stick of candy. We saw— "Turn it off," snorted Chester Garland. "We need a drink." A half-dozen voices seconded his proposal. I added my own plea, I admit. The room was hot, steamy. Thunder and darkness enveloped us, and the incessant nightmare of the television poured forth. For a moment, I reflected upon its meaning. I couldn't exactly put my finger on the point, but my thoughts ran something like this. All over the country, millions of people were sitting at their television sets, watching some paid technician stage a lurid melodrama about the destruction of a civilization which had degenerated to the point where millions of people just sat at their television sets, watching some paid technician stage a lurid melodrama about the destruction of a civilization which had degenerated, and so on, over and over again. There was a hideous kind of truth buried somewhere in all this, and I tried hard to think about it coherently. But it only took a moment. They were still yelling for another drink. The set was still blaring forth its explosions. A voice was still rasping. Landings have now been made successfully at all designated points, and now Rudy was responding to the almost hysterical insistence of his guests. "Turn the stinking thing off." He rose, marched up to the set, stooped and fiddled. The crowd rose and half-turned to re-enter the living room. Rudy was still stooping and fiddling, but the thunder increased in volume and tempo, and now the screen flickered forth in a scene of inferno. A city was disintegrating before our eyes. Beams played from the pinpoints in the sky. People fled between a labyrinth of buildings. People vanished. So did the buildings. The beams played on, and the metal-faced monsters marched on metal legs, unscathed by beams. Screams rose above the thunder. "What's the idea?" hooted Chester Garland. "Turn it off." Rudy stood up. I can't," he said. "Can't?" "No, look." He raised one hand. It held a wire ending in a wall plug. "I can't because it isn't turned on. It was never turned on in the first place." "Never turned on? Then what's all this we saw? Is it some kind of gag?" Abruptly, there was a crescendo of thunder, and the screen went dead. Somebody snickered. "What are you trying to do, Rudy? Throw a scare into us? I swear the set wasn't connected." "Blah." Chester Garland and his wife pushed towards the door to the living room. Kitty and the others crowded after them. "Fooled me for a minute," said Dr. Sandbrenner. "But—" Rudy's reply was drowned by another burst of thunder. It came not from the set, but from outside. The walls began to vibrate. "There is a storm," said Kitty. As everyone crowded up to the bar, she walked across the room to the window. I watched her as Rudy took down a couple of fresh bottles. "Well, soaks," he chuckled. "What'll it be? Might as well get on with the party." I watched Kitty peer out of the window, saw her eyes widen, saw her hands grip the sill. "The party's over," I murmured. But nobody heard me, for suddenly, above the thunder that resounded from the streets below, Kitty began to scream. She was still screaming as we all rushed to the window and gazed down at what was happening in the world outside. August Heat by W. F. Harvey. Feniston Road, Clapham, August 20th. I have had what I believe to be the most remarkable day in my life, and while the events are still fresh in my mind, I wish to put them down on paper as clearly as possible. Let me say at the outset that my name is James Clarence Whittencroft. I am 40 years old, in perfect health, never having known a day's illness. By profession, I am an artist, not a very successful one, but I earn enough money by my black and white work to satisfy my necessary wants. My only near relative, a sister, died 5 years ago, so that I am independent. I breakfasted this morning at 9, and after glancing through the morning paper, I lighted my pipe and proceeded to let my mind wander, in the hope that I might chance upon some subject for my pencil. The room, though door and windows were open, was oppressively hot, and I had just made up my mind that the coolest and most comfortable place in the neighborhood would be the deep end of the public swimming bath, when the idea came. I began to draw. So intent was I on my work that I left my lunch untouched, only stopping work when the clock of St. Jude struck 4. The final result, for a hurried sketch, was, I felt sure, the best thing I had done. It showed a criminal in the dock immediately after the judge had pronounced sentence. The man was fat, enormously fat. The flesh hung in rolls about his chin. It creased his huge, stumpy neck. He was clean-shaven. Perhaps I should say a few days before he must have been clean-shaven, and almost bald. He stood in the dock, his short, clumsy fingers clasping the rail, looking straight in front of him. The feeling that his expression conveyed was not so much one of horror as of utter, absolute collapse. There seemed nothing in the man strong enough to sustain that mountain of flesh. I rolled up the sketch and, without quite knowing why, placed it in my pocket. Then, with the rare sense of happiness which the knowledge of a good thing well done gives, I left the house. I believe that I set out with the idea of calling upon Trenton, for I remember walking along Lytton Street and turning to the right along Gilchrist Road at the bottom of the hill where the men were at work on the new tram lines. From there onwards I have only the vaguest recollection of where I went. The one thing of which I was fully conscious was the awful heat that came up from the dusty asphalt pavement as an almost palpable wave. I longed for the thunder promised by the great banks of copper-coloured cloud that hung low over the western sky. I must have walked 5 or 6 miles when a small boy roused me from my reverie by asking the time. It was 20 minutes to 7. When he left me, I began to take stock of my bearings. I found myself standing before a gate that led into a yard bordered by a strip of thirsty earth, where there were flowers, purple stock and scarlet geranium. Above the entrance was a board with the inscription, C.H.S. Atkinson, Monumental Mason, worker in English and Italian marbles. From the yard itself came a cheery whistle, the noise of hammer blows, and the cold sound of steel meeting stone. A sudden impulse made me enter. A man was sitting with his back towards me, busy at work on a slab of curiously veined marble. He turned round as he heard my steps, and I stopped short. It was the man I had been drawing, whose portrait lay in my pocket. He sat there, huge and elephantine, the sweat pouring from his scalp, which he wiped with a red silk handkerchief. But though the face was the same, the expression was absolutely different. He greeted me smiling, as if we were old friends, and shook my hand. I apologized for my intrusion. "Everything is hot and glary outside," I said. "This seems an oasis in the wilderness." "I don't know about the oasis," he replied, "but it certainly is hot, and hot as hell. Take a seat, sir." He pointed to the end of the gravestone on which he was at work, and I sat down. "That's a beautiful piece of stone you've got hold of," I said. He shook his head. "In a way it is," he answered. "The surface here is as fine as anything you could wish, but there's a big flaw at the back, though I don't expect you'd ever notice it. I could never make really a good job of a bit of marble like that. It would be all right in the summer like this, it wouldn't mind the blasted heat. But wait till the winter comes. There's nothing quite like frost to find out the weak points in stone." "Then what's it for?" I asked. The man burst out laughing. You'd hardly believe me if I was to tell you it's for an exhibition, but it's the truth. Artists have exhibitions. So do grocers and butchers. We have 'em too. All the latest little things in headstones, you know." He went on to talk of marbles, which sort best withstood wind and rain, and which were easiest to work, then of his garden, and a new sort of carnation he had bought. At the end of every other minute he would drop his tools, wipe his shining head, and curse the heat. I said little, for I felt uneasy. There was something unnatural, uncanny in meeting this man. I tried at first to persuade myself that I had seen him before, that his face, unknown to me, had found a place in some out-of-the-way corner of my memory, but I knew that I was practicing little more than a plausible piece of self-deception. Mr. Atkinson finished his work, spat on the ground, and got up with a sigh of relief. "There, what do you think of that?" he said, with an air of evident pride. The inscription which I read for the first time was this: "Sacred to the memory of James Clarence Whittencroft, born January 18th, 1860. He passed away very suddenly on August 20th. In the midst of life, we are in death." For some time I sat in silence, then a cold shudder ran down my spine. I asked him where he had seen the name. "Oh, I didn't see it anywhere," replied Mr. Atkinson. "I wanted some name, and I put down the first name that came into my head. Why do you want to know?" "It's a strange coincidence, but it happens to be mine." He gave a long, low whistle. "And the dates?" "I can only answer for one of them, and that's correct." "It's a rum go," he said. But he knew less than I did. I told him of my morning's work. I took the sketch from my pocket and showed it to him. As he looked, the expression of his face altered until it became more and more like that of the man I had drawn. "And it was only the day before yesterday that I told Maria there were no such things as ghosts." Neither of us had seen a ghost, but I knew what he meant. "You probably heard my name," I said, "and you must have seen me somewhere and have forgotten it. Were you at Clacton-on-Sea last July?" I had never been to Clacton in my life. We were silent for some time. We were both looking at the same thing, the two dates on the gravestone, and one was right. "Come inside and have some supper," said Mr. Atkinson. His wife was a cheerful little woman with the flaky red cheeks of the country bred. Her husband introduced me as a friend of his who was an artist. The result was unfortunate, for after the sardines and watercress had been removed, she brought out a Dore Bible, and I had to sit and express my admiration for nearly half an hour. I went outside and found Atkinson sitting on the gravestone smoking. We resumed the conversation at the point we had left off. "You must excuse my asking," I said, "but do you know of anything you've done for which you could be put on trial?" He shook his head. I'm not a bankrupt. The business is prosperous enough. 3 years ago I gave turkeys to some of the guardians at Christmas, but that's all I can think of. And they were small ones, too, he added as an afterthought. He got up, fetched a can from the porch, and began to water the flowers. Twice a day regular in the hot weather, and then the heat sometimes gets the better of the delicate ones. And ferns, good Lord, they could never stand it. Where do you live? I told him my address. It would take an hour's quick walk to get back home. It's like this, he said. We'll look at the matter straight. If you go back home tonight, you take your chance of accidents. A cart may run over you, and there's always banana skins and orange peel, to say nothing of fallen ladders. He spoke of the improbable with an intense seriousness that would have been laughable 6 hours before. But I did not laugh. The best thing we can do, he continued, is for you to stay here till 12 o'clock. We'll go upstairs and smoke. It may be cooler inside. To my surprise, I agreed. We are sitting now in a long, low room beneath the eaves. Atkinson has sent his wife to bed. He himself is busy sharpening some tools at a little oilstone, smoking one of my cigars the while. The air seems charged with thunder. I am writing this at a shaky table before the open window. The leg is cracked, and Atkinson, who seems a handy man with his tools, is going to mend it as soon as he is finished putting an edge on his chisel. It is after 11 now. I shall be gone in less than an hour. But the heat is stifling. It is enough to send a man mad. The Hand by Guy de Maupassant. All were crowding around Monsieur Bermutier, the judge, who was giving his opinion about the St. Cloud mystery. For a month, this inexplicable crime had been the talk of Paris. Nobody could make head or tail of it. Monsieur Bermutier, standing with his back to the fireplace, was talking, citing the evidence, discussing the various theories, but arriving at no conclusion. Some women had risen, in order to get nearer to him, and were standing with their eyes fastened on the clean-shaven face of the judge, who was saying such weighty things. They were shaking and trembling, moved by fear and curiosity, and by the eager and insatiable desire for the horrible, which haunts the soul of every woman. One of them, paler than the others, said during a pause, "It's terrible. It verges on the supernatural. The truth will never be known." The judge turned to her. "True, madame. It is likely that the actual facts will never be discovered. As for the word supernatural, which you have just used, it has nothing to do with the matter. We're in the presence of a very cleverly conceived and executed crime, so well enshrouded in mystery that we cannot disentangle it from the involved circumstances which surround it. But once I had to take charge of an affair in which the uncanny seemed to play a part. In fact, the case became so confused that it had to be given up." Several women exclaimed at once, "Oh, tell us about it." Monsieur Bermutier smiled in a dignified manner, as a judge should, and went on. "Do not think, however, that I, for 1 minute, ascribed anything in the case to supernatural influences. I believe only in normal causes. But if, instead of using the word supernatural to express what we do not understand, we were simply to make use of the word inexplicable, it would be much better. At any rate, in the affair of which I am about to tell you, it is especially the surrounding preliminary circumstances which impressed me. Here are the facts. I was, at that time, a judge at Ajaccio, a little white city on the edge of a bay, which is surrounded by high mountains. The majority of the cases which came up before me concerned vendettas. There are some that are superb, dramatic, ferocious, heroic. We find there the most beautiful causes for revenge of which one could dream. Enmities hundreds of years old, quieted for a time but never extinguished. Abominable stratagems, murders becoming massacres, and almost deeds of glory. For 2 years I heard of nothing but the price of blood, of this terrible Corsican prejudice which compels revenge for insults meted out to the offending person and all his descendants and relatives. I had seen old men, children, cousins murdered. My head was full of these stories. One day I learned that an Englishman had just hired a little villa at the end of the bay for several years. He had brought with him a French servant, whom he had engaged on the way at Marseille. Soon this peculiar person, living alone, only going out to hunt and fish, aroused a widespread interest. He never spoke to anyone, never went to the town, and every morning he would practice for an hour or so with his revolver and rifle. Legends were built up around him. It was said that he was some high personage, fleeing from his fatherland for political reasons. Then it was affirmed that he was in hiding after having committed some abominable crime. Some particularly horrible circumstances were even mentioned. In my judicial position, I thought it necessary to get some information about this man, but it was impossible to learn anything. He called himself Sir John Rowell. I therefore had to be satisfied with watching him as closely as I could, but I could see nothing suspicious about his actions. However, as rumors about him were growing and becoming more widespread, I decided to try to see the stranger myself, and I began to hunt regularly in the neighborhood of his grounds. For a long time I watched without finding an opportunity. At last it came to me, in the shape of a partridge which I shot and killed right in front of the Englishman. My dog fetched it for me, but, taking the bird, I went at once to Sir John Rowell, and, begging his pardon, asked him to accept it. He was a big man, with red hair and beard, very tall, very broad, a kind of calm and polite Hercules. He had nothing of the so-called British stiffness, and in a broad English accent he thanked me warmly for my attention. At the end of a month we had had 5 or 6 conversations. One night, at last, as I was passing before his door, I saw him in the garden, seated astride a chair, smoking his pipe. I bowed, and he invited me to come in and have a glass of beer. I needed no urging. He received me with the most punctilious English courtesy, sang the praises of France and of Corsica, and declared that he was quite in love with this country. Then, with great caution, and under the guise of a vivid interest, I asked him a few questions about his life and his plans. He answered without embarrassment, telling me that he had travelled a great deal in Africa, in the Indies, in America. He added, laughing, "I've had many adventures." Then I turned the conversation on hunting, and he gave me the most curious details on hunting the hippopotamus, the tiger, the elephant, and even the gorilla. I said, "Are all these animals dangerous?" He smiled. "Oh, no, man is the worst." And he laughed, a good broad laugh, the wholesome laugh of a contented Englishman. I have also frequently been man-hunting. Then he began to talk about weapons, and he invited me to come in and see different makes of guns. His parlour was draped in black silk embroidered in gold. Big yellow flowers as brilliant as fire were worked on the dark material. He said, "It is a Japanese material." But in the middle of the widest panel, a strange thing attracted my attention. A black object stood out against a square of red velvet. I went up to it. It was a hand, a human hand. Not the clean white hand of a skeleton, but a dried black hand with yellow nails, the muscles exposed, and traces of old blood on the bones, which were cut off as clean as though it had been chopped off with an axe, near the middle of the forearm. Around the wrist, an enormous iron chain, riveted and soldered to this unclean member, fastened it to the wall by a ring, strong enough to hold an elephant in leash. I asked, "What is that?" The Englishman answered quietly, "That is my best enemy. It comes from America, too. The bones were severed by a sword and the skin cut off with a sharp stone and dried in the sun for a week." I touched these human remains, which must have belonged to a giant. The uncommonly long fingers were attached by enormous tendons which still had pieces of skin hanging to them in places. This hand was terrible to see. It made one think of some savage vengeance. I said, "This man must have been very strong." The Englishman answered quietly, "Yes, but I was stronger than he. I put on this chain to hold him." I thought that he was joking. I said, "This chain is useless now. The hand won't run away." Sir John Rowell answered seriously, "It always wants to go away. This chain is needed." I glanced at him quickly, questioning his face, and I asked myself, is he an insane man or a practical joker? but his face remained inscrutable, calm, and friendly. I turned to other subjects and admired his rifles. However, I noticed that he kept 3 loaded revolvers in the room, as though constantly in fear of some attack. I paid him several calls. Then I did not go any more. People had become used to his presence. Everybody had lost interest in him. A whole year rolled by. One morning, toward the end of November, my servant awoke me and announced that Sir John Rowell had been murdered during the night. Half an hour later, I entered the Englishman's house, together with the police commissioner and the captain of the gendarmes. The servant, bewildered and in despair, was crying before the door. At first I suspected this man, but he was innocent. The guilty party could never be found. On entering Sir John's parlour, I noticed the body stretched out on its back in the middle of the room. His vest was torn. The sleeve of his jacket had been pulled off. Everything pointed to a violent struggle. The Englishman had been strangled. His face was black, swollen, and frightful, and seemed to express a terrible fear. He held something between his teeth, and his neck, pierced by 5 or 6 holes which looked as though they had been made by some iron instrument, was covered with blood. A physician joined us. He examined the finger marks on the neck for a long time, and then made this strange announcement. "It looks as though he had been strangled by a skeleton." A cold chill seemed to run down my back, and I looked over to where I had formerly seen the terrible hand. It was no longer there. The chain was hanging down, broken. I bent over the dead man, and, in his contracted mouth, I found one of the fingers of this vanished hand, cut, or rather sawed off by the teeth down to the second knuckle. Then the investigation began. Nothing could be discovered. No door, window, or piece of furniture had been forced. The 2 watchdogs had not been aroused from their sleep. Here, in a few words, is the testimony of the servant. For a month his master had seemed excited. He had received many letters, which he would immediately burn. Often, in a fit of passion which approached madness, he had taken a switch and struck wildly at this dried hand riveted to the wall, and which had disappeared, no one knows how, at the very hour of the crime. He would go to bed very late and carefully lock himself in. He always kept weapons within reach. Often at night he would talk loudly, as though he were quarrelling with someone. That night, somehow, he had made no noise, and it was only on going to open the windows that the servant had found Sir John murdered. He suspected no one. I communicated what I knew of the dead man to the judges and public officials. Throughout the whole island a minute investigation was carried on. Nothing could be found out. One night, about 3 months after the crime, I had a terrible nightmare. I seemed to see the horrible hand running over my curtains and walls like an immense scorpion or spider. 3 times I awoke, 3 times I went to sleep again. 3 times I saw the hideous object galloping round my room and moving its fingers like legs. The following day, the hand was brought me, found in the cemetery, on the grave of Sir John Rowell, who had been buried there because we had been unable to find his family. The first finger was missing. Ladies, there is my story. I know nothing more. The women, deeply stirred, were pale and trembling. One of them exclaimed, "But that is neither a climax nor an explanation. We will be unable to sleep unless you give us your opinion of what had occurred." The judge smiled severely. "Oh, ladies, I shall certainly spoil your terrible dreams. I simply believe that the legitimate owner of the hand was not dead, that he came to get it with his remaining one. But I don't know how. It was a kind of vendetta." One of the women murmured, "No, it can't be that." And the judge, still smiling, said, "Didn't I tell you that my explanation would not satisfy you?" Dread Summons by Paul Ernst. Herb Mearle stared at the great house on Chicago's chief boulevard with a grim and savage pride. The house that had once belonged to that bleak old financier, R.J. Hill. The structure was 6 stories tall, containing nearly 40 rooms. It was a palace, built 30 years before at a cost of over $2 million, situated now on land so valuable that if it were covered with gold pieces, the sum would hardly approximate its worth. A palace, one of the costliest buildings in Chicago. Yet it was but a fraction of what Mearle had wrested from the Hill estate. He had looted millions from the fortune of the ferocious old man who had taken so long in dying. This house on the boulevard faded into insignificance when compared to the total. Yet, for Herbert Mearle, it was a symbol, and its possession gave him more exultation than all the rest. The very citadel and personal pride of old Hill had been won when he took that house away from Hill's spinster daughter. Mearle walked from the sidewalk to the great flags leading up to the door of the palace. He stared with swelling approval of himself at the ponderous iron grillwork of the front door. Born on the wrong side of the tracks, eh? Well, he'd shown Hill and all his crew. Since Mearle had been 10 years old, he had paused before this place, on his way to swim naked in the lake with other grubby little slum urchins, and looked at that great iron door. He couldn't have entered the huge Hill house even by the back door in those days. Now he owned the place. There was a thrill in finding the key to the house on his fat keyring. "I don't know that you'll want to bother looking into the old mausoleum," the agent had said, giving him the key, "as long as it is to be torn down so soon anyway." But he had wanted to look through it. In a week, men would be here to dismantle the house, which had become a positive liability through the years, a worthless lump of stone and splendor on an invaluable site. A hotel corporation had bought the place for that site. The Hill home was only in the way. He inserted the key in the massive lock. Imported from Italy, the iron grillwork of the door had been. Old Hill had spread himself on this house. Much good it did him, Mearle spat viciously as he worked with the key. Mearle always saw red when he thought of the grim, hard old man. A blatant pusher, a cheap gambler, Hill had called Mearle. The old man had refused steadily to have anything to do with the ruthless young fellow who was springing so far and so swiftly from the slums. "Damned young slug," the old man had said once, to his face, and Mearle had never forgotten nor forgiven the reference to his soft fat, the result of having no time off from business for the less important task of keeping himself fit. Well, he had wiped out all insults. The door suddenly opened as he was fiddling with the key. An old man, at least 70, dressed in a plain blue serge suit, faced him in the doorway. The blue serge made his thin hair seem even whiter, and his faded blue eyes appear even more faded. Mearle was startled for a moment. Then he remembered that the old Hill butler had volunteered to stay on as caretaker till the place was torn down. For nothing, the old fool. Anyone that worked without fat rewards was an idiot, in Herb Mearle's estimation. "Yes, sir?" the butler quavered, inquiringly. "I'm Mearle." The announcement made no impression. "The man who owns this house now," Mearle said impatiently. Oh, yes, sir. And you want to look around?" Mearle nodded and pushed his way in. He was shorter than the old servant, a short, fat man who, even at 41, puffed a little as he walked and perspired freely from a fat, rather apoplectic-looking countenance. "Shall I direct you, sir?" said the butler. "No," Mearle clipped it out harshly. "Get out of here. I can find my own way around, I guess." "Very good, sir. There is the elevator." He pointed with a gnarled old hand to an automatic cage at the rear of the front hall, and Mearle almost snarled as he gazed at that. An elevator in a private home. In the home he'd been raised in, there hadn't even been a bathroom or electricity. "All right," he said, more to himself than to the servant. He walked toward the elevator, meanwhile looking at the whole of this home, in which he would once have been treated as dirt, but which was now his, at least till the hotel people tore it down. The great front hall was as lofty as a church nave. In a way, it had the same kind of hushed atmosphere. It made Mearle feel small, as his hard heels rapped across the polished parquet floor. He tapped irritably at the floor with his cane. The wood was as ornate, as beautifully inlaid as a tabletop. It woke savage hate in him. The ferrule of his stick was of metal, and scuffed to a sharp rim around the edge. He dug deep with the ferrule, and then dragged the cane after him. A great, raw scratch resulted in the softly polished, lovely wood. Behind him, Mearle heard the old servant gasp, as though he had been struck. "What the hell?" said Mearle harshly. "The joint's coming down soon anyway." He made more scratches, as if he had his stick in the face of old Hill himself. He spelled his name in raw tears in the inlaid wood, laughing as he did so. Then he went on to the elevator. An elevator in a private house. It still annoyed him, particularly such a little jewel case as this mahogany and rosewood cage that bore him silently up toward the second floor at a touch of his finger. There was gilt inlay in the panels. He amused himself by scratching some of it out with his stick on the way up. Then the cage stopped. He opened the door and stepped into a second-floor hall which was smaller than the first-floor reception hall, but even more luxurious. The floor was of marble, as were the curving stairs up from the first floor. The marble was bare. The interminable, specially woven strip of oriental carpeting that had padded the staircase and stretched down the corridor had been sold by Hill's daughter, along with the other furnishings. Mearle's heels rang as he walked down it. Rooms, an acre of rooms. But he wasn't going to go through all of them. He only wanted to see the suites belonging to old Hill and the wife, whose death had been such a shock to him, and the daughter, who was now virtually penniless as the result of Mearle's clever manipulations. Those 3 master suites were on this floor. He walked into the door opposite the elevator cage. He entered what seemed an entire apartment, but eventually resolved itself into 2 great rooms, with alcoves resulting from the Victorian architecture, which was the characteristic of the place. 2 huge rooms. One a bedroom, done in dark ivory, with walnut trim, opening onto a vast and masculine-looking bath. The other a panelled living room and library. This was old Hill's suite. The very air breathed of the bitter old man who till his death had held his associates and enemies, particularly his enemies, in awe of him. Hill's home had been his love, his fortress. This 2-room suite had been the heart of the home, inviolate from all trespassing, dedicated to the fierce nonagenarian who had wrung from a world of smoke and blood and grime the great fortune that had melted at his death. Hill's holy of holies, and now Mearle, the man Hill had held in such contempt, was in here, owned it, and all around it. Mearle laughed. There was a mirror on one wall from floor to ceiling. He walked to it, and laughed again. Then his cane lashed out viciously. Thick, that mirror, quadruple plate, built to last, as all Hill's things were. It took 3 ringing cracks before the mirror broke. Then it fairly cascaded to the floor, making a great clatter on the inlaid wood. The house seemed as still as a tomb when the clatter ceased. In the silence, Mearle stood with a funny feeling in the pit of his paunch. He felt a little afraid, somehow. It was his mirror to break, if he pleased. It might as well be broken now as later, when the house was ripped down. And yet he felt, well, funny. He could almost see Hill coming toward him from the bedroom, grizzled eyebrows drawn together in the savage knot that had made so many tremble. A tyrannical, powerful, frightening old man. A thing of granite, terrible in his icy rages. In life, Mearle himself had been afraid of him. He'd admit that. Mearle's 2 plump shoulders straightened. No, he wouldn't admit it. By God, he hadn't been afraid of old Hill. That time the old man had figuratively thrown him out of his office by simply walking toward him, while Mearle retreated step by step from his blazing eyes. He hadn't been afraid of Hill. He had simply shown him the respect any younger man gives an old one. The time Hill had almost gotten every cent Mearle owned in the steel mill deal. Mearle snarled. Well, Hill had died before that went through. And now he had Hill's hide, or rather the hide Hill had bequeathed to the dreamy-eyed, silly retiring woman of 45, who was his daughter. Mearle turned to the near wall. In a gesture that was childish, though it did not occur to him as being such, he spat on the immaculate cream surface, like the little foul-mouthed, milk-stealing gutter urchin he had once been. With satisfaction, he watched the smearing trickle that resulted, watched it spatter slowly down on the fragments of mirror. 7 years bad luck, the mirror was supposed to represent. But he wasn't superstitious. He didn't believe in such junk. He left the rooms that were like an empty shell, waiting only for the return of their grim master, and went to the next apartment. 2 rooms here, too, all in pink. Must have been Hill's wife's rooms. Yes, there was a picture of the old boy on a wall between 2 great windows. The sale hadn't taken in this picture, probably because it was intrinsically worthless. An oil painting of the old man's head, about 18 inches square. Mearle laughed again and thrust the ferrule of his stick slowly through the canvas, till the wall stopped it. He thrust the metal through the old man's nose, that formidable beak that had matched in jutting power his craggy old jaw. Then he went on to the 3rd suite on this side of the hall, a suite the door of which was just at the head of the great marble staircase. This was in French grey, with silver trim. It too had been a woman's apartment, but the apartment of a younger woman. It took no subtle intuition to read that. It had belonged without doubt to Hill's daughter. Mearle visioned the daughter. A woman, but so sheltered from life by a doting father that she was no more knowledgeable than a girl of 18. A person so sensitive and shy and retiring that she was almost a hermit. That was why she had never married, probably. Well, too damned bad for her. Should have a husband to support her now. Mearle doubted if she would have $50 a month out of the wreck he had made of her father's fortune. Mearle grinned. The daughter, Beatrice Hill, had actually sought him out for financial advice. Hill's lawyer, that old spider Macy, was responsible for that. After a fat bribe, he had told the daughter that Mearle was to be trusted implicitly, that Mearle had become Hill's closest associate just before his death. So Beatrice Hill had come like a damned fool to her father's bitterest enemy for advice. Well, he'd given her advice. He had shifted worthless securities on her in carload lots. Then he had made loans when her inherited fortune seemed to be in danger. Then, when the worthless securities he had accepted as collateral shook on the market, he had refused extension of the loans and taken the whole. Had simply opened his hand and closed it on everything Hill had left. Beatrice had a small trust fund from her mother. That was all. He had got revenge on the tribe of Hill, all right. He'd been told that Beatrice tried to kill herself, and was only prevented by a nurse. The rooms were delicately beautiful, in a way representing the spirit of the girl who had grown to womanhood in them. There were no overhead lights. The lamps were in wall brackets. These brackets were of carved crystal, and from the lamp rings hung festoons of glittering crystal, prisms, pear drops, pendants. Mearle stared at the softly glittering beauty of the crystals. Then his ever-ready stick came up again. He lashed hard at one of the brackets. A shower of broken crystal, like dewdrops in sunlight, flashed to the polished floor. He went to the next and did the same. In a moment, there wasn't a crystal bracket left in either bedroom or sitting room, and with each thrust of his stick, he felt as though he was smashing, hurting Hill himself. In the bedroom, he came upon something that once more drew laughter from his snarling lips, at the same time angering him when he recalled the home his own boyhood had known. Near the living-room door, set in onyx in the wall, were a dozen little switch handles. They were tiny ebony plugs in a house phone system. There was something for you, by heaven. A private telephone system for the house alone. An elevator in a private home. A complete telephone service in a private home. The old pirate had done well for himself, hadn't he? He read the names etched in tiny copper plates under the bell plugs. Butler, garage, housekeeper, first guest room, second guest room, drawing room, blue room, conservatory, Mrs. R.J. Hill, Mr. R.J. Hill. Mearle's cane raised to slash at the little switchboard, but slowly it lowered again. His snarling grin, like the grimace of a hyena of a carrion that is all his, touched his red, sensual lips. A bell for R.J. Hill, eh? When his daughter wanted to talk to her father, she pulled that little ebony handle, and the old boy answered, "Ring R.J. Hill." Well, Hill was in hell now. Quite poetical that sounded. Hill in hell. Too bad his daughter couldn't try to put through a call for the old man now. Just as, in her helplessness, she had called on her father when she found out what had happened to her father's fortune. Standing in Mearle's office, staring at Mearle with incredulous, stricken eyes. "Dad! Dad!" "Yeah, call for R.J. Hill and see what good it would do you." The idea tickled Mearle's not-too-sensitive sense of humor. Call for R.J. Hill. Page R.J. Hill. He ought to be in that end pot of boiling oil, boy. Get his attention, if the devils will let him alone for a minute, and tell him Herb Mearle is paging him. Mearle, the man he despised in life, and who has beaten him now. Call for Hill, from Mr. Mearle. Maybe the old guy would come from hell in answer. Mearle's grin spread. His pudgy hand went up to the little switchboard. He touched, with a tentative finger, the plug over the name of the eagle-beaked old man who had awed him in life, but whom he had beaten in death. Then, decisively, he pulled the little plug down. It was just like an office switchboard, the same in principle, if built of more elaborate materials. He was familiar with its workings. He heard a bell ring, very softly, from somewhere. Old R.J.'s apartment, or in hell? It pleased him to imagine that he heard a faint, gruff voice answering, the voice of the man who had overpowered bankers and frightened promoters by sheer savage force of character. "Hello," he said into the little phone. "Is this you, Hill? Is this you, you old—" Profanity streamed from his lips, words he hadn't thought of since he had been a slum kid, with the slime of the gutters as his playground. "How do you like the owner of your house, Hill? Tell me I'm a crook who only stays out of jail because of the technicalities of the law, will you? Call me a shyster promoter and a robber of widows and orphans, will you? Announce before a board of directors that no decent man of business would associate with me. All right, now what do you think of me?" He snapped the little lever back into place. Call R.J. Hill, ring him in hell, and console him with what Mearle had done to his daughter. With his cane twirling jauntily, Mearle went to the suite's bathroom, as big as a full room. Silver fittings, more crystal wall brackets, a pink marble tub. And how did you like that, by heaven? Pink marble 8 feet long, to coddle the body of Hill's precious daughter, a body that would now go clad in basement bargain counter cottons, and like it. Would Beatrice Hill pass this site when there was a 20-story hotel on it and dream of that pink tub, taken from her, along with everything else, by the man who had outsmarted old Hill in the end? Mearle lit a cigar and tossed the burnt match into the tub. He went back to the sitting room, grinning at the little switchboard as he passed. Call R.J. Hill, eh? The hall door had swung almost closed behind him when he entered Beatrice Hill's apartment. Just before he got to it, to go out, he stopped. He thought he had heard a step outside, and below, a slow step. He shrugged, as it was not repeated. He must have imagined the sound, but it put him in mind of the way old R.J. had walked in the last few years of his life. His feet had gone bad on him. When he couldn't avoid walking, he had done it like a slow-motion picture. Slow, painful progress forward, step by step on aching old feet. He had walked that way when he forced Mearle from his office, slow step after slow step, with Mearle retreating back from his flaming old eyes. Another step, on the bare marble staircase it seemed to be, a slow, dragging step, unless he was still imagining. No, there it was a third time, distinctly a step, and it did seem to ring familiar. For a moment, Mearle tried to tell himself that he couldn't place the familiarity, but he could all right. The step sounded precisely like the step of old Hill. He stared back toward the switchboard, and a distinct feeling of chill touched his spine. He had summoned Hill. Had Hill answered? It was a crazy thought. He laughed aloud and puffed at the cigar in his teeth. He was reaching for the knob when he heard the step again, slow, labored, on the staircase all right, just like Hill's painful crawl. Hell, it was the butler, that was all. The butler was coming up to see what had held him here so long. But he hadn't been up here long, only a few minutes, and he had distinctly told the fellow to get out, not to bother him, that he'd find his own way around. Well, then, the old man was coming up to investigate the crash of that mirror, or of the crystal brackets. But he'd have been up here before now, if that were the case. Quite a while had elapsed since he had made a noise up here. Besides, the butler was an old fossil just like Hill. He'd have used the elevator if he meant to come up, not have climbed those endless marble stairs. Mearle began to sweat a little. All the time he had been standing there, thinking, he had been hearing the steps, slowly, laboriously ascending the stairs. The butler, of course, he insisted to himself, wiping perspiration from his flabby face. Thump, thump, a step at a time, a slow, painful crawl. God, it did sound like Hill. Mearle began to wish to heaven he had not pushed the phone switch over Hill's name. He wished he hadn't called those things into the phone. Had he heard a faint hello when he first lifted the receiver? I'm full of the jitters, he muttered aloud, listening to the slow, slow steps up the interminable marble staircase. Listening to the steps, one step at a time, as if a feeble but determined body were hitching itself up a stair at a time, and then resting. "You out there?" he called. "Butler?" He had called it loudly. Echoes rang in the grey and silver room. His voice must have carried to the person on the stairs. But there was no answer. Only more of the slow, laboured steps. Closer now, very near the top. And the door he was facing, the door he was so near, was right at the head of those stairs. "Hey, you out there!" It was almost a scream that came from Mearle's lips. Mad or not, the thought that that might really be Hill, come in answer to the blasphemous call, was drowning him in horror. Those slow steps were so exactly like old Hill's. Step, a rest. Step, a pause. Step, step. Heavily, wearily, but indomitably, as someone ascended the stairs outside. My God! It was a moan that came from Mearle's stiff lips. His cigar lay smoking on the bare floor. Then he drew a deep breath. Why, he was really trembling. This was a hell of a note. Mearle, many times a millionaire at 41, feared as few in Chicago were feared, trembling in a vacant room at the sound of steps. "You out there? If you're the butler, say so." The steps paused at the top of the stairs, and there was no answer. Mearle's last courage began seeping out of him. His fingers went up tremulously. He plucked at his shaking lips. The steps resumed with infinite effort, infinite doggedness. They stopped right outside the door. Was it the butler out there? Or wasn't it? But it was, of course. Oh, God, it had to be. A dead man obey a summons of the living? No, that wasn't possible. Even in a deepening sea of horror that made his heart pound till he could taste blood in his mouth, he knew that. The door moved a very little. He wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been staring right at it with glaring eyeballs. It had been an inch or so open. Now it was 2 inches, swinging open a very little, as if only a breath of pressure had been applied to it. Pressure such as no real hand, no flesh-and-blood hand, would exert. "I can't stand this," Mearle panted. "I'm being a fool." His hand went out. He clutched the knob of the door. He knew it was the servant out there. Hell, who else could it be? There were only the 2 of them in that house. Only the 2 of them. The door moved a little against his hand. Moved, slyly, eerily, not as any normal person would have moved it. The butler, by God, deliberately trying to frighten him. It had to be the butler. He flung the door open with a scream that echoed through the whole great house, flung the door open, and stood swaying there, stood swaying and stricken for a few seconds before he fell. It was half an hour before the butler came up the stairs. He had been in the kitchen. He had thought for a moment he'd heard a scream, but it was not repeated, so he had paid no more attention. The walls of the old mansion were thick. He screamed himself now, as he got to the top of the stairs and saw the thing in the doorway of Miss Beatrice Hill's apartment. Screamed just once and cowered back. The man who had called himself Mearle lay there, and his face. The butler managed to get to the phone in the hall and called the police. Then he fainted. He had never before looked at the face of a man who had been frightened to death. Grotesquerie by Harold Lawler. 1. Except for the undertaker and his assistants, I was the only one to attend the funeral. I was the sole mourner present, but I didn't grieve. All through those depressing services at the graveside, and the cold, grey, slanting November rain that held for me promise of sinusitis or pleurisy, only one thought, one question, really troubled me. For 17 years I'd known the components of Vera Whitmack's tragic story, yet the one essential element, the clue that would have tied them all together for my understanding, persisted in eluding me. Not that I had thought so very hard to find that clue. To the contrary, I had endeavored not to think about it. For there are some things that the mind rejects in horror. But now, as I stood there in acute discomfort, conscious of the wet ground underfoot and the unspeakably bleak dreariness of the cemetery on a day like this, I felt the answer very near me. And I was right. Just as the casket, its silvery sheen dulled with raindrops, sank through the dripping evergreen branches that shrouded the grave, I suddenly understood everything in one of those momentary flashes of lucidity that come so rarely in one's lifetime, but are not to be disputed when they do. I knew now why Vera Whitmack had sent me here, for it wasn't Vera Whitmack being buried this day. She was still living, though she had died so long ago in her heart. I knew the reason for the curious alteration in her personality, and why she had so strangely repelled me for 17 years. These questions were answered me too, for I understood at last the answer to that greater question, just how she had made of Martin Cox the horror that he had been. Vera Whitmack was 29 years old on that day, some 23 years before, when she'd first come to see me. Miss Dorney, my secretary at that time, a thin, acidulous spinster, came into my inner office, disapproval writ large on her narrow face. "There's a woman to see you," she announced. The plangent whine of her voice was so much more marked than usual that I said instinctively, "What's the matter with her?" It developed that Miss Dorney's antipathy for my visitor had its origin in the fact that she was heavily and opaquely veiled. It was not a day when veils were a modish article of feminine apparel, and while Miss Dorney may not have known much, she did know one thing. Here was a woman who would bear watching. Miss Dorney's devotion to me was apt to be a bit trying at times. Veiled ladies were scarcely in my line, and I suspected my crabbed secretary had been reading a bit too much in Oppenheim. Hiding annoyance as well as I could, I said, "Well, send her in. If she makes a pass at me, I'll set fire to the draperies." Miss Dorney permitted herself another contemptuous sniff for my levity before throwing open the connecting door. "Mr. Burnett will see you now," she announced acidly to the visitor, yet hidden from my sight. And she held her skirt back eloquently, as if from contamination, as the visitor passed her. It is true that the woman who entered wore a veil so thick that her features could not be discerned. Yet somehow, despite it all, she gave the illusion of beauty. Perhaps this was due to the glint of golden hair curling softly around the back of her hat, or the grace with which she moved, or the perfection of her legs sheathed in smoky chiffon of the sheerest. When the door had shut behind Miss Dorney's ramrod back, I waved my visitor to a chair. "I'm Vera Whitmack," she said when she had settled herself. Her voice was low and pleasing, thrilling to the ear as the soft throbbing music of marimbas. "I was referred to you by Mr. Alvin Purgis, of the Purgis and Stoneman shows. I'm an investment counselor, and I number among my clients a great many people of the theatrical profession. My acquaintance among them has always been wide, for my father, when he was alive, had owned several theatres here in the city. I knew Purgis, of course, though he wasn't strictly theatre. The carnival man, I said, to put her at her ease. She nodded. Until 3 months ago, I ran a mit camp with one of his shows. She laughed and translated unnecessarily, for I was familiar with the argot. That is, I read palms for a living. I see. Though her eyes were invisible to me through the veil, I felt that she was studying her black-gloved hands resting in her lap. They tightened on the purse she held now, from which involuntary movement I somehow deduced that what she was about to say next would be at the cost of some mental anguish to her. In this assumption, I was correct. On a hot July day, 3 months before, she told me, a leopard escaped from its cage, terrorized the Purgis and Stoneman carnival shows, and killed a 4-year-old boy not 15 yards from where Vera's tent was pitched. She was reading someone's palm at the time, but she ran out of her tent when she heard the screams of the child and snarls of the animal. The screams stopped abruptly, and the child lay ominously still in the hot, dry dust of the midway. The snarling beast crouched above him, worrying the ragdoll form. Vera didn't hesitate. Courageously, if mistakenly, she went barehanded to the rescue of the little boy. He was already dead, but she didn't know that. The leopard turned at her approach and sprang in all its lithe, terrible beauty. Its weight knocked her from her feet. It clawed her face and upper body hideously before its keeper came belatedly, running with a gun, and killed it. For weeks, Vera lay in the hospital in a drugged stupor, and they despaired of saving her life. But, unfortunately, I recovered, she said now, with a gallant, rueful little laugh that robbed the remark of any hint of self-pity. I must go on living, which brings me to my problem. I'm not married, and I must support myself. There are a few positions one can hold in which one may go about heavily veiled without being an object of ridicule, and I certainly can't leave the veil off. Once this problem is settled, and I can be sure of an income of some sort, I never intend to go about in public again, save at night, after darkness falls. I suppose I thought that she exaggerated, that she was suffering more from a psychic blow to her pride and vanity than anything else. Are you sure that's so necessary, or your problem so insoluble? I asked gently. You mustn't grow embittered or unduly sensitive. Give people a chance. Believe me, they can be kinder and more understanding than perhaps you think. She laughed again shortly. I'm afraid it's hardly a question of mere kindliness from anyone. Look! Before I knew what she was about, she lifted her veil. I caught only the briefest glimpse of that ruined face, yet I winced and hastily averted my glance. I hated myself for it. My face and neck grew red with shame. Worse, I knew it wasn't just a moment's involuntary reflex that I could overcome with time. I knew that if I saw her face daily for 50 years, I should never be able to view it without shuddering. Strangely, it was she who comforted me. There, Mr. Burnett, you mustn't mind. I don't. I shouldn't have done it, I suppose, but I wanted you to understand how hopeless it was. She touched my hand gently. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw that she had let the veil fall again. And again I hated myself for the craven relief that knowledge brought me. I said thickly, I'm sorry. I'm really dreadfully sorry, Miss Whitmack. Forgive me, but I couldn't help myself. It's quite all right, she said casually, and I knew from her tone of voice that she had recovered possession of herself again. But now, to this problem of earning a living. Mr. Purgis said that you would think of something, that you could help me if anyone ever could. She moved forward and sat there eagerly on the edge of her chair. The blind faith in me implicit in her hopeful attitude was so great that I could scarcely bear it. I got up and went to the window to raise it, that I might hide my feelings. I know that the emotion I felt for Vera Whitmack in those early days was never love, but pity is so closely akin. I had to help her somehow. But how? To offer anything that might be construed as charity was unthinkable. I stood there thinking, fiddling with the curtain cord, watching the hordes of people moving ant-like on the busy avenue below. Perhaps that's what gave me the idea. Certainly I wanted desperately to help this unhappy woman. Quite apart from the pity with which she filled me, I liked her. I liked her very much. I said tentatively, There's one thing. Yes? I turned to face her. Have you any money at all? She mentioned a sum, not large, but not inconsiderable either. It consisted of her savings, and a sum that Mr. Purgis had settled on her over her protests after the accident. I said, That simplifies things, then, the fact that you have a little capital. Miss Whitmack, Have you ever thought that in a great city the size of this one there must be many other people like yourself, desirous of living with a maximum of privacy and a minimum of embarrassment? You mean injured people? I nodded. Often, late at night, I walk my dog, and I seem to see people about that I never see in the daytime. People badly crippled, and others who shield their faces with their arms as I approach. Why not use your capital to buy an old house and take in boarders like these? The idea excited her, I could tell. I could see it in every eager line of her body as she leaned forward. "But that sounds like a wonderful idea," she cried. "Why didn't I think of it myself?" "You wouldn't mind living with others afflicted like yourself?" "Mind? Of course not. I'd not only be earning a living, but I'd have companionship. I'd been resigned to the thought that I must live my days in loneliness." But a moment later, she drooped. "Still, what about neighbors? Surely they'd be curious about such an establishment. They'd pry and ruin everything." But I had an answer for that, too. "Many parts of the city close in are becoming industrialized," I pointed out. "I often pass great old houses surrounded by light manufacturing plants, business places, garages. People come there only in the daytime. There are no neighbors in the real sense. If we could find such a house situated in such a way that the ground would have no value for business, thus making the price prohibitive, why—" She was eager again. "I've seen such houses too. Oh, you'll find me one?" And I promised that I would try. So it was I, then, who found her at last the house in Paradise Alley, that street misnamed if ever there was one. It wasn't a street at all, really, in the true sense of the word, just a short spur leading off one of the main arteries that fed traffic to the suburbs. There was a factory on one corner, where lampshades were manufactured, and on the other corner a warehouse. The warehouse was so constructed, and the street itself such a cul-de-sac, that the two high-stooped, mansard-roofed old houses behind it were impossible of conversion to business purposes. But they could be thrown into one by the simple expedient of knocking out the party wall between them, and what money Miss Whitmack had would just cover the purchase price, furnish the rooms inexpensively, and take care of such repairs as could not be postponed. After that, it would be up to her. She bought it, and I'm happy to say that she did quite well. In the 6 years ensuing, she not only recovered her original investment, but more than doubled it, turning over her monthly income to me to reinvest as cannily as might be to yield the greatest return. Oh, it had been slow for her at first, of course. It was a year before she had her full complement of 8 boarders besides herself, and God knows where she ever found them at that. She certainly never advertised publicly, but I suppose news of the strange boarding-house that she kept in Paradise Alley spread by word of mouth. Such things have a way of getting around. Those 6 years cemented our friendship, but it seems odd to confess how little I really learned about her in all that time. I knew her father had been a German from Milwaukee, her mother a gypsy of Magyar descent. That was all. But in the light of what happened later, I suspect it was from her mother she must have learned those black arts that she possessed. Of the 8 boarders, the only one I ever grew to know fairly well at all was Andy Schult, the right side of whose face was one vast keloid from nose to ear. All the others at my approach scuttled away from me in the darkened halls, purposely kept dimly lighted by Vera, that they might escape embarrassment. Of these, 2 were freaks I knew, retired from the Burgess and Stoneman show. There was a woman whose face had been horribly burned by acid, hurled by a jealous wife. There was a man without ears. There were— but why continue? To persist in the grisly catalogue of their infirmities savours too much of the morbid. To me, they were only vague shadows, dimly seen, and the effect was decidedly eerie on those frequent occasions when I called at the house in Paradise Alley to discuss with Vera matters of business. Andy Schultz, too, had been chary of me at first, but we came to exchange salutations in time, though he was always careful to keep the damaged side of his face scrupulously averted from my eyes. Later he grew used to seeing me about, and as we talked more and more on every visit, gradually his shyness wore off. I assure you that on the occasion of the first time he let me see his face in its entirety in the full glare of the electric light, I felt immensely flattered, as if I had been awarded an accolade. For I had sensed something of the sort was going to happen eventually, and I had trained myself to show no trace of pity or horror when it did. I flatter myself that I succeeded, for Andy never again showed the slightest embarrassment in my presence, and we became friends. I am particular in thus describing Andy, for it was he who unwittingly precipitated the tragedy. 2. I long had thought that I was the only visitor called normal ever to appear in Paradise Alley, but it seems that in this belief I was wrong. At 1:45 one morning, my alarm clock went off, rousing me wearily from a deep sleep. I went to the bathroom, splashed cold water on my face, till I reached a semblance of wakefulness, and then, drawing on a robe, I went to the living room of my apartment, to pace impatiently while I awaited the mysterious visit of Andy Schultz by appointment at 2:00. Andy had telephoned me the evening before, and his voice had sounded distressed. Could he see me? And since he went out only late at night, when the streets were deserted, should I mind very much if he were to come to my apartment at 2:00 in the morning? It's about Vera Whitmack, he added, as if afraid I would refuse to see him for his sake alone. Of course, I said that he might come. He rang my bell now, just on the stroke of the hour. Tactfully, I had left only one small lamp burning, over on the desk at the far side of the room. We sat together on the sofa in the semi-gloom, after he'd refused my offer of a drink. He sat there nervously, dry-washing his hands in silence for some minutes, but I was completely unprepared for the question he asked, when at last he spoke. Has Vera some money? He wanted to know. I was surprised, and a little annoyed by what seemed mere inquisitiveness. I said, non-committally, Some. Enough? Enough for a bum who never had a dime to try to get it away from her? It seemed no breach of confidence for me to nod. He put his hand on my knee urgently. Irv, I want you to be very careful of Vera's money, I said somewhat stiffly. I assure you. No, he interrupted me. You misunderstand. I'm not implying any carelessness on your part. He bent his head and clenched his hands nervously and said miserably, I guess I'd better tell you. No one ever comes to the house in Paradise Alley. No outsider, I mean, except yourself and my nephew, Martin Cox. I was surprised. I didn't know you had any family. He's my sister's son. His father died when he was a little boy, and I always felt a great sense of responsibility for him. But, Irv, he's no good. He's just no good. The anguish in Andy Schultz's voice was so great that I sought to console him. He can't be too bad, Andy. You said he comes faithfully to see you. Andy's smile in the dim light wasn't a pleasant thing to see. Oh, but not out of affection. I give him money, really a great deal of money. I've never been able to deny him. Funny thing, I can see through him easily. I know he's no good, but he can talk me into anything. I think he could talk anybody into anything. He's a very smooth customer, Irv, glib and persuasive. Make no mistake about that. But what has all this to do with Vera Whitmack? He's shining up to her, too. Oh, I've never caught him at it, but I'm sure he is. Irv, I'll tell you something. After every time that Marty has been at that house, I hear Vera singing. Singing, mind you, Vera. You know as well as I do that she's always been a desperately unhappy woman. And then why all the happiness now? Happiness that moves her to song. Unless... He broke off, shook his head rather despondently. Personally, I thought he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Well, suppose you're right, I said at last. What do you want me to do about it? I thought I'd better tell you, he said, so you can be on your guard if Vera comes to you with any sudden demands for her money. Don't hand it over without an explanation. Don't hand it over at all if you can possibly avoid it, unless you're sure she wants it for some legitimate purpose. If Marty is mixed up in this, as I fear, I don't suppose we can save her from heartbreak. But we ought to be able to see to it that she comes out of it with her money intact. He stood up then, having said his say, and I assured him I'd be careful, that I'd keep his warning in mind, and would do everything I could to dissuade Vera Whitmack from any rash action she might propose. But I'm afraid I didn't take any of it too seriously, for I knew that handicapped people living in isolation were prone to develop suspicious natures and to see danger where none threatened. Early the next morning, my intercom buzzed, and Miss Dorney's thin voice grated on my eardrums. Miss Whitmack and a gentleman calling to see you. What? To my certain knowledge, Vera Whitmack had never appeared on the street in daylight for 6 years, once she was safely ensconced in the house in Paradise Alley. Miss Dorney patiently repeated her information, and I recovered enough from my surprise to tell her to send them in. Naturally, I thought at once of the early morning conversation with Andy Schultz, so I wasn't too amazed to have Vera Whitmack introduce her escort to me as Martin Cox. Well, he looked all right, I'll say that much for him. None of this obvious eyes too close together business, that description so beloved of authors in delineating villainy. He was big and blond, with a seemingly frank, open face, and a manner that was bluff and hearty. Perhaps just a shade too bluff and hearty. I've ever been wary of glad-handers, and the suspicion crossed my mind now that no one was ever so glad to meet anybody as Martin Cox was to meet me. I had sense enough to see that if he were to be an opponent at all, he'd be a dangerous one. Inwardly, I sighed. Vera was veiled as usual, of course. She had never again permitted me to see her unveiled, after that one brief glimpse 6 years before. But happiness radiated from her, just the same. It hung about her like an aura. She lost no time in acquainting me with the object of her visit. It was just as Andy Schultz had feared. She wanted me to liquidate her assets and turn the proceeds over to her in a lump sum. You see, she said, her voice softer than ever with love, Martin and I are going to be married. Martin has a chance to get a franchise to operate a tire and automobile accessory store, and I'll not only be helping him, but I'll earn a greater return on my money than I'm getting at present. I drummed the edge of my desk with my fingertips. There were things I wanted to say, but Cox's presence made it a little difficult. He was clever. He was either very sure of her, or else completely lacking in ulterior motive. I couldn't be sure which. For he stood up, and his hand caressed Vera's shoulder briefly. Honey, I think you and Mr. Burnett ought to discuss this alone. After all, it's your business. He overrode her protests and patted her shoulder gently. I could do with a cup of coffee, and I'll be in the cafe downstairs. He shook my hand again genially before he took his departure. It was very gracefully done. If he felt any slight tinge of resentment at my caution and general lack of enthusiasm, he hid it completely. With him out of the way, it was easier, of course. I pointed out to Vera that she didn't know this man very well. I know him well enough, she said softly. I heard the hint of amusement in her voice that suggested she knew him far better than I ever could. I'm not saying this accessory store idea isn't all right, I went on, but don't you think I ought to investigate it for you first? Martin has already looked into it, Vera said, and he assures me it will pay me 8%, which is far more than my money is earning now. I was patient. But there's the factor of safety, Vera. As I've invested your money, the return may be smaller, but it's as secure as anything ever can be in this world. Quite apart from the question of return, Vera said, my main consideration is the fact that I'd be helping Martin. I tried a more personal attack. I know you love him, my dear, but can you be sure he loves you? It was cruel of me, I suppose, for I think she winced, though through the veil I couldn't be sure. Certainly, though, she drew back a little in her chair. I know what you mean, she said, low. My face. But Martin says he fell in love with my voice and my personality. He says it doesn't matter to him at all that I've been injured. Oh, I admit that I wasn't easily convinced. But in the end, she spread her hands in a little rueful gesture. After all, is it so highly improbable that he could love me? For instance, mutilated or not, I've always felt that you liked me. Child, I touched her hand. Of course I do. Well then, don't you see? If I could inspire liking in one man, why not love in another? It was the logic of a woman who was herself in love. He had persuaded her, but perhaps not so much as she had persuaded herself. But, at any rate, I felt that it was useless to go farther on that tack. But I didn't give up. For 15 minutes more I tried to sway her, using every argument at my command. In the end, she only grew annoyed. Mr. Burnett, she said at last, firmly, our business relationship has always been very pleasant. Please don't make me do something now to spoil 6 years of friendship. From which I inferred she meant to sue me for her money if all else failed. I had done what I could. It was her money, and I couldn't withhold it from her if she was so set on having it. Besides, I began to wonder if I were right. Who was I to play God, to be so sure that I knew what was best for Vera? I remembered Martin Cox's gentle hand on her shoulder. Perhaps he did love her. Even if Andy Schultz were right and Cox had never been any good, perhaps Vera was just the woman to change him. Love had worked miracles before. As for my own vague distrust of the man, I recollected that I had vaguely distrusted a number of married men I'd met, who were probably ideal husbands to their wives, no matter how I felt about them. I sighed, still feeling troubled, but in the end I promised to start selling Vera's securities. And she was quite satisfied when I told her it would probably take a few days to clear everything up. That was a Thursday. I got busy at once, and by the next Tuesday I had a cashier's check covering every penny of the money that belonged to Vera, as well as a statement fully explaining all transactions. I sent the papers to her late that afternoon by registered mail, and then phoned to tell her they were on the way. Thank you, Mr. Burnett, she said. You have been a good friend to me, and I'll never forget it. Martin and I will be married very quietly here next Saturday morning, and of course you must come to the wedding. I promised that I would. I spent a bad 24 hours then. Perhaps I sensed what was coming. Andy Schultz telephoned me at my apartment late Wednesday night. He was scarcely coherent at first. You promised me, Irv, he said over and over, reproachfully. Strangely, I knew what he meant. I'm sorry, Andy. I did what I could, but it was no use. Besides, there was always the chance that we were wrong and Vera right. He laughed hysterically at that. We were wrong? Wrong and Vera was right? He stopped then for some seconds, getting hold of himself. When he spoke again, it was more quietly, his voice heavy with despair. You'd better get over here at once, Irv. Trouble. And he hung up in the midst of my agitated questions. Andy let me in when I reached the house in Paradise Alley. No one else about the place stirred, but there was an almost sentient atmosphere of breathlessness about the house, as if its inmates knew that something was terribly wrong, and they had hidden themselves away from the danger, awaiting its outcome. You sensed them there waiting, listening apprehensively behind their closed doors. Andy drew me into the parlor and closed the sliding walnut double doors behind us. I'd always hated that parlor. For some reason known only to herself, Vera had chosen to hang a murky copy of Van Gogh's gloomy painting, The Potato Eaters, over the Victorian black marble mantel. Its somber colors seemed to set the keynote of melancholy for the whole house. "Well, Andy, what's the trouble?" "Vera endorsed her check over to Marty this afternoon," he said baldly. 2 hours later this came along to her by special delivery, and he handed me an envelope, raggedly torn open at the side. I drew out the short-folded note it contained. It's 17 years since I read that note, and I don't remember it verbatim. I don't think I wanted to remember it, but even today, I can still feel some of the shocked disbelief I felt then at its unmitigated venom. It was not enough that he told her he was leaving town and wasn't marrying her. It was not enough that he told her he didn't love her. He had to taunt her cruelly besides, with her ridiculous vanity in believing that anyone could love her. She, he wrote, was a monstrosity who should hide herself forever from the eyes of men. The loss of her money was bad enough, but this gratuitous brutality sickened me. I remember asking Andy in bewilderment, "But why? He had the money. Why did he have to do this? Destroy the last vestiges of her pride?" Andy made a grimace. "I told you he was like that. And Vera?" He jerked his head upward. "In her room. She won't let me in, but I thought perhaps you." I stuffed the note in my pocket and went to the staircase in the outer hall. Andy trailed after me disconsolately. Together, we ascended the stairs. Vera's room was the large one at the front of the house. I knocked on the heavy walnut door. There was no answer. "Vera," I called softly. "It's Irv Burnett. Please let me in." Again, there was no answer. I tried the door, and it was unlocked. I opened it and looked in cautiously. Then I threw the door wide open and went in, and again Andy followed me as if he were helpless to do anything else. Vera, fully dressed and veiled as usual, was sitting bolt upright in an armchair. She had the air of one who had been sitting there for hours, who would sit there forever if nothing happened to disturb her. We went over to stand uncomfortably before her. "Vera," I said, "I'm awfully sorry. Perhaps it isn't too late to do something." She didn't answer. I turned to Andy. "Where was Cox staying? He may still be there, for there was no real reason for him to rush out of town, as the check has been properly endorsed over to him." Andy told me the name of Cox's hotel. "I'll go there now," I said. "Perhaps I can force him to turn it over to me." Andy brightened a little. It seemed a forlorn hope to me, but at least it enabled me to persuade myself that I was doing something. Vera spoke for the first time. "The money is unimportant," she said tonelessly. "The house is paid for, and I can make more." She spoke as the dead might speak. With a deliberation that was frightening, she lifted her veil and draped it back from her face. I don't know whence came the strength to enable me to conquer the almost overpowering impulse I had to turn my eyes away. I stared at Vera. She might have been a woman carved of stone. Her one, undestroyed eye gazed straight before her, obviously seeing nothing. She said, "Marty shouldn't have written that note. I would have forgiven him anything else but that. I intend to take care of Martin Cox. You may leave me now. I have things to do." It was obvious that for her we had ceased to exist. We left the room, Andy and I, awkwardly enough, closing the door quietly behind us. I waited till we were down on the lower floor again, before telling Andy, "I intend to go to Cox's hotel just the same. But Vera frightens me. Stay in the upper hall, will you, and listen for anything wrong." "You think she plans to harm herself or Marty?" Andy asked. "In the condition she's in, there's no telling what she might do," I said. "Don't let her leave the house till I get back. I don't want her getting into further trouble. Keep an eye on her." Andy promised faithfully that he would. After telling me the name of the hotel, he had given me Martin Cox's room number 2, so that I was prepared to slip past the desk clerk and go directly to the 4th floor. But the desk clerk wasn't at his station, as it happened, and the lobby itself was deserted at that early hour. It was a small hotel with only one elevator, and the cage was not at the lobby floor either. I didn't ring for it, but took the stairs. When I opened the steel door giving onto the 4th floor corridor, I knew at once that something was wrong. Here were the absent desk clerk and elevator boy, holding a confused colloquy outside a door from behind which came muffled screams, curses, and moanings. Back of them, farther down the corridor, the heads of 2 or 3 guests protruded angrily from their rooms. The clerk looked up at my approach as I came down the carpeted hall, and in his agitation he must have mistaken me for a guest too. "One of the guests has been taken ill, sir," he said, indicating the door through which the muffled noises were coming. "Just go right along to your room. Everything will be taken care of. He was babbling nervously. "How long has this been going on?" I asked. "Isn't that Martin Cox's room?" "Some 10 or 15 minutes, the clerk said. "The occupant of the next room phoned the desk to complain. Are you a friend of Mr. Cox?" I nodded. "We can't imagine what is wrong. We've been afraid to go in because the noises don't sound human, sir." The clerk wiped his forehead. "I didn't like to call the police for fear of giving the hotel a bad name, so I called the psychopathic hospital, and they've promised to send an ambulance and attendants to remove the gentleman." I wanted to see for myself what was going on behind the closed door of 418. I didn't believe that Vera Whitmack could possibly have reached here before me, even if she had been able to elude Andy's vigilance, but "Give me your pass key," I ordered the clerk brusquely. He handed it over without a word. I opened the door of 418 and walked into the brightly lighted room. Encouraged by my boldness, the clerk and elevator man followed me. It was a perfectly ordinary hotel room, until I saw the writhing thing on the bed. It was emitting those hoarse, agonized cries we had heard. It may have been in pain, or it may only have caught a glimpse of itself in the mirrored closet door opposite the bed. I suspected the latter. I say it, but I knew who it was. There was only a travesty of a resemblance left in the hideous, freak-like thing that it had become. But it was Martin Cox. I heard a thud behind me. The desk clerk had dropped to the floor, ashen-faced. The elevator boy was nowhere to be seen. He must have fled precipitately after his first glimpse of that horror on the bed. And then I heard him being sick in the bathroom. I acted now. My paralyzed muscles permitted me. I moved forward, head averted, and covered the thing on the bed with the sheet. It continued its writhing beneath it. The incoherent babbling it was making followed me as I went to the telephone on the desk. Swallowing back sickness, I called the house in Paradise Alley. Andy must have been waiting, still faithfully guarding Vera. There was a telephone extension in that darkened upper hall. He answered in a minute. "Vera," I said. "Has she left her room at all?" "No." "You're sure?" "Positive. I've heard her moving about ever since you left." "I must talk to her," I said. "Call her at once." I thought perhaps she'd refuse to come to the phone, but it was only seconds before she spoke to me. Yes? It was only a word. It was only a voice heard over the telephone, but there was a change, a dreadful change. Cold thrills prickled my spine. I shrank back a little, looked at the telephone I held, as if it were responsible for the metamorphosis. "Vera?" I asked doubtfully. "You've called to tell me that something has happened to Martin Cox," she stated. It definitely wasn't a question. And again, I was repelled by that nameless something in her voice. Apathy? No, something worse. Something worse than indifference, worse than lifelessness. "How did you know?" I asked stupidly. She didn't answer that. "Bring him here," she ordered. 2 men in white coats carrying a stretcher came into the hotel room behind me. I said guardedly into the telephone, "I don't know if that will be possible, Vera. Martin isn't dead. "I know," she said. How could she know? I said again, "There are ambulance men here from the psychopathic hospital. They're supposed to take him there." "Bribe them," she ordered me. "I want Martin Cox brought here to me." She laughed then, if you could call it a laugh. Icy-footed mice scampered up and down my back at the sound. And then she said the strangest thing of all. "Surely now he has all the necessary qualifications to become a dweller with the rest of us in Paradise Alley." I heard the receiver click at the other end of the line. 3. Well, I managed it. In all that welter of confusion, bewilderment, horror, I managed it somehow. It was not easy. "Gee, buddy," the larger of the ambulance men said, "we can't do that. Take him to a private house?" "It's his home." I stretched a point. "We were sent here on an emergency call. We can't go back with an empty ambulance." "Tell them it was only a drunk," I suggested. It was fortunate that I always carried a large sum of money with me at all times. Eventually, I won them over. I swore I'd be responsible, that there would be no repercussions for them, and the money turned the trick. They went over to the bed. Their bewilderment equaled my own. They looked at the small size of whatever it was that was writhing beneath the sheet. When one of them stretched out a hand to turn the sheet back, I stopped him. "Leave it covered," I said sharply. Is it human?" "It was," I said. "Put it on the stretcher just as it is. I'll ride in the ambulance with you." I scarcely remember how we left the hotel with our burden, or any detail of the following ride through the dawn to the house in Paradise Alley. Andy was waiting and let us in. "Vera says to bring him up to her room." His eyes were wide with curiosity. In the confusion of maneuvering the stretcher up the narrow stairs, I whispered to him, "You swear Vera didn't leave her room at any time?" In a way, it was a ridiculous question, for even if she had, how could she have wreaked such damage on Martin Cox? Andy had been regarding with puzzled wonderment the small size of the thing under the sheet. It was obvious that he could make nothing of it. Now he shook his head and answered my question. "I'll swear it. She was there all the time, but Irv, there seemed to be someone with her. I could hear the murmur of voices, and I could smell something." "What? Smell what?" I don't know. I don't think I want to know. It was like she was burning matches, only worse. It smelled awful." He shuddered. The ambulance men transferred the stretcher's burden to Vera's bed and left hastily, muttering between themselves. God knows what they made of it all. We were left alone in Vera's room, she on one side of the vast Victorian walnut bed, Andy and I on the other. It wasn't only Vera's voice over the telephone that repelled me. There was something about her now that made me glad the width of the bed was between us. I couldn't understand it for I'd always liked Vera, but now I could scarcely tolerate being in the same room with her. I sniffed. Andy was right. The air was still faintly redolent of some unpleasant odor. Vera lifted her veil and drew back the sheet covering the thing on the bed and looked down on it. I wish I might have prepared poor Andy in some way. I heard him moan, and I knew that he had immediately recognized it, despite its appalling change. As for Vera, she accepted it calmly. I tell you, she knew what Martin Cox was going to look like when he was brought to her. She seemed visibly to grow taller, Jovian, as she stood there looking down at him. There was a strange, unfathomable iciness in her only eye. He was a tiny thing, shriveled, hideously malformed. He swayed there crab-like on the white sheet, his screams long since died to fretful whimperings. The tiny, bulging eyes looked up at her imploringly. Vera spoke in that new, awful voice. "I'll take care of you, Martin," she whispered. "I'll take care of you until you die, and that won't be for a long, long time, Martin." The thing's whimperings rose to a muted frenzy. It amused her. She smiled. The horror of that smile and the ruined face. "But I wouldn't dream of marrying you now, Martin," she almost crooned. She reached down and touched the thing gently. It quivered under her hand. "You know why, don't you, Martin?" It looked at her. Somehow, Andy and I managed to get out of that terrible room with its terrible occupants. For Vera was worse than the thing on the bed. I saw Vera only once after that. I could hardly bear to go near her. It wasn't her destroyed face that repelled me now, though she never again wore the veil. No, but there was something zombie-like about her, and the revulsion I felt never faded. It wasn't so much that something had been added to her personality as that something had been taken away. Such business as it was necessary to transact we handled by mail. I know she knew how I felt, for she never again pressed me for a personal interview or asked me to come to see her. You see, she knew the reason for my revulsion, even though I didn't. I wondered, of course, what had made Martin Cox that which he had become. But I speculated really surprisingly little about it, for, as I said in the beginning, there are some things that the mind rejects in horror. Andy Schultz left the house in Paradise Alley and went to live in a cabin he bought in an isolated spot far north in Wisconsin. He made no explanation of the sudden move either to Vera or me, and none was necessary. It was 17 years that Martin Cox lived, if you can call it living. 17 years that she tended him. 17 long years before Vera's voice over the telephone urgently besought me to attend the funeral. She herself would not go. She had not in all those years left the house in Paradise Alley. I thought it passing strange that she asked me to go, but as I stood there in the November rain, watching the casket slowly lowered into the clay, I thought I had the answer. She had loved him terribly all those years, so that she had not wanted him to go to his grave alone, consigned to the devil, as he probably was. The devil. And then I knew. Of course, I had the answer that had always eluded me. And because some of the horror had faded in the 17 years that had passed, I felt only a sick pity for that lonely woman in the house in Paradise Alley. That woman who would not live so very much longer now herself, I was sure. What had she to live for, now that Martin was gone? She had nothing at all, not even the soul she had bartered to Satan to aid her in making Martin Cox the 10th dweller in Paradise Alley. A Question of Identity by Robert Bloch. No pang of hunger nor torment of thirst can stifle the questions of who, where, and what. My limbs were lead. My heart was a great coiled clock that throbbed rather than ticked, ever so slowly. My lungs were metal sponges, my head a bronze bowl filled with molten lava that moved like sluggish quicksilver, back and forth in burning waves. Back and forth, consciousness and unconsciousness interplaying against a background of slow, dark pain. I felt just that, nothing more. I had a heart, lungs, body, head, but I felt nothing external. That is, my body did not impinge on anything. I was not sitting or standing or walking or lying or doing anything that I could feel. I was just heart, lungs, body, head alone in darkness that was filled with the pulsing of a muted agony. This was myself. But who was I? The thought came, the first real thought, for before that had been only an awareness of being. Now I wondered as to the nature of my being. Who was I? I was a man. The word man aroused certain associations which struggled through the pain, through the thumping heart and gasping lung sensation. If I was a man, what was I doing? Where was I? As if in response to the thought, awareness increased. I had a body, and therefore I possessed hands, ears, eyes. I must try to feel, hear, see, but I could not. My arms were lumps of immovable iron. My ears knew only the sound of silence and the throbbing that came from within my tortured body. My eyes were sealed by the leaden weight of enormous eyelids. This I knew and felt panic. What had happened? What was wrong with me? Why couldn't I feel and hear and see? I had been in an accident, and I was lying on a hospital bed under ether. That was one explanation. Perhaps I had been crippled, blinded, deafened, maimed. Only my soul existed faintly, like a whispering that rustles through the ruins of an old, old house. But what accident? Where had I been before this? I must have lived. What was my name? I resigned myself to the darkness as I strove to grapple with these problems, and the darkness was kind. My body and the darkness seemed to be equally detached, so that they mingled. It was peaceful, too peaceful for the thoughts that throbbed through my brain. The thoughts fought and clamored, and finally screamed, until I felt myself awaken. It was the sensation, I vaguely recalled, of finding one's foot asleep. It spread over my body, so that a pleasant tingling made me aware, bit by bit, of having definite arms and hands, definite chest and pelvis, definite legs and feet. Their outlines emerged, and were defined by that tingling. A burring droned in my spine, as though a dentist's drill had bit into it. Simultaneously, I became aware that my heart was a Congo drum within my chest, my lungs great gourds swelling and sinking in frantic rhythm. I exulted in the pain, for through it I felt myself. That sensation of detachment faded, and I knew that I, complete, intact, lay against softness. But where? That was the next question, and sudden energy seemed ready to solve it. My eyes opened. They encountered nothing but a continuation of the blackness which lurks behind the curtains of closed lids. If anything, the blackness was deeper, richer. I could see nothing of myself, and yet my eyes were open. Was I blind? My ears still heard no sound other than the mysterious inspiration of my own breath. My hands moved ever so slowly at my sides, rustling against cloth, which told me that my limbs were clothed, and yet unblanketed. They moved upward, outward. 1 inch, 2 inches, 3, and then they encountered hard, unyielding surfaces on either side. They rose upward, prompted by fear. 6 inches, and another unyielding surface of wood. My feet thrust out as I stretched, and through shoe leather the tips of my toes encountered wood. My mouth opened, and a sound poured forth. It was only a rattle, though I had meant to scream. For my thoughts whirled around one name that somehow groped through a haze and loomed as the symbol of my unreasoning fear. I knew a name, and I wanted to scream. Edgar Allan Poe. And then my rattling voice whispered, unprompted, that which I so feared in connection with this name. The premature burial, I whispered. Poe wrote it. I am living it. I was in a coffin, in a wooden coffin, with the hot, stale air of my own corruption reeking in my nostrils, burning in my lungs. I was in a coffin, locked in earth, and yet I was alive. Then I found strength. My hands had been frantically scratching and clawing at the surface above my head. Now they gripped the sides of my prison and thrust outward with all strength. My legs braced at the foot of the box. My legs then kicked. New vigor, the vigor of a madman, rushed through my boiling blood. In sheer frenzy, in an agony born of the fact that I could not scream and give expression to it, I lashed out with both feet at the bottom of the coffin, felt it splinter and give way. Then the sides cracked, my bleeding fingers clutched at the earth beyond, and I rolled over, burrowing and scrabbling at the moist, soft-packed earth. I dug upwards, wheezing in a sort of mindless desperation as I worked. Instinct alone combated the insane horror which gripped my being and transformed it into the activity which alone could save me. They must have buried me in a hurry. The earth above my grave was shallow. Choking and half suffocated, I clawed my way to the top after endless eons of utter delirium during which the dust of the grave covered me, and I wriggled like a worm through the dark ground. My hands reached up to form a cavity. Then I lunged upward with full strength and burst through to the surface. I crawled out into silvery moonlight, flooding down upon a world of marble toadstools which sprouted richly from the mounds of grass all about me. Some of the fantastic stone growths were cross-shaped. Others bore heads or great urn-like mouths. They were the headstones of graves, naturally, but I saw only toadstools, fat, bloated toadstools of dead white pallor, reaching unthinkable roots into the ground below to draw forth nourishment. I lay staring at them, staring back at the pit through which I had come up out of death into life once again. I could not think. The words Edgar Allan Poe and premature burial had come unbidden to my brain, and now, for some reason, I found myself whispering in a hoarse, dreadful voice, then crooning more loudly, "Lazarus, Lazarus, Lazarus." Gradually, my panting subsided, and I drew fresh strength from the air that sang through my lungs. I stared at the grave again, my grave. It bore no headstone. It was a poor grave, in a poor section of the cemetery, probably a potter's field. Nearly on the outskirts of the necropolis it was, and weeds writhed over the poor graves. There was no headstones, and it made me remember my question. Who was I? It was a unique problem. I had been someone before I died, but who? Surely this was a novel case of amnesia, to return to a new life in the actual sense of the phrase. Who was I? Funny I could think of words like amnesia, and yet could not in the least associate them with anything personal in my past. My mind was utterly blank. Did death do this to me? Was it permanent, or would my mind awaken in a few hours, just as my body had? If not, I was in sore straits. I didn't know my name, or my station, what I had been. For that matter, on reflection, I didn't even know where I was. The names of cities flooded foolishly through my brain. Chicago, Milwaukee, Los Angeles, Washington, Bombay, Shanghai, Cleveland, Chichen Itza, Pernambuco, Angkor Wat, Rome, Omsk, Carthage. I could not associate a single one with myself, or for that matter, explain how I knew those names. I thought of streets, of Mariposa Boulevard and Michigan Avenue, and Broadway and Center Street, and Park Lane and the Champs-Élysées. They meant nothing to me. I thought of proper names: Felix Keniston, Ben Blue, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Studs Lonergan, Arthur Gordon Pym, James Gordon Bennett, Samuel Butler, Igor Stravinsky, and they represented no image of myself. I could see all those streets, visualize all those people, picture all those cities, but myself I could not associate with any of them. Comedy, tragedy, drama. It was a mad scene to play in a cemetery at nightfall. I had crawled out of a grave without a headstone, and all I knew was that I was a man. And yet, who? My eyes roved over my person, lying in the grass. Beneath the mud and dirt I saw a dark suit, torn in places and discolored. It covered the body of a tall man, a thin body, poorly muscled and flat-chested. My hands, rustling over my person, were long and leanly muscular. They were not the hands of a labourer. Of my face I knew nothing, though I passed my hand over each feature in turn. One thing I felt certain of: whatever the cause of my apparent death, I was not physically maimed. Strength prompted me to rise. I rose to my feet, stumbled over the grass. For a few minutes I had that drunken floating sensation, but gradually the ground became solid under my feet. I knew awareness of the cool night wind on my forehead, heard with indescribable joy the chirping of crickets from a swamp afar. I walked around the tombstones, gazed at the clouding sky, felt dew and dampness fall. But my brain was aloof, detached, wrestling with invisible demons of doubt. Who was I? What was I to do? I could not wander strange streets in my dishevelled condition. If I presented myself to authorities, I would be put away as a madman. Besides, I did not want to see anyone. This fact I realized quite suddenly. I did not wish to see lights or people. I was different. It was the feeling of death. Was I still? Unable to bear the thought, I frantically groped for clues. I tried every means of awakening dormant memories, walking endlessly the night through, combating chaos and confusion, fighting the grey clouds that clung to my brain. I wandered up and down the deserted corner of the cemetery. Exhausted, I stared at a lightened sky. Then my thoughts fled away, even the confused ones. I knew only one thing: the need for rest and peace and forgetfulness. Was it the death urge? Had I risen from the grave only to return? I neither knew nor cared, actuated by a compulsion as inexplicable as it was overpowering. I stumbled toward the ruins of my grave and crept inside, burrowing like a mole into the grateful darkness, whilst the earth tumbled in behind me. There was enough air, the thought came, to enable me to breathe, while I lay back in the shattered coffin. My head fell back, and I settled in my coffin to sleep. The muttering and rumbling died away from dreams I could not remember. They died away from dreams, and grew in reality until I sat up, pushing wet earth so that it fell around me. I was in the grave. Again, terror. Somehow the hope had lurked that this was a dream, and awakening might bring me to grateful reality. But I was in the grave, and a storm howled above. I crawled upward. It was still night, or rather, instinct prompted me to believe that it was night again. I must have slept the clock around. The storm had kept people from the graveyard, kept them from discovering the torn earth and its inmate. I rose to the surface, and the rain lashed me from skies wild with anger. And yet I was happy for the life I knew. I drank the rain. The thunder enraptured me as though it were a symphony. I marveled at the lightning's emerald beauty, and I was alive. All about me corpses rotted and sloughed, nor could all the fury of the unleashed elements imbue them with one spark of existence or of memory. My own poor thoughts, my own poor life were infinitely precious in comparison to the lot of those below. I had cheated worm and maggot. Let the storm howl. I would howl with it, share in the cosmic jest. Vitalized in the truest sense of the word, I began to walk. The rain washed the earth stains from my garments and body. Singularly, I felt no cold, no especial dampness. I was aware of these things, but they did not seem to penetrate. For the first time I realized another odd thing. I was not hungry or thirsty. At least I did not seem to be. Had appetite died with memory? I wondered. Memory. The problem of identity still pressed. I walked along, impelled by the storm. Still pondering, my feet carried me past the confines of the cemetery. The gale leading me seemed to guide my footsteps out onto the stone sidewalk of a deserted street. I walked, almost without heeding. Who was I? How had I died? How revived? I walked through the rain, down the dark street, alone in the wet velvet of the night. Who was I? How had I died? How revived? I crossed a block, entered a narrower street, still stumbling alone with the wind and the laugh of thunder from clouds mocking my bewilderment. Who was? I knew. My name. The street told me. Summit Street. Who lived on Summit Street? Arthur Derwin. Myself. I was Arthur Derwin of Summit Street. I used to be something I couldn't remember. I had lived for years, and yet all I could recall was my name. How had I died? I had been to the séance, and the lights were out, and Mrs. Price was calling to someone. She had screamed something about evil influences, and then the lights had gone on. They hadn't gone on. But they must have. They had, but I wasn't there. I had died in the darkness at the séance. What killed me? Shock, perhaps? And then what happened? Mrs. Price had hushed it up. I was alone in the city, I had been buried hurriedly in a pauper's grave. Heart failure, the coroner had probably called it. I was laid away, that was it. And yet I was Arthur Derwin, and surely somebody had cared. Brahman Street, said the sign in the lightning. Brahman Street. Someone had cared. Viola. Viola had been my fiancée. She had loved Arthur Derwin. What was her last name? Where had I met her? What did she look like? Brahman Street. Again the sign. Unconsciously my feet seemed to have led me down this way. I was walking down Brahman Street without thinking in the storm. Very well. I would let my feet lead the way. I wouldn't think. My feet would take me to Viola's home through habit. There I would learn. No thinking now. Just walk through the storm. I walked. My eyes closed to the blackness through which thunder beat. I walked out of death, and I was hungry now. I was hungry and thirsty here in the night, and I was hungry to see Viola and thirsty for her lips. I had come back from death for her. Or was that too poetic? I came from the grave and went back to sleep in it, and rose again and sought the world without memory. It was gruesome and grim and macabre. I died at a séance. My feet plodded, slopping through rain. I felt no cold, no wet. I was warm inside, warm with the memory of Viola, her lips, her hair. She was a blonde, I remembered. Her hair was coiled sunlight, her eyes blue and deep as the sea, her skin the milky whiteness of a unicorn's flanks. I had told her so, I recalled, when I held her in my arms. I knew her mouth as a scarlet gate to ecstasy. She was the hunger within me, she the burning beacon of desire that led me back through mists of memory to her door. I was panting, and did not know it. Within me revolved a wheel that had once been my brain, and was now just a grinding round screen flashing kaleidoscopic images of Viola, of the grave, of a séance and evil presences and inexplicable death. Viola had been interested in mysticism. I had been interested in the occult. We went to the séance. Mrs. Price was a famous medium. I died at the séance and woke up in a grave. I came back to see Viola. I came back to find out about myself. I knew now what I was, how I had died, but how revived. But how revived. Brahman Street, feet plodding. And then instinct turned my feet up the pathway to the porch. It was instinct which caused my hand to fumble for the familiar doorknob without knocking, instinct which led me across the threshold. I stood in a hallway, a deserted hallway. There was a mirror there, and for the first time I could see myself. Perhaps that would shock me into complete remembrance and recognition. I looked, but the mirror faded before my gaze into a blur. I felt weak, dazed, but it was due to the hunger within me, the hunger which burned. It was late. Viola wouldn't be downstairs. She would be in her bedroom at this hour. I went up the stairs, dripping water at every step, walking quite silently aside from the little dripping patter of rills running down to the stair below. All at once, giddiness left me again, and I felt strong. I had the feeling that I was ascending the stairs to destiny, as though once I reached the top I would know the truth of my fate. Something had brought me from the grave here. Something lay behind this mysterious resurrection. The answer lay above. I reached the top, turned down the dark, familiar hall. The bedroom door opened beneath my hand. A candle burned at the bedside, nothing more, and I saw Viola lying there. She slept, incarnate beauty, slept. She was very young and lovely at that moment, and I felt pity for her at what she must know upon awakening. I called softly, "Viola." I called softly, and while I did so my brain said the last of the 3 questions over and over. "And how revived?" said my brain. "Viola," called my voice. She opened her eyes, allowed life to flood them. She saw me. "Arthur," she gasped. "You're dead." It was a scream, that last. "Yes," I said softly. Why did I say yes, I wondered, and my brain whispered, "And how revived?" She rose up, shuddering. "You're dead. A ghost. We buried you. Mrs. Price was afraid. You died at the séance. Go away, Arthur. You're dead." She moaned it over and over. I looked at her beauty and knew hunger. 1,000 memories of that last evening came to me. The séance, and Mrs. Price warning of evil spirits. The coldness which had gripped me in the darkness, and my sudden sinking into oblivion. Then this awakening, and my search for Viola to appease my hunger. Not for food, not for drink, not for love. A new hunger known only at night. A new hunger that made me shun men and forget my former self. A new hunger that hated mirrors. A hunger for Viola. I moved toward her very slowly, and my wet grave clothes rustled as I reached out my hands reassuringly and took her in my arms. I was sorry for her just for an instant. Then the hunger came stronger, and I bent my head. The last question rang in my brain once again. And how revived? The séance, the threat of evil spirits, answered that question. I answered it myself. I knew why I had risen from the grave, and who and what I was, as I took Viola in my arms. I took Viola in my arms, and my teeth met in her throat. That answered the question. I was a vampire. The Fearsome Touch of Death by Robert E. Howard. As long as midnight cloaks the earth with shadows grim and stark, God save us from the Judas kiss of a dead man in the dark. Old Adam Farrell lay dead in the house wherein he had lived alone for the last 20 years. A silent, churlish recluse, in his life he had known no friends, and only 2 men had watched his passing. Dr. Stein rose and glanced out the window into the gathering dusk. "You think you can spend the night here, then?" he asked his companion. This man, Fulred by name, assented. "Yes, certainly. I guess it's up to me." "Rather a useless and primitive custom, sitting up with the dead," commented the doctor, preparing to depart. "But I suppose in common decency we will have to bow to precedence. Maybe I can find someone who'll come over here and help you with your vigil." Fulred shrugged his shoulders. "I doubt it. Farrell wasn't liked, wasn't known by many people. I scarcely knew him myself, but I don't mind sitting up with a corpse." Dr. Stein was removing his rubber gloves, and Fulred watched the process with an interest that almost amounted to fascination. A slight, involuntary shudder shook him at the memory of touching these gloves Slick, cold, clammy things, like the touch of death. "You may get lonely tonight, if I don't find anyone," the doctor remarked as he opened the door. "Not superstitious, are you?" Falred laughed. "Scarcely. To tell the truth, from what I hear of Farrell's disposition, I'd rather be watching his corpse than have been his guest in life." The door closed, and Falred took up his vigil. He seated himself in the only chair the room boasted, glanced casually at the formless sheeted bulk on the bed opposite him, and began to read by the light of the dim lamp which stood on the rough table. Outside, the darkness gathered swiftly, and finally Falred laid down his magazine to rest his eyes. He looked again at the shape which had, in life, been the form of Adam Farrell, wondering what quirk in the human nature made the sight of a corpse not so unpleasant, but such an object of fear to man. Unthinking ignorance, seeing in dead things a reminder of death to come, he decided lazily, and began idly contemplating as to what life had held for this grim and crabbed old man, who had neither relatives nor friends, and who had seldom left the house wherein he had died. The usual tales of miser-hoarded wealth had accumulated, but Falred felt so little interest in the whole matter that it was not even necessary for him to overcome any temptation to pray about the house for possible hidden treasure. He returned to his reading with a shrug. The task was more boresome than he had thought. After a while, he was aware that every time he looked up from his magazine and his eyes fell upon the bed with its grim occupant, he started involuntarily, as if he had, for an instant, forgotten the presence of the dead man, and was unpleasantly reminded of the fact. The start was slight and instinctive, but he felt almost angered at himself. He realized, for the first time, the utter and deadening silence which enwrapped the house, a silence apparently shared by the night, for no sound came through the window. Adam Farrell lived as far apart from his neighbors as possible, and there was no other house within hearing distance. Falred shook himself, as if to rid his mind of unsavory speculations, and went back to his reading. A sudden, vagrant gust of wind whipped through the window, in which the light in the lamp flickered and went out suddenly. Falred, cursing softly, groped in the darkness for matches, burning his fingers on the lamp chimney. He struck a match, relighted the lamp, and glancing over at the bed, got a horrible mental jolt. Adam Farrell's face stared blindly at him, the dead eyes wide and blank, framed in the gnarled grey features. Even as Falred instinctively shuddered, his reason explained the apparent phenomenon. The sheet that covered the corpse had been carelessly thrown across the face, and the sudden puff of wind had disarranged and flung it aside. Yet there was something grisly about the thing, something fearsomely suggestive, as if, in the cloaking dark, a dead hand had flung aside the sheet, just as if the corpse were about to rise. Falred, an imaginative man, shrugged his shoulders at these ghastly thoughts and crossed the room to replace the sheet. The dead eye seemed to stare malevolently, with an evilness that transcended the dead man's churlishness in life. The workings of a vivid imagination, Falred knew, and he recovered the grey face, shrinking, as his hand chanced to touch the cold flesh, slick and clammy, the touch of death. He shuddered with the natural revulsion of the living for the dead, and went back to his chair and magazine. At last, growing sleepy, he lay down upon a couch which, by some strange whim of the original owner, formed part of the room's scant furnishings, and composed himself for slumber. He decided to leave the light burning, telling himself that it was in accordance with the usual custom of leaving lights burning for the dead, for he was not willing to admit to himself that already he was conscious of a dislike for lying in the darkness with the corpse. He dozed, awoke with a start, and looked at the sheeted form of the bed. Silence reigned over the house, and outside it was very dark. The hour was approaching midnight, with its accompanying eerie domination over the human mind. Falred glanced again at the bed, where the body lay, and found the sight of the sheeted object most repellent. A fantastic idea had birth in his mind, and grew, that beneath the sheet, the mere lifeless body had become a strange, monstrous thing, a hideous, conscious being that watched him with eyes which burned through the fabric of the cloth. This thought, a mere fantasy, of course, he explained to himself by the legends of vampires, undead ghosts, and such like, the fearsome attributes with which the living have cloaked the dead for countless ages, since primitive man first recognized in death something horrid and apart from life. Man feared death, thought Falred, and some of this fear of death took hold on the dead so that they too were feared, and the sight of the dead engendered grisly thoughts, gave rise to dim fears of hereditary memory, lurking back in the dark corners of the brain. At any rate, that silent, hidden thing was getting on his nerves. He thought of uncovering the face, on the principle that familiarity breeds contempt. The sight of the features, calm and still in death, would banish, he thought, all such wild conjectures as were haunting him, in spite of himself. But the thought of those dead eyes staring in the lamplight was intolerable, so at last he blew out the light and lay down. This fear had been stealing upon him so insidiously and gradually that he had not been aware of its growth. With the extinguishing of the light, however, and the blotting out of the sight of the corpse, things assumed their true character and proportions, and Falred fell asleep almost instantly, on his lips a faint smile for his previous folly. He awakened suddenly. How long he had been asleep, he did not know. He sat up, his pulse pounding frantically, the cold sweat beading his forehead. He knew instantly where he was, remembered the other occupant of the room. But what had awakened him? A dream. Yes, now he remembered. A hideous dream in which the dead man had risen from the bed and stalked stiffly across the room, with eyes of fire and a horrid leer frozen on his grey lips. Falred had seemed to lie motionless, helpless. Then, as the corpse reached a gnarled and horrible hand, he had awakened. He strove to pierce the gloom, but the room was all blackness, and all without was so dark that no gleam of light came through the window. He reached a shaking hand toward the lamp, then recoiled, as if from a hidden serpent. Sitting here in the dark with a fiendish corpse was bad enough, but he dared not light the lamp, for fear that his reason would be snuffed out like a candle at what he might see. Horror, stark and unreasoning, had full possession of his soul. He no longer questioned the instinctive fears that rose in him. All those legends he had heard came back to him and brought a belief in them. Death was a hideous thing, a brain-shattering horror, imbuing lifeless men with a horrid malevolence. Adam Farrell in his life had been simply a churlish but harmless man. Now he was a terror, a monster, a fiend lurking in the shadows of fear, ready to leap on mankind with talons dipped deep in death and insanity. Falred sat there, his blood freezing, and fought out his silent battle. Faint glimmerings of reason had begun to touch his fright, when a soft, stealthy sound again froze him. He did not recognize it as the whisper of the night wind across the window-sill. His frenzied fancy knew it only as the tread of death and horror. He sprang from the couch, then stood undecided. Escape was in his mind, but he was too dazed to even try to formulate a plan of escape. Even his sense of direction was gone. Fear had so stultified his mind that he was not able to think consciously. The blackness spread in long waves about him, and its darkness and void entered into his brain. His motions, such as they were instinctive. He seemed shackled with mighty chains, and his limbs responded sluggishly, like an imbecile's. A terrible horror grew up in him, and reared its grisly shape, that the dead man was behind him, was stealing upon him from the rear. He no longer thought of lighting the lamp. He no longer thought of anything. Fear filled his whole being. There was room for nothing else. He backed slowly away in the darkness, hands behind him, instinctively feeling the way. With a terrific effort, he partly shook the clinging mists of horror from him, and, the cold sweat clammy upon his body, strove to orient himself. He could see nothing, but the bed was across the room, in front of him. He was backing away from it. There was where the dead man was lying, according to all rules of nature. If the thing were as he felt behind him, then the old tales were true. Death did implant in lifeless bodies an unearthly animation, and dead men did roam the shadows to work their ghastly and evil will upon the sons of men. Then, great God, what was man but a wailing infant, lost in the night and beset by frightful things from the black abysses and the terrible unknown voids of space and time? These conclusions he did not reach by any reasoning process. They leaped full-grown into his terror-dazed brain. He worked his way slowly backward, groping, clinging to the thought that the dead man must be in front of him. Then his back-flung hands encountered something slick, cold, and clammy, like the touch of death. A scream shook the echoes, followed by the crash of a falling body. The next morning, they who came to the house of death found 2 corpses in the room. Adam Farrell's sheeted body lay motionless upon the bed, and across the room lay the body of Forehead beneath a shelf where Dr. Stein had absent-mindedly left his gloves, rubber gloves, slick and clammy to the touch of a hand groping in the dark, a hand of one fleeing his own fear. Rubber gloves, slick and clammy and cold, like the touch of death.
Night and Silence by Maurice Lavelle. They were old, crippled, horrible. The woman hobbled about on 2 crutches. One of the men, blind, walked with his eyes shut, his hands outstretched, his fingers spread open. The other, a deaf mute, followed with his head lowered, rarely raising the sad, restless eyes that were the only sign of life in his impassive face. It was said that they were 2 brothers and a sister, and that they were united by a savage affection. One was never seen without the other. At the church doors they shrank back into the shadows, keeping away from those professional beggars who stand boldly in the full light so that passers-by may be ashamed to ignore their importunacy. They did not ask for anything. Their appearance alone was a prayer for help. As they moved silently through the narrow, gloomy streets, a mysterious trio, they seemed to personify age, night, and silence. One evening, in their hovel near the gates of the city, the woman died peacefully in their arms, without a cry, with just one long look of distress which the deaf-mute saw, and one violent shudder which the blind man felt because her hand clasped his wrist. Without a sound, she passed into eternal silence. Next day, for the first time, the 2 men were seen without her. They dragged about all day without even stopping at the baker's shop where they usually received doles of bread. Toward dusk, when lights began to twinkle at the dark crossroads, when the reflection of lamps gave the houses the appearance of a smile, they bought, with the few halfpence they had received, 2 poor little candles, and they returned to the desolate hovel where the old sister lay on her pallet, with no one to watch or pray for her. They kissed the dead woman. The man came to put her in her coffin. The deal boards were fastened down, and the coffin was placed on 2 wooden trestles. Then, once more alone, the 2 brothers laid a sprig of boxwood on a plate, lighted their candles, and sat down for the last all-too-short vigil. Outside, the cold wind played around the joints of the ill-fitting door. Inside, the small trembling flames barely broke the darkness with their yellow light. Not a sound. For a long time they remained like this, praying, remembering, meditating. Tired out with weeping, at last they fell asleep. When they woke, it was still night. The lights of the candles still glimmered, but they were lower. The cold that is the precursor of dawn made them shiver. But there was something else. What was it? They leaned forward, the one trying to see, the other to hear. For some time they remained motionless. Then, there being no repetition of what had roused them, they lay down again and began to pray. Suddenly, for the second time, they sat up. Had either of them been alone, he would have thought himself the plaything of some fugitive hallucination. When one sees without hearing or hears without seeing, illusion is easily created. But something abnormal was taking place. There could be no doubt about it, since both were affected. Since it appealed both to eyes and ears at the same time, they were fully conscious of this, but were unable to understand. Between them, they had the power of complete comprehension. Singly, each had but a partial, agonizing conception. The deaf-mute got up and walked about. Forgetting his brother's infirmity, the blind man asked in a voice choked with fear, "What is it? What's the matter? Why have you got up?" He heard him moving, coming and going, stopping, starting off again, and again stopping. And having nothing but these sounds to guide his reason, his terror increased till his teeth began to chatter. He was on the point of speaking again, but remembered and relapsed into a muttering. "What can he see? What is it?" The deaf-mute took a few more steps, rubbed his eyes, and presumably reassured, went back to his mattress and fell asleep. The blind man heaved a sigh of relief, and silence fell once more, broken only by the prayers he mumbled in a monotonous undertone, his soul benumbed by grief, as he waited till sleep should come and pour light into his darkness. He was almost sleeping, when the murmurs which had before made him tremble wrenched him from an uneasy doze. It sounded like a soft scratching mingled with light blows on a plank, curious rubbings and stifled moans. He leaped up. The deaf-mute had not moved. Feeling that the fear that culminates in panic was threatening him, he strove to reason with himself. Why should this noise terrify me? The night is always full of sounds. My brother is moving uneasily in his sleep. Yes, that's it. Just now I heard him walking up and down, and there was the same noise. It must have been the wind. But I know the sound of the wind, and it has never been like that. It was a noise I had never heard. What could it have been? No, it could not be. He bit his fists. An awful suspicion had come to him. Suppose... No, it's not possible. Suppose it was... There it is again. Again. Louder and louder. Someone is scratching, knocking. My God. A voice. Her voice. She is calling. She is crying. Help! Help! He threw himself out of bed and roared, "Francois, quick! Help! Look!" He was half mad with fear. He tore wildly at his hair, shouting, "Look! You've got eyes! You can see!" The moans became louder, the raps firmer. Feeling his way, stumbling against the walls, knocking against the packing cases which served as furniture, tripping in the holes in the floor, he staggered about, trying to find his sleeping brother. He fell and got up again, bruised, covered with blood, sobbing, "I have no eyes! I have no eyes!" He had upset the plate on which lay the sprig of box, and the sound of the earthenware breaking on the floor gave the finishing touch to his panic. "Help! What have I done? Help!" The noises grew louder and more terrifying, and as an agonized cry sounded, his last doubts left him. Behind his empty eyes, he imagined he saw the horrible thing. He saw the old sister beating against the tightly closed lid of her coffin. He saw her superhuman terror, her agony, 1,000 times worse than that of any other death. She was there, alive. Yes, alive, a few steps away from him. But where? She heard his steps. His voice, and he, blind, could do nothing to help her. Where was his brother? Flinging his arms from right to left, he knocked over the candles. The wax flowed over his fingers, hot like blood. The noise grew louder, more despairing. The voice was speaking, saying words that died away in smothered groans. "Courage!" he shrieked. "I'm here! I'm coming!" He was now crawling along on his knees, and a sudden turn flung him against a bed. He thrust out his arms, felt her body, seized it by the shoulders, and shook it with all the strength that remained in him. Violently awakened, the deaf-mute sprang up, uttering horrible cries and trying to see. But now that the candles were out, he too was plunged into night, the impenetrable darkness that held more terror for him than for the blind man. Stupefied with sleep, he groped about wildly with his hands, which closed in a vice-like grip on his brother's throat, stifling cries of, "Look! Look!" They rolled together on the floor, upsetting all that came in their way, knotted together, ferociously tearing each other with tooth and nail. In a very short time, their hoarse breathing had died away. The voice, so distant and yet so near, was cut short by a spasm. There was a cracking noise. The imprisoned body was raising itself in one last supreme effort for freedom. A grinding noise. Sobs. Again the grinding noise. Silence. Outside, the trees shuddered as they bowed in the gale. The rain beat against the walls. The late winter's dawn was still crouching on the edge of the horizon. Inside the walls of the hovel, not a sound, not a breath. Night and silence.
If you enjoyed listening today, be sure to subscribe to the channel by hitting the red subscribe button below. After doing so, click the bell icon next to the subscribe button to receive new content notifications. If you'd like to support our work and receive exclusive perks, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button below. To support us in other ways, see the video description for links to our Bandcamp and Patreon pages, our merch store over at Teespring, and further information relating to our releases on Audible, iTunes, and Spotify. And until next time.